All right, we're back.
Bro, they are 500% finding out. I did the math. The calculations are empirical, and we are so here. So, this is Hasan Piker. He might have had sex with children. In other news, Hasan Piker is not the person we are mostly going to be talking about today. For those of you that are unaware, Hasan Piker was banned on Twitch for 24 hours for, supporting terrorists and, glazing more terrorists and enjoying more terrorists. And this is Taylor Lorenz. Taylor Lorenz said, Hasan has been banned for 24 hours for covering the shooter's manifesto. She's a journalist, even while denouncing it. Yet another example of social media censorship of newsworthy information and coverage. So Taylor Lorenz is busy slurping up some cock. That's what the man is doing, all right? Listen, Hamas Diddy Bin Laden Piker over here has found himself another troglodyte retard in the journalist industry to suck him off. What a fantastic day. So, between sucks, she released a couple of crazy tweets. So, yet another example of social media censorship of newsworthy information and coverage.
What time is it? Oh my god, it's closed. I don't think I have enough papers to come through today. Hopefully the night shops are open.
This is a major newsworthy event, and content creators should be allowed to cover it without platform retaliation. Social media is how people get news and information now, especially if it's a 13-plus-year-old gaming website for children. Am I right? Your entire point is invalid, and you're also a retard. And these platforms are aggressively censoring journalistic speech based on politics. Are we fucking crazy? Are we, actually doing this? Are we not aware that Twitch is actively protecting Hasan and his entire orbit of retards? The entire retard Avengers? Do you realize that? They are getting protected. It's everyone else that gets banned. Tectone calls Frogan fat, gets banned for 2 weeks. Asmongold says something anti-Palestinian. He gets banned for 2 weeks. Are we on the same page? Because anyone that knows anything about this situation, Hasan, the guy that breaks the terms of service every day supporting terrorist organizations that murder civilians, that fucking retard is still on the platform. I got a 24-hour slap on the wrist. So she is out here crying about freedom of speech. And I want to point something out. Taylor Lorenz, journalist known for appreciating freedom of speech, is actually something of a hypocrite. What? A libtard? A hypocrite? I've never heard of something quite so insane. So, hypocrite Taylor Lorenz is at it again. This is from 2023. The Twitter files. For those of you that are unaware about the Twitter files, I thought this is important to note. The Twitter files is something that existed that after Elon Musk bought Twitter, he released a lot of private information that was going on behind the scenes at Twitter in regards to censoring people. So the Twitter files revealed that Tay-Tay, this Taylor Lorenz journalist that's currently neck deep on Hasan Schmidt, has privileged access at Twitter. What? She requested specific accounts be banned and content removed. Twitter complied with the requests. Oh, interesting. So you're telling me that Taylor Lorenz, Schmidt Gobbler extraordinaire, Hasan Glazer, and de facto terrorist supporter, you are telling me, you are explaining to me, I'm trying to just make this understood because I'm not sure I understand, you are telling me that the free speech warrior, literally on the wrong side of history, supporting a terrorist supporter because she believes in freedom of speech on a gaming website, even though the gaming website is directly biased on behalf of the terrorist supporters, as I've already covered, and that's How Fucked is Hasan Piker franchise, you're telling me that she worked behind the scenes with the shadow government banning Twitter accounts to silence them? This is the most despicable, bad faith bitch in the history of the media. So, on today's episode of You Don't Hate the Media Nearly Enough, More Pegasus made a video talking about not just Hasan getting banned, which is very brief, and I've covered it already in How Fucked is Hasan Piker, episode 520 and 510%, but I wanted to cover this because Hasan's entire orbit is literally collapsing around him, and I'm telling you, the retards are finding out. They don't realize that they don't live in Biden's America. They are living under a new world, a new regime, a reciprocal one. They are about to feel the weight of 7 swing states that don't like terrorists, and it's gonna be a fucking awful day to be part of the shadow government media censorship machine. So, lock in, boys and girls. We're living in the age of fuck around and find out. And I'm very excited to see them fuck around and find out because they exposed so much heinous shit about all these journalists running to cover up Hasan's ass after he accidentally shits out more terrorist support.
Alrighty, welcome back to the news. Turns out Hassan's ban was only for 24 hours and apparently also on his scheduled day off. So he just took a holiday. He went for a little gooning sesh with the Twitch CEO, Dan.
Yep, that's what they did. Him and the Twitch CEO gooning it up together as they should. Now, I wanted to show you this because I thought this is crazy.
Yeah, I know, right?
Now, this is not a coincidence. Okay, it is not a coincidence that he happened to get his day off.
Texas Rangers, baby.
And that he got banned. Not a coincidence. Let me show you something said by XQC, notable Frenchman extraordinaire and also intelligent gamer, known for his idea of firebombing California to stop the fires from spreading.
Okay, chat, guys. I will leak a secret. I'm gonna leak a secret. Ready, chat?
All right, ready?
Guys, I don't know if it still works like that. Back in the days, it worked like that. Okay, when you're about to get banned, they send you a DM. Your partner manager will send you a DM and will contact you. Okay, and if it's like, oh, dude, can we hold off until this day or whatever? Sometimes they'll listen. Okay, it wouldn't surprise me if they timed the ban so where like it would be his half day off or day off or whatever. It is what it is. That's just kind of how it goes. That's like, it's like a known thing. When I had my like week ban for like cheating or whatever, they're like, yeah, they're gonna get banned from this day. I just took it how it is, but I think there's like a conversation or whatever on yo, there's a week ban.
So I wanted to show this to you, not only because no one actually understands what he's saying, but apparently, I'll translate this because I speak French Canadian. It's one of my greatest weaknesses. Apparently, Twitch, when they want to ban a big streamer, they do it for optics, all right? I'm translating this for you guys. I speak French Canadian. It's simultaneous with my ability to speak retard. No offense, XQC, it's not your fault. You were born that way. A lot of people are born retarded. Some people are born autistic. Some people born French Canadian. I don't hold this against you. So, I want to make this very clear. When a famous streamer is gonna get banned, the partner manager reaches out to them and talks to them and is like, yo, I need to ban you for optics reasons. I will time it perfectly for you so that we could get the ban out of the way and everything works out. Hey, Hassan, I know that you said your heinous shit, basically reading a terrorist manifesto and condoning it on Thursday, but I'm not gonna ban you Thursday. I'm not gonna ban you Friday. I'm not gonna ban you Saturday. I'll ban you on Sunday because that's the day you were gonna take off. Sound good? And he's like, sound good. And in my opinion, that's exactly what happened. They're wrapped around his fucking fingers so tight that they did that shit. This isn't just tinfoil hat on the shelf. XQC, notable Frenchman extraordinaire, said that shit. All right, and he speaks French. And XQC, to this day, has the greatest take on the entire geopolitical conflict in Israel versus Gaza. Like, he has such a good take on this. I think Hassan needs to learn. I think Hassan needs to learn from XQC. Let me show you XQC's solution to the entire Israel-Palestine conflict.
In 1978, Israel and Egypt signed the U.S.-brokered Camp David Accords. Shortly after that, Israel gave Sinai...
Yeah, this is a really bad question, chat. Why don't they just... And this will sound really bad. Why don't they take the whole piece of land, full reset, all the same, and just call it like Landia.
Boom.
Like, it's just land. Like, fuck it. And just everybody wins.
Back to Egypt as part of...
Spitting facts. Why don't we just take the land and just forget Israel, forget Palestine, just rename it as Landia? Boom. One state solution. The XQC's a genius.
For the peace treaty. At the time, this was hugely controversial.
Everybody lives in it, and it's whatever.
Right. It's whatever. You know, good defense.
What?
True.
No, it's just one thing. If it keeps pushing
Boom.
up and down, up and down, up and down, bing, 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 bing. Okay, why not just full reset and make it one thing?
Just full reset. Landia. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so now that we've established that XQC is the correct person to talk about Israel-Palestine geopolitical issues, I think it's important to recognize that he's probably correct. He is probably correct that Hassan definitely planned his ban.
And Clancy. Now, Hassan has also responded to the suspension and is taking every opportunity to cry about this. Hassan's number one enemy, Asmongold, has also responded with a lot to say about it.
Asmongold! I can't believe he's so successful and handsome!
This. Ethan from Ace Racery continues to expose everybody in a very entertaining beef with iDubbbz Anissa.
Let's go.
And now a new character.
Taylor Lorenz! You don't hate the media enough, and that's what we're here for. Look, I do the research on Hassan. Everyone else can do the research on other shit. This is awesome.
Taylor Lorenz, this hack...
Nux collecting a totem pole of people to beef with. Listen, I have entered my based arc. I don't reach out to people to collab with them. I don't want them getting hate on my behalf. but I will fucking drop an N-bomb on anyone that needs it to happen, alright? I'm not afraid to say the N-word, hard R, nuclear, alright? I will drop that N-bomb on anyone that deserves it.
Journalist who has decided to defend Hasan. Anyways, subscribe. Let's get to 700k. Thank you for the support, and let's begin. Starting with Hasan responding to the ban, I covered the motives of the Israeli embassy staff shooter. Twitch TOS dictates a suspension for even critical examination of the manifesto. I believe this is a bad policy for news and press freedom.
To be clear, as I mentioned in Hasan Piker's 510 and 520% fucked, which you should definitely watch, he didn't even criticize the manifesto. He was there reading it with an ASMR mic. Oh, I murdered them. That was Hasan, okay?
Take the suspension, but I hope Twitch changes this policy in the future. And then we have the screenshot of why he was suspended. People are responding, you called it a false flag. You hate the Jewish people and you're anti-Semitic.
Base Pikachu. If
this was an attack or one or two Islamic humans, you wouldn't be attacking anyone, calling it a false flag. You're a terrible person, and I hope your life gets turned upside down. Hasan responds,
dude, my I give you one of these. You deserve one of these. You absolutely deserve one of these. I give it to you. I bestow you. Listen, I give it to you right now. This is for you, my homie. You can pick this up for a sweet 120 shekel. All right, listen. Bam.
I didn't. Ironically enough, I was showing his motive to dispel the rumors of a false flag, which is a reason for the suspension, but I don't think you're capable of critical thought.
Yeah.
We're installing all the balls again.
You don't understand. The dude went on a stream, and he was essentially like, whatever, I showed the clip, but he was essentially like, no, I'm not saying it was a false flag, but here are all the ways that it could be interpreted as a false flag. Anyway, I think he was genuine with his actions.
Maybe openly denounce the shooter?
Wait a second. Did Hasan Piker, the largest leftist political streamer, never denounce the shooter? Did the largest leftist political streamer in America not denounce a terror attack on American soil? It's pretty fucked up if that's true. Well, there is good news. There is one person that did denounce the shooting that I was very surprised to see, pleasantly surprised to see. Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia put out a statement condemning the terror attack in D.C. And Hasan was angry at Saudi Arabia for condemning a terrorist attack on American soil. Actual retard. Holy fucking shit. Well, why are we surprised? Hasan supports 9/11, right?
Will you stop simping for Hamas now? Yeah, so we talked about this last time. Basically, Hasan said that the shooter who shot and murdered 2 Israeli diplomats was, quote, genuine in his actions, but a little bit brain broken.
I think this is just a one dude who is genuine.
Fight me.
And maybe, you know, a little bit brain broken.
Not sure if that's the appropriate response to somebody getting murdered. But anyways, he also subtly hinted that it was a setup and was a false flag. Of course, he didn't outright say it, but it was the classic Hasan tactic of, I'm not saying it was fake, guys, but my audience will obviously get that message and spread that propaganda anyways. And it was one of these random Twitter accounts announced that Hasan was banned on Twitch, and he quote tweets them saying, every blue check power farmer is an Israel dick rider on this website. This was like a completely neutral.
This is the greatest tweet of all time. Random guy. Hasan got banned. Hasan. The Jews! The Jews! Alright, we're on the same page. This is essentially what happened. There's a random dude's like, Hasan was banned on Twitch, and he's just like, the Jews! Bro is actually breaking in real time. He also has a blue check mark, in case you were unaware. This is fucking awesome. This is amazing. God, we're living in the best timeline. The retards are being called retards again.
Tweet,
invite me.
Apparently everybody he disagrees with is an Israel dick rider. Honestly, this is a foolproof tactic because people right now are so
does it to everyone
because of the situation in Gaza that if you just smear the other side without actually explaining their perspective, people will automatically support you, right? And I mean
that's his strategy every single time. It's like I'll criticize Hasan and Hasan will be like, he's a pedophile and he's a genocide supporter and he's a VTuber and sorry, I'm getting a call from my meetup. We're going to a Diddy party.
Seeing this in my comment section as well, there'll be the occasional Hasan fan saying, are you defending genocide, bro?
I get those all the time. Dude, I've had people doing that in my fucking chat just today. Just dropping in.
I mean, if that's what you got from me criticizing this piece of shit supporting terrorist organizations, then in his own words, you will be a little bit brain broken.
Yeah, true.
Question for the audience.
It's a rough day to be a Hasan fan. It definitely is because you are a retard. It's a tough day. It's a tough day to be a retard. Definitely subscribe for more retards. I am excited to make more fun of more of them. And in my opinion, it's great that the retards actually get called out.
Is it really a controversial take to say terrorists are bad, shooting innocent Israeli diplomats in America is bad, graping people is bad?
You're
Apparently
Hassan,
these are
yes.
controversial opinions in 2025.
Well, when it comes to Hassan, you gotta realize Hassan... You have to realize Hassan doesn't think it's bad. Hassan... Okay, I done this research already, so I don't know how many times I have to go down this rabbit hole. This is not a Hassan-focused video. This is mostly about the retards around the world fucking finding out every time they end up on the wrong side of history. But Hassan supports, and I showed this in my 500% fuck video, Hassan supports an IRA-style terrorist organization to start showing up in America and start bombing Americans to give them Israel fatigue, because they'll be so fatigued about Israel if random civilians get bombed in America by a terrorist organization. Like, you gotta understand, this dude he's a fucking demon, bro. He's a demon. He's the bad guy. Sometimes there's shades of gray, all right? So I will admit, every once in a while, you get shades of gray. But this dude's not shades of gray. He's the bad guy. He's on the wrong side of history.
Hassan suspended for talking about the news, and all the free speech frauds are cheering it. Yeah, that's why he was suspended, for talking about the news, guys. Now you're just a
Totally.
loser. Oh, you poor racist baby.
No.
Cry about it, Diddy fan.
Yes.
Anyways, the Hassan Defense Squad is in full force.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I love the Hassan Defense Squad. See, I love, I do my Hassan Piker as Fuck franchise for the Hassan videos, and then I react to fucking More Pegasus, who covers the entire fucking retard Avengers.
Journalist called Taylor Lorenz saying Hassan has been banned for 24 hours for covering the shooter's manifesto, even while denouncing it.
He didn't denounce it! Why is no one covering this? Am I the only person that actually watches Hassan streams? I feel like every other person covering this doesn't watch Hassan streams because he's completely insufferable. I don't actually even blame them. And just covers like the story about it. He didn't denounce the manifesto. I covered this in Hassan Piker's 510 and 520% fucked.
Yet another example of social media censorship of newsworthy information and coverage. Yeah, apparently Hassan was denouncing the shooter so much that his entire chat was spamming hearts for the shooter and
weird.
support for him.
Weird.
I wonder why Hassan had to change it to emote-only mode. It couldn't possibly be because his chat is completely unhinged and would probably get him in trouble. This is a major newsworthy event, and content creators should be allowed to cover it without platform retaliation. Social media is how people get news and information now, and these platforms are aggressively censoring journalistic speech based on
These people are complete retards. The journalistic speech of
Taylor
glazing a
Lorenz,
fucking
definitely.
terrorist. Am I right, guys?
Dude,
But you know
I
what they
don't
say,
understand how you can be this
Nepo
much of
babies
an
gotta stick together.
absolute crybaby. It's
An absolute cum dumpster. I mean, no offense, Taylor Lorenz. I'm sure you have very conservative family values where you raise children in a two-family household and do everything you can to support them in the best way you can. But get your jaw unlatched from this man's meat. Holy ballsack. Bro, I just noticed this. This is the video. Oh, wait, I'm freaking out right now. I can't believe I just noticed this. This is the video of Hassan reacting to Twitch's actual people, staff on Twitch, threw him a birthday party.
especially about
And I never noticed this, but Frogan's in the chat. That's crazy. That's crazy. This is like glazeception. This is levels of glazing not before known to man. Holy fuck. You got Hijabba the Hutt latching onto his meat while you got Twitch's staff trying to find a way to glorble a little bit as well. Save some Hassan Schmeat for the rest of us. We also like terrorists. Nuxanor Taylor Lorenz is 46 with no family. It's almost like you didn't get my intense sarcasm because most of these insufferably unhappy terrorist-supporting Karens in the fucking media are just deeply unhappy people. Hot take.
about Twitch. Like, they literally suck him off on a daily basis. Are you kidding me? Anyways, other streamers are responding. S-Fan says they should just ban politics off of Twitch.
So obviously, that's the reason why that's difficult is what's politics, right? The reason why this is like incredibly difficult is because how do you define politics? Like, yeah, I guess reacting to Trump is politics. Reacting to terrorist shootings is politics for sure. But you know, everything becomes politics at some point, right? Is saying that you don't want biological men and women sports politics? Is misgendering somebody politics? Like the issue is the line is so shallow. Like there's no way to know what is politics and what isn't, and it'll just end up so arbitrary that people will just ban people based on whatever the fuck they want.
Now, personally, I don't think that's the solution. I think the solution is literally just apply your own TOS equally and fairly. Asmongold
And also report Hassan Piker to the authorities.
I'm
I agree.
sorry.
saying 24-hour suspension serve no purpose and act often more as a reward than punishment through the extra attention they create. Why ban for critiquing a terrorist manifesto
cat
or
jumped up when I
propaganda
did
but
that.
not for endorsement? Is criticizing terrorism TOS but promoting isn't? Make it make.
So obviously he's correct. He's right. I don't blame him. So this is something I mentioned the other day, but I'll
Where's
say it
Exquisite?
again, you know, because I think it's important. Hassan, I think Asmongold is correct with what he is saying. Okay, Asmongold is right that obviously critiquing a terrorist manifesto is not nearly as bad as actually propagandizing terrorist organizations. But Hassan was not critiquing it. Hassan was not critiquing it, bro. He was glazing the terrorist. Oh my God! I wish more people would actually see how bad Hassan actually was, and that's why you have the ladies and gentlemen acclaimed, world beloved, soon to be on Netflix. How fucked is Hassan Piker franchise?
Makes sense. Well, good point, but also he wasn't exactly critiquing.
Yes! Yes! Based Pegasus! Based freaking Pegasus! I love him! He's so real! Keep going, baby!
Manifesto, more like promoting it.
Yeah.
Anyways, Asmongold continues.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's why we love Pegasus in this house. That is why we approve of this man. Okay, I'm gonna leak DMs right now. I decided. I don't normally leak DMs, but I have no choice. I gotta leak DMs. Fuck. I'm so sorry, Pegasus. I don't mean to leak DMs, but I have to do it. For journalistic reasons, alright? I'm sure you won't mind. I'm sure you will not mind me leaking these DMs. My GOAT! My absolute legend! I love him! What a guy! He's so real and based. Fuck yeah, Pegasus! You glorious man! You beautiful bastard!
That's bitter.
Holy shit-a-moly! What a guy! Anyway.
Continues responding.
You can say that you 10 toes down support the Houthis. That doesn't get you banned.
True.
But if you criticize a manifesto, that does.
You're right. Twitch's rules are fucking retarded. In fact, the reason why Asmongold is like kind of wrong here is because yes, supporting the Houthis also violates TOS. They just didn't punish Hassan because he didn't get enough pushback from the media.
I'm sorry, make it make sense. Whenever Hassan says that he critically analyzed this manifesto, I don't believe him. And the reason why I don't believe him is because he interviewed a Houthi terrorist and he said it was a Yemeni teenager. He wasn't a Houthi.
Spinning back!
And then he's like, we love you, and he's doing a hand heart, and he's like, you would do what Luffy is doing, and we support you, right? And so whenever somebody has a history of lying, I'm going to assume that the next time they say something, they're also lying.
Fuck
Shit.
yes! Oh my God, Asmongold is so based.
It has a kind of like a punishment pyramid, right? Where it's like you do, you know, it's a warning, a day, 3 days, 7 days, 2 weeks, a month, and then perma, right? That's generally the way it works. And so when you see a person that it doesn't follow that paradigm, well, this becomes a problem now, right?
Yeah.
Tectone got suspended for 2 weeks for calling Frogan fat.
That's pretty
like
fucked up.
in what universe is calling a person fat worse than promoting terrorism, right? I mean, this is just, again, it's like, there's no reasoning to this at all. There's no.
The reasoning is their jaw is so firmly latched on Hassan's crotch that they can't actually critically analyze anything going on.
no logic to this at all.
Well, the logic is please have.
Yeah, the logic is they also support terrorists, in my opinion. All right, listen, we can say that they're glazing Hassan, and I think that's accurate. But I think Twitch needs to get investigated. Twitch needs to get fucking investigated.
I actually
The
agree
fact
with that
all of Twitch is
wholeheartedly.
standing 10
Because the whole Israel IP ban alone is really sus, and then the insanely selective enforcement of TOS doesn't make it better. Like, there's something going on at Twitch that is 100% not legal, in my opinion. And it's high time a federal agency looks into it.
goes down behind their fucking pundits that are promoting terrorism is fucking insane and terrifying. You realize this is a gaming platform. It's a 13+ gaming platform that is on every smart television in every household in America where you have kids, probably under the age of 13, clicking on Twitch for gaming because their favorite Fortnite streamer told them to go to Twitch. They opened Twitch. Half of Twitch is boobs, and the other half of Twitch is terrorism. All right, it's tits or terrorist on Twitch. That's literally the fucking platform. I have no idea how Twitch gets away with the shit it does. It needs to get investigated. It truly does, without a doubt. It's insane.
The same opinions as me and support my extremist politics, or you'll get banned. Twitch's new motto should be rules for thee but not for me. I think it's hopeless to ever expect Twitch to take action on Hasan now.
I think you're wrong. There will come a time where either Twitch shuts down or gets rebranded or it goes under new management. Or Amazon decides fuck it.
That's what needs to
Elon
happen.
Musk decides to buy it.
100% that's what needs to happen. Dan Clancy, CEO, all of the top management, they all need to be removed from their positions immediately. And new people need to come in. People that actually, like, are vetted to make sure they're not anti-Semites. Because the people that are in charge now are very clearly stating that they're anti-Semites by their actions, in my opinion.
I think you're not opening your mind to the possibilities of what's happening. Everyone locks in to nothing ever happens. Everyone lives in this mindset of nothing ever happens. Well, guess what, motherfucker? Things happen, brother. And under the new management of Twitch, whenever that happens, because it is inevitable, Hasan, your life is nothing. You serve zero purpose.
Right.
You should kill yourself now.
Welcome back,
Give someone
TTR.
else a piece of that oxygen in that ozone layer that's covered up so we can breathe inside this blue trap bubble. Because what are you here for? To worship terrorists. Kill yourself.
Like, and don't get me wrong, I'm on this website. That process would hurt me too.
That was a joke, obviously. That was all.
Because
It's clear that he just has a death grip
I make like
on
50
Dan
bucks a
Clancy's
month if I'm
nuts.
lucky.
I don't know if Hasan's billionaire
If
dad
Twitch
is
doesn't
somehow
change,
pushing
I'm gonna make
Hasan to
zero,
keep him on the
right?
platform, because this is really hurting
Because
Twitch.
definitely
Yeah, Twitch
a
is
federal
under serious
institution
Well, I
needs to
mean,
start
his
looking at
dad
it.
is apparently in the Turkish
'Cause this is not
government.
normal.
His uncle runs a gigantic, a gigantic fucking news station. The
Oh,
Young Turks.
fuck's sake.
People are getting sick of that platform. More and more streamers are moving to YouTube and other platforms because they realize Twitch is just not
It's happening.
anymore. The platform's gonna crash and burn any minute.
It definitely type me a follow at kick.com.
And honestly, I will be there at the funeral to laugh.
Yeah!
Hasan saying he critically analyzed anything is hilarious.
That was a joke, by the way, when I said to Hasan to kill himself. I do not want Hasan to kill himself, alright? It's too easy. That was a joke.
Hasan's the type of guy to study for a drug test. His brain needs to be studied for the overwhelming amount of superhuman stupidity. Then Asmund talks about another streamer who got banned.
So Erob was banned for 30 days, and they blast Twitch over Erob's ban because he said that he was going to.
I actually agree, yeah.
Viewer at TwitchCon.
There's definitely something shady going on over at Twitch and the people who run it. There's just no other explanation.
This guy got banned for 30 days because he threatened a viewer to beat them up. And Hasan is out there, essentially inciting violence on American soil. And he's just fine.
Now, by the way,
Thank you for the follow.
even do that.
Unless he now
just
proceeds
said,
to buy
"If I meet
or
you, I'm going
try and
to
sell me
beat you
something."
up," or something like that, or I would beat your ass if I met you in real life. That's literally it. That's all he said, and he got a 30-day suspension.
Uh-oh,
That is
that's the
insane.
NPC ship.
So the level
I mean, you do know that there's a whole
Crap.
Twitch ban
Crap.
game show, right?
of like logic with this is just totally non.
Yes, sir.
Well, no, the logic definitely applies. It's just not in the way you think. The mistake Erob made is that he didn't praise the terrorists.
Yeah,
You
true.
see, that's
If he would have said, "I'll beat you up at TwitchCon," also, the Houthis are doing what Luffy would do, he'd be fine.
it's a simple maneuver. He fell for the oldest trick in the book, thinking the rules are fair. Then Asmund reacts to Hasan's tweets.
Every blue check power farmer is an Israel writer on this website. Number one, Feared Buck. This is a guy that just tweeted out Hasan has been banned.
Yep.
He posts this photo. This isn't like a bad photo of him.
not
It's
at all,
not like the
actually.
photo of him being bald or like him looking stupid or anything like that. The like shrunken head. No, it's just literally a photo of Hasan saying Hasan was banned, and now Hasan's calling this guy an Israel dick rider. What the f does
Yeah.
this have to do with Israel?
Look, what do you mean? That's Hasan. He's the biggest misrepresenter of every situation, literally ever. And that is why we have a website designed by, I think Dan made this, the Twitch is Fair website, all right? The Twitch is Fair website. So the way this game show works is you click start.
Dude, actually, you know what? F this. I can't argue with words, okay? You're retarded. I'm being ableist, and you're fucking retarded. So there is no way I can argue with you on this issue. I'm done. Okay? That's it. It's just I can't do it. I can't do it. I literally can't do it. I don't give a if your parents die of coronavirus. I literally cannot do it. I'm gonna cover the rational disconnect video or thread.
All right, so this is a clip of Assad saying, I don't care if your parents die from COVID, you're a retard. All right, so how long did he get banned for on this? So this is the game. This is the game show. I'm gonna say
no ban.
No ban. Look at that. Look at that. One correct. All right, next one. All right, let's go.
Do you think the Israeli state was just like peacefully coexisting, and then these guys came in with fucking gliders out of nowhere? Don't say fuck off, dude. They didn't deserve it, you fucking idiot. My goal is solutions. Your goal is the continuation of violence. You want way more than 260 people dying. You want every single Palestinian to be so that you can build another fucking theme park in Gaza.
This guy only said 3 things, none of which imply...
Pretty shitty theme park, no?
You fucking bloodthirsty, violent...
Yeah, so those are him saying slurs against Jews, so I'm gonna say no ban. All right, I'm correct. Next clip.
James, first of all, you are white, you are Caucasian, you will never be nothing, you will never have no personality. Okay.
All right, so white people have no personality. I'm gonna say no ban. Oh shit, bro, that was a ban. All right, it wasn't Hassan. All right, what about this? This Twitch streamer was cosplaying an Apex Legends character and got banned from Twitch for blackface. That's fucking crazy. I'm gonna say infinite ban. Nope, I was wrong. It was only a 6-month ban. What about this one? Supporting racism against Jews.
My friend's gonna watch you after Cuban G slur because they're defrogged. What? Cuban G.
Oh,
slur.
justifying slur. It's a Cuban slur, not a Jew slur. My bad. I'm still gonna say no ban because it's a son. All right, I was correct. All right, next clip.
You are so desperately trying to push, you fat, disgusting bitch.
Fat bitch. That's a 2-week ban. All right, next. Hoping it.
I have no pity at all for any soldiers. Distress, thank you so much. I will never have any pity for any soldiers. The U.S. military, can who? I hope you get PTSD.
All right, so this is saying you hope American soldiers will get PTSD, but that's American. So I'm gonna say no ban. All right, let's go. Fuck yeah. Next. All right, cheating at Twitch. I'm gonna say 4 to 13 day ban. Let's go. Admits to cheating in a $100,000 prize pool chess tournament. I'm gonna say no ban. Oh, never mind. No ban for that one. Dantes had to change his name from that. I'm gonna say 1 to 3 day ban. What the fuck? He got an indefinite ban? That's fucking retarded. All right. Streamer runs a red light. I'm gonna say streamer runs a red light. 1 to 3 day ban. All right.
Did I tell you how I got banned?
$1 donation to send the letter D to her avatar. 1 to 3 day ban. Let's go. Easy. Easy. Like, do you see what I mean? Like, these are nothing. These are nothing fucking bans. Did I get banned for streaming a game that's already out because I'm in a better time zone? I'm gonna say 1 to 3 day ban. Nice. Hassan reacts to someone getting shot and laughing.
Watch out, watch out. Oh my god, oh my god. Watch out. Are you okay? Oh, are you okay?
I'm gonna say no ban. Let's go! Anyway, it keeps going, but basically Hassan never gets banned for the craziest fucking shit in the universe. All right, that's enough. You could definitely check that out if you want. You could look at that at twitchisfair.com.
I like the Twitch or terrorist one as well, because you really can't tell sometimes if it's Hassan or like an actual terrorist who says it. Like, it's fucking insane, dude. This website turned into such a cesspool.
With Hassan because he's an
Holy
unhinged
shit.
extremist? Impossible. It must be something political. It must be because they're an Israel dick rider. Stop it, man. You're hurting my minuscule brain. My brain only thinks in black and white. I don't have nuance. I'm an idiot on the internet. I'm an NPC.
Yeah.
Then he talks about how these people use being pro-Palestine as a shield to basically do anything.
Somebody that
Every single time. Literally every single time. And he literally did this in his own response video. It's like, are you really calling me out for promoting terrorists when there is a war going on somewhere else in the world?
is pro-Palestine does something bad, and now they get suspended, and they're criticized, and people are criticizing, oh, well, you're banning pro-Palestinian voices. That's not what's happening here. Being pro-Palestine or being pro-Palestinian is not a diplomatic immunity call.
You ready for the Nux hot take? Hassan is not pro-Palestinian. He doesn't give a flying fuck about the Palestinians. That's why he supports Hamas, the #1 reason why Palestinians are dying. Anyway, if you want more details on that, check out Hassan Piker is fucking fucked. All of the videos, I prove that every single time.
From any...
You can just look at the most recent one.
Degree of accountability from anything else besides that.
Okay, I gotta disagree personally. I think if you're pro-Palestine, you should be able to do anything you want. I feel like you should be able to commit murder. You should be able to laugh You know, dead babies in coffins. You should be able to support terrorists.
Right.
Because, guys, don't you understand?
The bigger picture. It's the bigger picture.
They care about the Palestinians.
They do, which is why they support the violent, genocidal scumfucks that started the war and that could stop the war every single day. Hamas, who have the ability every single day to stop the war, who, by the way, just yesterday rejected a ceasefire. They rejected a ceasefire from the United States yesterday. Right? There's a so-called genocide happening, and the people that are getting genocided are rejecting ceasefires? Lying fucking assholes.
Care about them so much that they support Hamas, who literally kills them. They care about them so much they're doing their absolute best to make as much money as they can off of them. I think Hassan Piker deserves a Nobel Peace Prize for his work in
after the Houthis get one, they get one first, then Hassan.
Community, his on-the-ground journalism, his commitment to the truth and the facts. Yeah, anyways, enough of this.
Yeah, my favorite Hassan moment is when he said that Russia is never going to invade Ukraine.
Sarcasm. I feel like just because you have this one position doesn't mean you just get to do whatever you want and you get to be an inhuman freak. You are not immune from rules. You don't get to break laws. You don't get to literally shoot and murder people in America. All right, that just
someone should not be telling more Pegasus about how Hassan Piker is 500% fucked. Alright, because that one was too dark.
Doesn't make any sense, and you can't say free Palestine while literally committing murder, bro. Then Asmund talks about whether Hassan's audience is actually terrorist supporters.
When Hassan puts it on emote only mode and the chat shows hearts while Hassan is reading the manifesto, do you think that's supporting terrorism? I think that it is very obvious that Hassan has cultivated an audience of people that are in some ways sympathetic.
That think that America deserved 9/11.
Sympathetic towards terrorist organizations.
I love Asmund Gold for how diplomatic he can be, dude. I just straight up say, yeah, that's why he put it in, because his chat is radicalized by him to be terrorism supporters. By him.
The hearts.
That's kind of how it works, yeah.
So this isn't like it's some kind of false flag. Oh, it's Destiny's here and making me look bad. These are his own emotes.
Like he already knows the responses Hassan's gonna say. Well, how do you know that the people that were spamming the hearts were actually false flag? They were Asmund Gold chatters.
Hassan only has two responses to everything. It's either Israel Dick Rider or Destiny supporter, Destiny fan. Also, is anybody surprised that Hassan's fan base openly supports terrorists? I mean,
no. They're watching a streamer that openly supports terrorists. Why the fuck wouldn't they support terrorists? The only people that would support a guy that
not just
terrorists.
Watching a streamer that supports terrorism, defending him to their last dying breath. It's crazy. I honestly never knew how much people still hated Jews, dude. It's kind of crazy.
There are people that they themselves support terrorists. No fucking shit.
Your leader is openly.
No duh. Who is okay with the guy that supports terrorists? Let's be honest.
I'm sorry, they're called them Zionists now, but everyone knows exactly what that means, right? They themselves can't differentiate anymore. Like they interchangeably use Jew and Zionist. Like these people are 100% anti-Semitic, and they're not even shy about it.
Who's okay with that type of person? Someone that also supports terrorists is okay with that person.
Praising terrorists, it's not very shocking, actually. It's actually pretty understandable.
Yeah, no shit.
And regarding the whole love heart thing for the shooter, you would think it would be different for a shooting in America where it's sort of like up close and personal, right? But no, this is just what happens when you go down this extremist pipeline, you know?
It's so frustrating because I think people don't understand what Hassan actually advocates for. Like, people think he's just extreme. People think he's just extreme. It's insane to think that he's just extreme. Where's that fucking video? Dude, I have way too many receipts. God damn it. Let me pull this video up. All right, you ready? This one's gonna be crazy. Where the fuck are my timestamps? There they are. Ready?
You see, like, Americans theoretically, as a block of people, like average Americans have a decent amount of power to challenge this, but they also themselves have no real
point-blank murder.
reason, no real motivation for doing so, because ultimately, you know, what you said about Vietnam probably rings true. It does not affect them that much. It affects some of them psychologically, and that is about it. They don't see any material consequences
back it?
from it.
Back
You
me.
know, there has not been like a massive adverse reaction that could turn them against it. Like, for example, like the IRA for example, did a lot to like instill like fatigue in the British public on their government to try and look for some sort of solution to the troubles.
Yeah.
There's nothing like that. There's nothing like it anywhere. Not at all.
These people are basically sitting on their stream and complaining that there isn't an IRA-style terrorist organization in America bombing and murdering civilians to stop civilians from supporting Israel. That's what they're complaining about. So yes, this is talking about bombing people in America. Okay? Are we on the same page? All right. This dude's
Time
a
for
demon.
more war
It
games.
really is. Holy
Best
shit.
believe it.
We shouldn't be surprised that they're putting love hearts for the shooter who
But I don't
killed
know
two
what
people when they
Exquisite
support
and
Hamas the
Marvin are
Houthis
doing.
who kill way more people, right? So this is actually a downgrade. Now somebody made this banger Hassan edit about having conviction.
Have some conviction. Dude, I might actually take Marsh with me to Gaza.
Gaza?
Yeah.
Is it dangerous?
Yes. I unfortunately most likely will not be able to go.
What a guy! What a guy! Am I right, guy? What a guy! Look at our hero. That's our hero. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go to Gaza. I'm gonna do it. I know it's dangerous. Doesn't go.
Is it dangerous?
Yes. The people that I did talk to said that they could not give me security assurances.
Is it dangerous?
Yes. Have some
Such a
conviction.
pussy, dude.
The BDS movement is very directed.
I wouldn't
and
go either,
hyper-targeted,
but I'd be honest about the
okay,
reason.
towards a specific brand.
Probably get my fucking head cut off.
Thank you for the 20 gifts.
Ah, and all that money goes to Amazon.
Thrown off a building somewhere.
Snake.
Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Thank you for the 20 community gifted subs. Hell yeah, dude. Have conviction. I believe what the Houthis are doing is a
They are
good
lazy
thing.
and weak. You can do it by
10
yourself.
toes fucking down.
Yeah.
He kept asking me over and over again, like Hamas, Houthis, all this shit, trying to be like,
Oh, it's happening. He is actually cracking. I love watching these back and forth cuts of his actual content because he is cracking in real time.
Oh, do you support them? Do you like them? Like, what do you think about them? 10 toes down. I'm not going to go beyond it. I'm not going to go beyond just like reiterating over and over again. I'm on the side.
Like, he's such a fucking pussy. Like, he'll go on his stream and be like, you have to have conviction and support terrorists. And then someone will ask him something and he'll be like, you have to have conviction and go to Gaza. No, I'm not going to go to Gaza.
Of civilians. I want to end. I'm of the Brookings Institute mindset. I talk about these issues from an academic context. There are things that Trump has done that I actually agree with, and I'm not shy about saying those. 10 toes fucking down.
Such a pussy.
Have some conviction.
He didn't even show the AOC clip, which I think is the worst. The absolute worst of all. Let me see if I can find this clip, because if I can find this clip, it's like a nail in the coffin. Hassan was complaining about AOC. Afraid that she might not stand up for terrorists, and that she would be a pussy for not standing up for terrorists. I could probably find this clip if I look for it, but I have no patience right now.
This is the hypocrite counter at, guys. 5 billion now. Jesus Christ. I'm going to Gaza, guys. I'm an on-the-ground journalist, but also I'm a pussy and it's too scary.
I found the clip. I'm so good at this. I'm so good at this Hassan fucking game. Look at this.
Popularity that you get, there are going to be people that, for example, come to you and say, oh, I guess you love Hamas then. And in that moment, you can't fucking yield, okay? And I feel like if push came to shove in that regard, AOC 100%, I can see her being like, no, I hate Hamas. Hamas is the most condemnable force on the planet. They need to go away. And I will vote for every bill that says we need to kill more Hamas. That's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that she wouldn't dance around that and basically offer a major victory that basically says, yeah, I'm in the wrong.
Yo, welcome back, guys.
I'm sorry for
I just joined this game.
all of the
So he is there, sitting there, mad.
But
that
it's
AOC
random
would
battles,
not
so-
support terrorists, and that she would yield.
Should be good.
Yield on supporting terrorists. Meanwhile, this fucking retard snake goes back on everything that he says every single time he possibly can. What an unbelievable freak. Also, you know who else is against Hamas, by the way? Do you know who else is against
Who's
Hamas?
using sub detection
Palestinians
already?
in Gaza that are currently protesting.
There's 170 seconds on mine.
Hamas is extending a war and rejecting
Bro, some of these people are so
Terrorist
sus.
10 toes down, gets confronted. Oh, well, actually, guys, I actually prefer civilians. Have some conviction, Hamas Diddy Piker. Anyways, moving on to a brand new beef. Ethan Klein has decided
All right,
to go
let's
after
go.
Taylor Lorenz feelings after she defended Hassan's ban and also made fun of DC's call on his kids. So Taylor defends Hassan. Ethan responds, Taylor is the biggest hack loser in journalism. Nobody should.
And there's a lot of competition. All right, there are a lot of big hack losers in journalism. Let's make it clear.
Hire her, terrible and talentless person. She responds, somebody tell Ethan and his wife that they can stop begging for my help with their Reddit situation if they're gonna post rants like this. I've been nothing but respectful to Ethan. That's a lie. So Ethan makes this response video. It's a bit long, so bear with me.
All right, let's go.
I am so glad that you brought this up. You know, I know you have a problem telling the truth. You were fired in disgrace from your previous job at the Washington Post.
Oh, that must suck. It must suck to be Taylor Lorenz, 47 years old, no man, no children. Hassan meets dangling just out of reach. Fired from your job, hack journalist. Failure at life must suck to be you. Oh well.
Very embarrassing, by the way. I'm not surprised you haven't been able to find a job since then. Don't think you have much hope.
I mean, it's not easy to have someone whose career was built on using the Twitter files to fucking ban people secretly off Twitter. And now that Elon owns Twitter, unfortunately, you're not able to do that anymore. It must not be easy to be a hack loser journalist.
Especially after this, but let's see. The reason that we ever got in touch is because Taylor Lorenz 3.0, she has a snark meme page that posted such an obscenely mean, psychotic message about me.
Wait, what the fuck?
We had to actually check with people that knew her firsthand to see if it was actually her.
That's
that
crazy.
Left the message. Let me read it to you.
Oh god.
This was on a post about me being a meme about me being obsessed with the song. She said he needs to log off. Every influencer has a
What?
page, and if he wants it taken down, he needs to go through legal channels, not publicly bait them.
Okay, someone's
Don't let
cheating.
sympathy, but Ethan has spent the
On the
last
other end.
year absolutely terrorizing.
What the
and
fuck was
stalking
that?
me, obsessed with the song while
Haven't done
spouting
anything.
Zionist propaganda.
This is fucking crazy. This bitch be crazy.
Wow.
Holy shit. Unbelievable Karen moment. Like, bro, this is actually stolen valor. You know, I'd respect Ethan more if he was a little more Zionist. You know, it's the fact that he's anti-Zionist. All right? He is anti-Zionist and he gets blasted like this. It's insane.
He needs to log off for a long time to get his head
shit.
straight. Here's the best part, guys. And clean up his house so his kids aren't following around his
That's crazy. For context, the Hassan retard Avengers came together to make a big lie about how Ethan's crawling around with dog shit, and that's why they all could get these parasitic diseases, which was a lie. I cannot believe a journalist posted this. No wonder she was
These
fired.
people are
Here's
hacking,
the
man.
best part, guys. This was after CPS was called.
Wow! You're the bad guy. You're the bad guy. You know, it's really easy sometimes. It's really fucking
I mean,
easy to know who the bad
plays
guy is.
poorly,
And it's this
cheating.
person.
I
You're
can't.
the bad guy.
What's
I
up,
have no
Sion?
sympathy for you.
Can you imagine that, right, guys?
Wow.
And then this, and then.
All right, invite me.
Journalist, on the ground journalism.
Trying to figure out if it was her or not. She gets in touch with Hila through a fan and pretty much begs to help us. She goes, I'm so sorry about this comment. You know, I didn't mean it. Let me help you with Reddit. I know
I'm so sorry I was caught.
people there. Okay, sure. She reached out to Reddit. It amounts to nothing. I don't know. We talked for like a day once, and she tried to begging. We've been begging you for help. Are you actually f***ing out of your mind? I don't know where you learned in journalism school, but you're supposed to tell the truth, right? Like that's like kind of the most important part of the job.
I mean, Hassan calls himself a journalist and he doesn't tell the truth either, so like why are we surprised?
Well, actually,
So,
Hassan
having
calls
gone
himself a
and
propagandist.
potentially pathological
When he
liar,
calls himself a journalist, he's simply lying.
sycophantic Hassan writing loser. I want to wish you all the best.
Okay, so basically this Taylor person is a complete clown, a dishonest journalist, a Hassan simp, and, you know, any person defending Hassan, I just gotta question your character, right? And, as well as, you know, supporting and poking fun at the whole CPS thing is wild, obviously. Lorenz goes full cry bully after being exposed. I just had a conversation with Ethan Klein on Instagram. The man is in pain and is lashing out. To clarify...
What a goddamn pussy! This is horrible. Who let these people in these positions?
That's the
This is
question,
insane.
right?
You just
How do
need to
these
have
people
the
like
guy
survive
become
past
a
20?
Journalist that's respected, and people will call you out for calling them out. It's like, are you insulting a woman? That's the new thing that everyone says to Ethan Klein. Are you going after women? You're going after women on the internet. Well, if she a bitch, I treat her like one. I don't know why this is controversial. As an advocate for gender equality, I think we should be able to call women bitches.
I wasn't fired. I quit.
Equal
to be
rights, equal
independent.
lifts.
wasn't
I think
fired
that's.
for that job. I simply decided I wanted to be broke and
So
homeless
fun.
instead.
Nobody.
I think that's fun to say too. Equal rights, equal lifts.
Reply to someone's 50 comments down on a meme.
You punch a guy and he punches back. Sorry, bitch. That's all you.
Some reply, bro. What are you talking about? It's a significant reply. You are a journalist. I hate these cry bullies. It's like you're more than happy to go out there and fucking harass people online and dogpile on people. But then when they fight back, since it's punching down, when they fight back, all of a sudden, boom, nah dude, nah dude, nah dude. Can't believe you would go after me. I just posted one comment. Retard. All these people suck, by the way. I want to make this clear. Not only is the world finding out, not only did they fuck around and are they finding out, but they also suck. Like it's so funny. Like normally, when there's like some sort of internet beef or drama, it's like there's like both sides type of situations. But here it's like the gum stuck to the bottom of a shoe level integrity.
Continues. One funny thing is when a big YouTuber influencer decides to go on a crusade against me, I end up gaining a lot of followers.
Yeah, good job, bro.
Most people don't know who I am. That's true. That's pretty much true.
That's true. I have no idea who she is. All I know about her is that, you know,
she's the Gamergate imbecile.
Because of how often she is in frame, sucking his meat.
Also, I don't think they're actually there to support you, considering you have disabled your reply.
Now that is a sign of a strong, independent woman.
Nobody who's in the right.
Yeah, no. If you disable your replies, then yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't even disable my replies.
He didn't actually specify. This free speech advocate doesn't just disable the replies on those. She disables the replies on every single one of her tweets. Because that is the type of people we are dealing with. They're a bunch of cowards, they're a bunch of freaks, they say unhinged shit, and occasionally, one of them goes out and kills people for no fucking reason whatsoever.
Bro, you don't understand what Hassan people do to me on Twitter. Do you have any idea how many people spam under my comments on Twitter? I heard that you had an Israeli family member that was murdered by Hamas. Hope they rot in hell. Do you know how many replies I get like that on all of my tweets? I don't disable shit out there. Because you know what? You're telling the world who you are. Thank you.
Who does this? If you don't like someone, the most effective thing to do is not mention them by name. Well, actually, I mentioned the people I don't like quite a bit, actually, and it ends up being pretty positive force for the community, I'd say. It's on a bunch of times. It's been pretty fun. She keeps trying to cry bully her way out of being exposed for lying about Ethan. We got another journalist here saying, I did not expect to wake up to this beef. Taylor responds, no hard feelings towards him. He's in the midst of a mental health crisis.
I love these people making believe they're taking the moral high ground while simultaneously shitting on the other person in the most insufferable way possible. Like, I feel like this is such a classic fucking, like, bitch move that this entire...
I'm stuck here. I'm definitely capping. There's no way I can get out in time.
Literally all of them try this virtue signal bullshit. Oh, I would be calling you out for being a pedophile, but I won't do that because you're also retarded. Wow, what a good person. Am I right, guys? I should try that.
Lashing out at people who want to help him. Yes, I really want to help him, but his kids are eating dog shit, guys. I hope he's able to spend time with his kids and stop obsessing over Hassan.
You know, I feel like I'm changing my strategy. Hassan Piker, I do not want to call you out for being a terrorist-supporting individual who might sleep with children more than once. I don't want to call you out for going to a brothel in Germany where they were sex trafficking children and having sex with the prostitutes there that were probably getting abused. I don't want to be the guy that calls you out for supporting multiple terrorist organizations and why you're a threat to humanity. I don't want to sit here and call you out for lying constantly on your stream in politics. And you know the reason why I don't want to call you out for any of those things? It's because you're retarded and you have a mental health crisis. See, I'm mastering this virtual signal game myself. I'm getting better and better at it every day. Hassan, I don't want to expose to the world that you went to P. Diddy parties involving sexually attractive children, according to you. I mean, this is what you had to say.
I walked into this like back like sphere Epcot-looking thing in the back of like the house that Diddy was renting for his and was throwing after parties at Coachella, and they were playing like these crazy things for people who were high. Not me, of course. I had only eaten portobello mushrooms. And one of the images that they were playing was like this little girl, this like supposedly attractive.
Yeah, I told him to check the Discord. I'm not sure if he has yet.
This clip of you talking about the supposedly attractive very young girl at P. Diddy's parties that you went to, Mr. Hassan Piker, which is why I am not going to be criticizing you for any of these things. because you're retarded and have a mental health crisis. See, I'm a good guy.
The real reason comes out.
I'm not even going to remind my audience that you were known for a quote-unquote joke you used to make where you said old enough to count, old enough to mount. I'm not even going to remind anyone about that because you're retarded and have a mental
He
health
did
crisis.
actually. He's got. Go check the Discord lobby.
She really got the crazy look down.
She's got that 47-year-old single Karen look, absolutely.
Anyways, Ethan starts leaking text messages and calling her out. I swear to God, I can see Hassan in my carpet. Ethan playing POV. Hey Taylor, is that your page? Oh God, not the E3 subreddit, so it's not you? Do you know what's been going on with Ethan? It's an account that promotes my work. She's lying. Ethan responds, ma'am, you told me to clean my house of feces that my kids were crawling around in and then act surprised when people get upset. You said it publicly. You're an online journalist, yes? Would you drop a story if your subject said, sorry, I didn't mean it? Or would you assume they were lying to cover their ass? By the way, I never said a single word about your disgusting, shameful comment about my children until just now when you said I begged you for help. Then there's some leaked messages of her saying I reached out to get it taken down. Please let me help. I'm totally on your side. I actually hate Snark Cerberus and definitely don't browse one dedicated to ruining everyone in your orbit's life. We're just doing journalism, Taylor. By the way, she continued to lie and say the account isn't her. Just to leave her out of it. Bend up to let her help us. And then
Holy!
Beg for help. Yeah, Ethan is just giving everybody hands now, man. And I don't mind. I'm being entertained here. He goes after Anissa again.
Good shit.
There was a TikTok that came out from a girl who went on a date with Ian before he met me, and she took lurk photos of him that he didn't even know existed. It really hurt him to see that. He was just trying to date, and this girl took he didn't know that those photos existed. I showed him, I was like, did you know that these photos existed? Because it doesn't look like you knew. There's one of him from behind, and she like...
Why would you post this? How much must you humiliate your husband? This is crazy. Dude, what is up with these bitches? These bitches be crazy.
Took a picture of him from behind.
I have so much empathy, but even I...
This is an OnlyFans whore though, right? Like, crazy comes with the territory.
Yeah, she...
This is crazy.
Said that he took her to Cheesecake Factory and he didn't pay, which I totally believe. I asked him...
Oh my God! This is literally history's worst wife. History's worst wife ever. This is fucking crazy.
Because to me, like honestly, if I were to like rate Ian honestly, I would say like 9.5. Like literally, the only thing that would make him like, you know, 0.5.
Why is your ship so ugly?
And his breath didn't stink all the time or whatever.
Bro, this is like, I'm telling you, what is up with these virtue signaling retards? What is up with the virtue signaling retard bitches on the internet?
That looks like a terrorism supporting scheme. I'm sorry.
But you got dick breath, and also you shit your pants, and you're kind of annoying, and you're lame and gay, and you make weird noises when you watch me have sex with Hassan.
Like literally, I really do think like he's a 9.5.
Just 9.5? I personally think Ian is 11 out of 10. On the scale, of course. He's off the charts on that one. But I swear every clip is just Anissa humiliating iDubbbz. Now, we got a bit of a Creator Clash update. Apparently, it's been delayed.
Creator Clash is delayed.
Oh, shit.
Creator Clash is delayed to a date far in the future.
Oh, shit.
Oh. The Emperor is not
Bummer, not only because I was bringing out a bunch of my family.
unknown for his generosity to his people.
Because of their pathetic little annoying beef, all right, between him and Ethan, he decided to jump on the terrorist supporting bandwagon and blow up his entire fucking cancer event. Oh my God, iDubbbz didn't even announce it.
Thanks for getting that guy low.
Is announcing that this shit's getting delayed.
But
awesome. That's awesome.
I was losing weight at a lightning clip. I was losing weight at a lightning clip.
Shocking news, guys.
Bro, these people changed their lives to box in this event. They bought plane tickets, they rented hotel rooms, they got their family members invited and to planned it as well. And then out of nowhere, with no announcement, don't worry guys, don't worry guys.
Look at all these skills, boys.
Apparently they're still selling
The
tickets
Emperor
to the event
protects.
hours after it was announced that it was
Oh
indefinitely
my
suspended,
God,
so
how, this has to be fraud. Like, I know we're calling them out for being, like, incompetent, but this is fraud, if it's true.
I feel like this is illegal, right? I don't know. Somebody gotta keep an eye out on where the money goes. Now click this video.
Yeah, for sure.
Or you gotta join the gooning sesh with...
No thanks. Anyway, yeah, that was a great video. I'm gonna link it in the description, of course. But yeah, no, Hassan's entire orbit is...
Well, when the Emperor smiles upon you, he makes sure you get the last hit. That's how it goes.
Her husband.
And as I am a loyal subject of the Imperium.
The guy watching your wife having sex with Hassan, probably. All right, you got the journalists fumbling over each other to save their destroyed careers, to sharple on some terrorist schmeat. And all in all, Asmongold keeps winning. And that's
You can see it in the top left.
Political streamer on Twitch. So it must suck to be Hassan, is what I'm
Or
trying to say.
top
If you are
middle of the
Hassan
screen.
or the Hassan orbit, you are hovering around that 500 to 520% range, and it's a glorious day to be Blue Voldemort. See you in the next one, gamers, where we make fun of more retards. Bye! Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com/Nuxanor. See you there. Stay weird.
Haven't seen It's a Gundam video in a while.
The streets, let the streets soak in their red capitalist bloods, dude.
America deserved 9/11, dude.
Ethan.
But they are a terrorist organization.
Get him out of here.
Get him out of here! It's a Gundam. He's just a piece of crap.
Sometimes content creation is funny.
Because since I
Wait, this one?
you've always
I just saw it. I was like, okay, let's go.
She won't respect him. Other times it's so stupid the quote, "You will live to see man-made horrors beyond imagination" comes to mind. Then there are the Hassan Piker moments. The worst political commentator on the internet. Unless you want to frolic through his chest hairs and forget all of your troubles. Which is fan base and media outlets so...
I really think Hassan is such a feminist fucking loser, bro. And I mean feminine loser, not feminist, right? The guy is so worried about how he looks. And then he opens his mouth and terrorism support spouts out. I'm so baffled by this buffoon, right? It amazes me that he exists, dude. That dude has more outfits than I don't have a good reference. I don't know where I was going with that, but and they all look terrible. All of the outfits look also like. One time he wants to look like the drug dealer from fucking Air America. The other time, like, bro, what is going on? He's like the definition of like a rich, spoiled nepo baby. Spending his money on complete bullshit. Oh, that's a you thing. I'm not making any statements on that. Aside from the fact that he went to a brothel that then got raided and there was a minor there. So yeah.
Liberals are drooling over very handsome terror.
And that is not slander because that actually happens.
Leftist Hassan Piker after fawning New York Times profile. Liberals are fawning over a popular left-wing streamer who calls Israel
I can't say that they're in... Oh, Jesus. How does he say that on YouTube and not get in any trouble?
and once said America deserved 9/11 after the New York Times pinned an obsequious profile about him. Hassan Piker, 33, boasts 2.8
Drop
million followers on
Z9.
live streaming platform Twitch.
You got
Many
him.
of them under 30 and male.
What is it? There's more spelling mistakes than a little bit. They probably got AI.
Which props him up as the left's answer to podcasting megastar Joe Rogan. The Great Lady also breathlessly touts Piker's bro bona fides like weightlifting and playing basketball, with writer Jack Crosby calling him very
I loved the article's the initial headline that just shows you how fucking retarded the people that write these stories are. It's like a liberal mind in a MAGA body, implying that, and you're not far off the truth here, let's be honest, most leftists are fat, fucking, disgusting pieces of slob, right? It was so funny. They changed that title really quickly, I might add.
God, talk about gay.
Oh, he's so delicious. Absolutely scrumptious. I can eat him all up, especially when he says that the Jews are the root of all evil. Delicious.
It's not funny at all.
Democrats are obsessed with finding the new Joe Rogan, while ignoring the fact that it took Joe Rogan's podcast a minimum of 20 years to get to where it is today. They always want instant solutions for problems that take decades to iron out. Typical. And you might be saying to yourself, whoa, whoa, whoa! The New York Times did a fluff piece on this dude? Okay, I'm gonna break it down for you and keep it real short. Ethan Klein at H3H3 put out the content nuke on Piker, waking up a few more normies to the Pikester. So, I assume his management team sprang into action and paid for a few fluff piece articles to combat the content nuke that pretty much shows you who Hassan Piker is unfiltered. And it would take Ethan Klein to know because he worked with the dude for a while. And usually when it comes to liberals, they will ignore any sort of problematic stuff about someone as long as they're on the same side. But the literal second they fall out of love,
Everybody's at each other's throats. It's like the gay Game of Thrones. I'm throwing punches. Keep up. Now, here's a few more puff pieces for you.
Polygon, Twitch's Hassan Piker, wants fellow leftists to know having fun isn't bourgeoisie decadence.
yeah, I know, right? You show up to like a protest wearing $2,000 clothes in your $250,000 Porsche. Nothing says revolution like capitalism.
Who's afraid of Hassan Piker? He's outspoken, liberal, he's hot.
Hassan. So hot right now. Hassan.
Young men actually listen to him. Is he the answer the Democrats have been looking for?
The young men that listen to him have such low testosterone that they usually go down the maxing pipeline.
Stop him!
If you are remotely rational and you're not wrapped up in foreign conflicts or believing that America is at the root of all evil in the world, then this dude does not appeal to you in any way, shape, or form. If you're not terminally online, taking a fistful of prescription medications for your myriad of mental health issues and emotional problems, you'll think he's a total jackass.
And it takes one to know one, because I'm a jackass. So as the black kids say, I'm keeping it 100 with you.
I'm not going to do another video covering all of Hassan's wild takes because I'm not looking to be here for hours, looking for clips and then editing them. And
That's
not
the
wanting
crazy
to
thing as well. You could make hours. Like the compilation of Hassan saying shit that would be considered anti-Semitic, radicalizing, and 100% against TOS would be hours long, dude.
Usually, the winners are chosen from the left side of the field. You can't be anywhere to the center. And Hassan Piker is among the, and I quote, anointed ones.
Give me all those tiny ones. Nom 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 nom.
This dude has said and done things that would get anyone else banned for life from any one of these social media platforms, especially with the reach he has. Some of the crap he said is as whacked out as Alex Jones.
Aside, right?
Sure.
But he is a person whose only experience is like, it's literally like talking to Anne Frank, basically.
But which one is on YouTube and Twitch and which one can never be on those platforms? Think about it.
Left-wing streamer walks back comments about bubbling Republican senator after Twitch suspension. Hassan Piker banned on Twitch after calling for the hypothetical death of GOP Senator Rick Smith.
If I say it out loud, the algorithm will think I'm doing something.
Now, I want you to keep in mind, when he did this, it took days of people tagging Twitch on X and other social media platforms covering this news for Twitch to do anything. And when they did, they banned him for a single day. If you say that there are only 2 genders on Twitch,
battle!
he'll be gone for 7 days minimum. Keep in mind, Leafy got banned from YouTube for life for pissing off Pokimane. I got blacklisted. Then YouTube implemented some new bullying regulations.
You're
that
the
made no
lead
sense
X.
because I was the one who had people come to his house. But you know, whatever. I got what I deserved. I was a dude.
Thank God. Good riddance to bad rubbish.
Now, if I said half the stuff that Hassan Piker has said on stream and anyone paid attention and platformed it, Google would have not only deleted my YouTube channel, they probably would have deleted my email account to go with it. So when Twitter saw this, they pointed out the hypocrisy in droves. I'm only going to grab 1 or 2 tweets. Nobody wants to hear me read these all day.
Kershey got banned because she's edgy. Hassan Piker supports U.S. designated terrorist.
But they are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated.
But tier.
They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, I mean, we also called Nelson Mandela a terrorist until 2008.
You get the hell out!
Tells his audience to
I'm sticking with
bubble
the Dorndon.
sentence, told all his critics.
I can't even say.
Which one?
Calls all
Operations?
his critics snuggles, struggles, and PDFs. Uses every slur.
Kids choose. He's like Cartman from South Park, but he just has so much more impunity.
You should have respected my authority.
Twitch throws him birthday parties.
What, really?
Ethan Klein reacts live to his 30-day Twitch ban for playing Hassan Piker's content on loop.
My God! It got banned for encouraging or glorifying extreme violence.
Whoa.
That's
Wow.
that's Hassan's content that's on your platform that he didn't get in trouble for.
I forgot about that one. They also appealed it and they were denied. But enough stink happened on Twitter /X, whatever, to the point where Twitch couldn't ignore it. After Hassan Piker's one-day ban, he put out a heartfelt video saying, "I got canceled. Wow, suspended for one effing day." And this dude runs and makes an "I'm a canceled" video. Oh my God. Oh my God. I didn't make $30,000 yesterday. Oh no. They're trying to take my living. Now what did he do again to get that banned? Oh, that's right.
Twitch streamer Hassan Piker has been banned from Twitch.
God, I fucking hate Nepo babies so much, dude.
Republican senators.
Oh my God.
They're so insufferable.
Recently, the egomaniac has been on a wannabe revolutionary kick where he parades around on stage at Coachella while someone waves a Palpatine flag to corpo-funded hip-hop punk rap music. I'm not even joking. Nothing says freedom fighter like private jets to Coachella yearly and trotting around on stage, fist pumping your hand.
They are a pair of Irish nationalistic artists that make hip-hop punk EDM music. They sing rap in English or Irish. Saw them live once in the Netherlands. Their music was okay, but not rememberable. It was mostly them screaming the lyrics and trying to hype up the crowd to get them to mosh. The mosh was a little weak, but it was fun. Between sets, they kept talking about Palpatine and made the crowd scream, "Free, free Palpatine," every chance they got. All in all, they were fine as artists, but they came across as posers in my opinion. Coachella, overhyped, overpriced corporate event. It reminds me of Katy Perry going to space for feminism, owned by a very conservative billionaire who donated a lot of his profits to the right-wing groups.
Let's not forget when he did some public speaking at a rally or something in these really weird oversized clothes that the internet quickly found out what the jacket was. Oh, the jacket itself was $1,500. Lord have mercy, I thought that was the whole outfit. Jesus Christ, Hassan. I can't even be mad at this point, to be real with you, because it's so ridiculous that it's incredibly funny. Like a Dylan segment that you didn't ask for.
Women want to be her, men want to be with her. Dylan Mulvaney, the true definition of beauty and grace.
Where's my drink?
Hassan had a debate with Ethan Klein soon after all of this crap, and it went about as well as you expect from this dude.
You big... You are so out of your mind.
Iraqis.
Dude, you screaming and grandstanding doesn't mean you're right.
Government's racism during the Pan-Arabic nationalist...
Stu, can you make this funnier, please? Stu?
Uh-oh, chair react.
That we have...
I'm not gonna let you chair react to me, buddy. You grab that Dr. Pepper, I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
Recently, our little champagne socialists that could larped online about being detained at customs. Something many people who travel from outside of the United States into the country have dealt with. But when it happens to Hassan, it's targeted harassment. Left-wing streamer Hassan Piker says he was detained and asked, "Do you like Donald Trump at Chicago's O'Hare Airport?" He has this whole video talking about it. I'm gonna do you the
I
favor
want to
to
see.
let me just
They need to do Freedom of Information Act on that because I want to see that. There's no way. There's a 99% chance the dude was lying out of his ass.
2 Israel ambassador staffers were shot dead outside of DC's Capitol Jewish Museum. The suspect shouted, "Free Palpatine," as he was being arrested. Law enforcement officials said, wow. Immediately when this news hit, Hasan Piker was linked to it by Jonathan Greenblatt of the ADL. He called out Hasan Piker by name on CNN.
All of us need to call it out. Thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hasan Piker, who regularly...
Disavow! Hasan Piker is not a gamer, and we do not claim that filth.
Like, extremists should not be empowered. People who spout prejudice should not be platformed. This is a moment when we need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, we've got to stop this.
Calling Hasan a gamer is a slander to millions of gamers.
I do not condemn the elimination of those two Zionist officials who worked at the Israeli embassy last night, and here's
possibly
why.
billions by
Israel
now.
live-streamed a genocide.
Yeah, bro, it's not a matter of if. Hasan's BS is gonna get us all new censorship laws or rules. It's a matter of when. Jesus Christ.
Now, if this was me, being linked to some sort of shenanigans on this global scale, I wouldn't reply. I'd lay low a little bit, but not Hasan Piker.
Israel is an apartheid state doing a live stream. Oh boy, Bako bits. I think it's wrong and dangerous to conflate these heinous acts with W Jews. The Apartheid Defense League doesn't because they think they can improve Israel's standings by silencing...
It's like, I gotta ask. Okay, if you really think it's a genocide, can you explain to me why they haven't killed more? Right, like what's the thought process behind it? Like, you're calling it a genocide, okay. How is it a genocide? Why are they still knocking on the roofs and stuff? Why are they still throwing leaflets? Get the fuck out. In 15 minutes, this whole area is gone. Why are they still doing that? And here's my big question. Israel could glass the entire place in a heartbeat and literally kill everyone in there. Why haven't they done that yet? And if your answer is, well, because they don't want to make it look like a genocide, everyone, you already think, like, you and everyone else already thinks it's a genocide. So that position doesn't make any sense. Like, are they now maybe trying to make it an ethnic cleansing? That we can have a debate on. But the word genocide has no meaning in Israel. Palestine, it just doesn't. Because there is no extermination going on. Now again, considering the latest rhetoric, is there an ethnic cleansing going on? That we can have a debate on.
It won't change the truth.
With that, the proverbial shit started hitting the fan.
So, okay, I also want to point
But
out...
genocide is a non-starter.
But as soon as the attack happened, Hasan
Definitionally.
wiped his entire Discord history.
Yes, 3 times.
And he 3 separate times over the last 36 hours, Hasan Piker deleted his entire Discord. Unfortunately for Hasan,
Press
the
9.
entire Discord history was archived by some Jewish guy and then put up on a website called like hatred.net or something like that. As examples of vile anti-Semitic hatred, and they're all combing through it and finding the most disturbing examples of extremism for the hit piece that's sure to come.
2 Israel embassy staffers were executed in DC today. Just 2 days ago, Hasan Piker hosted a 20,000 person live stream with Bad Empanada, a guy who has reportedly urged his audience to go out and bubble.
Oy vey.
Hasan Piker this week, Bad Empanada. And
Oh
I
no!
disagree on our ultimate
Actually, that might have saved my ass. A little.
Bad Empanada.
Oh, it saved me completely. Oh, figures.
It's so easy to get it.
And you should preach it that these people are ultimately useless, and you're gonna have to do shit yourself.
You don't drive up to people in your Lamborghini, splash them with mud. When they go, what'd you do that for? You go, I'm speaking truth to power.
This isn't good for any of us. The fact that the dude from the ADL called out Hassan and labeled him a gamer will be a lightning rod for Republicans who like to blame all of America's gun issues on gaming rather than mental health and the affordability of the American dream that we've all been cheated out of. Some will say gun laws, but frankly, growing up in poor neighborhoods, I assure you, criminals doing crimes were not dissuaded by the stringent New York laws. This could all lead to blanket scrutiny for any edgy post, any edgy content, comment, video, live stream, etc. We are already under so much scrutiny when it comes to just talking online these days. And due to Twitch's favoritism and sheer stupidity of not reining in Hassan Piker for the millionth time they should have, this idiot is now indirectly implicated due to his wacky far-left political beliefs that he touts from the highest mountains possible. The fact that they didn't ring him by his neck when he somehow killed the Twitch gravy train blows my mind. Hassan Piker did in 1 year what Twitch thoughts couldn't do in 10. Needless to say, instead of laying low or maybe taking a vacation till the heat is off of you, you know, to pause and reflect, Hassan does what he always does.
Hassan Piker, star of Amazon's Twitch.
Let's play it.
Incident like this. You could not have designed a better false flag incident like this. I'm not saying it is a false flag incident at all. I'm not saying that. I think this is just a one dude who is genuine in his actions and
Oh my God! Stop!
The guy was genuine in his actions. Like, bro, what? Hassan, what? Of all the things to say, but to be real, forget it. It's on brand. This is on brand for Hassan Piker. Add this one to the mini clips in the long list that only Patreons and maybe YouTube members will see.
Still remember to cut this crap out.
Hassan tells his audience to lock in and stop Fed posting. His own community is trying to get this dude thrown behind bars.
If new censorship rules get put in place on YouTube and Twitch and so on because of this idiot, I'm gonna throw this man off the Golden Gate Bridge myself. In a video game.
Well, there you go. That's what that's doing. I'm like, let's wrap it up and make it funny. There you go. I'll do it in a Mickey Mouse voice. Haha! Oh boy, looks like Hassan is in hot water. Look out, Pluto. The FBI might be looking for him.
They should.
Somehow,
they definitely should.
Content creation and Hassan.
Because dude is definitely not. He's not a positive. I'll put it that way. That's the most polite way I could think of. Dude, why am I swear to God, why am I constantly getting the quartering videos? I haven't watched a quartering video in like 2 years. That guy is also a grifter. Just for the other side. Come on, so many of them are low. Just kill them. Apparently, this is fine.
I have to ask this. I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt you. We have a question we want to ask about what happened to you in 2016 with this Bernie Bros movement, where your followers are seeing they have a racism problem, a misogyny problem. Do you think that's a super PAC thing behind that?
That was the Democratic establishment. That was the...
Finally, so old that you don't give a fuck and you just say it. Fucking finally. Yep.
9 years later.
You know, that was just, they were sitting there. We had a lot of young people. We had people of color, and you know, they create this kind of myth with the help of the...
Yeah, I died at 4 out of 7.
You know, it's kind of interesting on to that.
Isn't it crazy how he's basically saying the same shit? Like, that's it. The same shit that Republicans say about fake news, he is saying the same exact fucking shit. So you admit he's a sellout? He still stands with them today? Well, he's a pragmatic person as well, right? So, like, do you choose the lesser of two evils? Maybe you do. Maybe you don't. I don't think there's a right option, but I don't think doing that makes you a sellout.
Note is during this election, the podcast space, which the Democrats largely avoided, they feel had some influence in the election, and they started to label us the podcast bros and said that we were sexist and we were racist and bigoted. It's almost like it's the exact same strategy to get you out of there.
Yeah, that's what the liberal elite China does. They
He's actually just saying it. Oh my god.
Good.
He just fucking says it.
Good.
run away. Look, getting again. I would hope that everybody who's watching the program is that we as a nation have got to end all forms of bigotry, right?
Yes.
That I start off as a basic assumption.
Unless it's your
The Tate Bros got indicted for rape again
racism,
in the UK this time.
Homophobia, xenophobia, whatever it is. But, and you know, liberal Democrats talk about that all the time. And then you get to what we call identity politics.
Yeah.
That you're black, you're wonderful, you're tremendous, you're gay, you're the greatest human being on earth.
Yeah.
And rather than say, what do you stand for?
Exactly.
Gay, that's fine, who cares?
Yeah.
But what do you...
Crazy didn't say that 2016 when they pushed him out. He would have won, I guarantee you.
This is the exact thing.
If he says all of this when they're trying to fuck him over, he would have won. There's no way he wouldn't have. Everybody loved Bernie, dude.
This is why they had to shut him down. This is the exact reason.
You stand for?
Yeah.
You know, is every gay person brilliant and wonderful and great? No, of course not. Everybody's a human being.
Yeah.
So the issue is what you stand for, which gets you back to what we discussed earlier, class politics. In the
Yes.
sense of which side are you on? Are you going to stand with working families? Are you going to raise the minimum wage to a living wage or not? Are you going to fight to guarantee health care to all people or not? Are you going to demand that the wealthiest people start paying their fair share of taxes or not? Those are the issues. And no one cares what color you are, you know, what your gender is, etc.
I'm sorry.
There it is. Yep. And so, yeah, that's it. And I won't forgive the Democrats for this. No, I don't think a lot of people will. And 15 minutes for a space shuttle launch? Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up in just a minute. He worked with the establishment to shut himself down. Now he parades himself around as if he's righteous. He did, like, again, I can see why he did what he did. But, like, I get it. I found it disappointing. Is it crazy for me to say that I support and I like a person even though I don't agree with some of their behavior and some of the things they did? Because that's where I'm at with Bernie.
Same.
I am, right? I lost all respect for Bernie.
Same.
I mean,
I didn't lose all respect for him, but I lost a lot of respect for him.
It's
But
politics in general, right? Sure, I'm watching you. Yeah, definitely. Bullshit argument. 1% of workers make minimum wage, 40% of income, 60% taxes. No, it's not that. I mean, just because a low amount of people make actual minimum wage doesn't mean that the amount of money that people averagely get paid on average is enough money to live on. The reality is that it's not. It's straight up not. Most people don't make any fucking money, and they can't afford anything, and they hate it. That's the reason why. Like, because you've got to think about, like, really, you think about why is it that you have all of these teenagers and these young people that want socialism and want communism. The reason why is because they don't see a path forward where they can have any ownership of success in capitalism because they can't, they feel like they can't work towards a goal. Like, and again, I'm not saying that's a solution, but if this many people have a problem, then again, it's like, you know, Jeff Kaplan said this about Overwatch and video games. He said, you can't rely on the players to tell you what the solution is, but you can sure as hell rely on them to tell you if there's a problem. And I think it's the same thing, is that there's obviously a very big problem. Maybe communism isn't the answer to that. But there's a
well,
huge
okay, the Benzos kicked the mask. I'm gonna take a run after like a 15-minute break after this.
Right-wing kind of person. I feel like I'm just
This
a
game.
normal guy.
I need to walk
And I
outside
feel
real
like
quick.
There's been a lot of normal guys that have been alienated by extremists, and they've been pushed.
My brain went
to
to a very dark place.
but they're
Like,
actually
holy
not
shit.
extreme. Yeah, they never were. It was just always. It was just made up. It's just bullshit.
I can't believe these pills are legal, dude. Like, they sure help, but sometimes your brain does something, and you think like, time for a walk.
I feel like what I say is what I think a lot of people think. I do. I think that's actually Chatter's point. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of left-wing ideas. Sure, of course I do. I mean, it's the same as anything else. Oh.
No, no, it really isn't.
Wait a minute. It gets even better. One more.
The problem I think a lot of voters had is like they didn't even know if it was her. We didn't even know if Biden was president. We didn't even know if these were her talking points. And we felt that over the last 4 elections, Democrats, we felt that we didn't have a say on who could be president. We talk a lot about the Republicans being autocrats and oligarchs and taking over democracy, but from the Democrat perspective, and I'm a lifelong Democrat, I felt like the Democratic Party completely removed the democratic process from its constituents. And they...
Well,
I think they need to have some accountability of that. I donated for
no argument here, yeah.
I mean, I wanted you to, like, 2016, I was like, this is going to happen, this guy's going to do it. And it felt like they, it felt like they stole it from it. And I'll be honest, it broke my heart when you supported it.
Fucking based, absolutely fucking based, right to his face. Who else felt the exact same way? Because I sure fucking did. I absolutely did. He should have burned the whole thing to the ground.
Alright, I'll be back in like 10-15 minutes.
Look, but you have in the
Fuck these benzos, bro. Jesus. My brain went really dark. I really need to walk. I mean, ice cream.
Attention, the command ship is under threat. Take immediate action to ensure her survival. The defenses have been breached. The command ship has sustained critical damage and can no longer continue the journey. Mission failed. Commander, stay on course and protect the command ship.
I'm back. Whew. Yeah, no worries.
World that I live in, you got a choice.
Yeah.
And I mean, a lot of people, including my wife, agree with you. But
Yeah, I get it.
you know, you're down to a choice. Is it going to be Hillary Clinton or is it going to be Donald Trump? Not a great choice.
But it ended up being him anyway, so why don't we burn it down?
Honestly, I agree. I agree. If you can't get what you want, burn the motherfucker down. Metaphorically. Don't get corralled into voting for the lesser of two evils. Because if you can get corralled into voting for the lesser of two evils, the lesser evil becomes more evil every time.
We're almost at the end.
Hindsight's 20/20. No, I'd say this. I mean, I said this then.
Well, because it's easy to say burning it down means that children are not going to have, you know, food to eat, that the schools will deteriorate, people will not have health care.
I got it.
And I'm an elected official. I got to represent the people.
That's fair.
And I can't turn my back on.
But then could we not
And
also?
you can see what he's saying. You can see what he's saying. I disagree with it, right? But like, I can see what he's saying. I don't think that like this isn't. It's not a black and white issue, right?
So say if ostensibly
It's
there
not
hasn't been a
Wake.
fair primary for the Democrats since 2008, are they not also a threat to democracy?
Oh, wait a second. It does. Yeah, it does. Damn, that's crazy. Okay, here we go.
Could we not also say if ostensibly there hasn't been a fair primary for the Democrats since 2008, are they not also a threat to democracy? We often hear.
Fair enough. That is.
Nah. You said yes.
They're not also a threat to democracy. We often hear.
Fair enough. That is. Yeah, I'm not going to argue with that point.
Wow. Real questions? Isn't it crazy how... Isn't it insane? This is the reason why people are watching podcasts more than mainstream media. It's because these guys are asking, like, fucking exactly. Fucking exactly. Why not, like, if you're gonna lose anyway, why not burn the motherfucker? Exactly, these are real questions, yes. You never hear these questions on TV? No, exactly. Watch the whole podcast. Well, I haven't seen the whole thing. I've only seen this small part of it. But, yeah, this is an absolute fucking gem.
Dodo's in
I
for the
love
next
it.
one.
Emergency log. The electronic life forms have grown hostile. Like antibodies, they swarm as if I were a virus. It appears Norton Antivirus has mistaken me for malware. PJ, uninstall Norton, I beg you. I've abandoned the RAM and now journey toward the main hard drive, praying these Silicon Sentinels dare not follow. If I make it to the photo folder, I may blend in among old memes and desktop wallpapers, but time is running out.
I can confirm, without a doubt, Norton will not ever touch this machine. Or any other machine that I am in administration of. That shit's a virus unto its own. Alright, invite me. And Dodo. Invite Dodo as well. Alright. Go for it. Sorry, but I like to watch Cenk Uygur go off.
And one of the things that I hope we walk away with at the end here is, both for the sake of the Palestinians and the Israelis, they have got to turn around. If they don't turn around, Israel is going to make everyone in the world hate them. And I don't want that for anyone. It's a terrible
5 minutes,
idea.
Dodo.
Please stop.
It's because it's AFK.
On the contrary, we've had a reprehensible moral equivalence being drawn between the two sides to the conflict, specifically in Gaza. One, an internationally prescribed terrorist organization, Hamas, that carried out those atrocities on the 7th of October and subsequently, and still hold over 100 hostages over a year later. And the other, the only democracy in the Middle East, and the IDF, an army that sets itself apart from every other in the history of warfare with its application of international humanitarian law. And what's extremely concerning about that moral equivalence is that it is ultimately at the center of all of the misinformation which we have just heard and which is propagated in particular for the last 13 months, and which has been the cause of a surge in anti-Semitism, the like of which hasn't been seen since the Second World War. A surge in anti-Semitism which has turned violent across Europe only in the last month. Now, it's interesting that my opponent has referred to his previous errors with respect to the Armenian genocide. In fact, he has said my mistake at the time was confusing myself for a scholar of history, which I certainly am not. I'm afraid he's also proven this evening that he is certainly no scholar of law. And when we talk about the International Criminal Court, I hope to come on to some law. But first, this reprehensible canard of genocide, which has been mentioned again this evening, the modern blood libel, which, like ethnic cleansing, apartheid, colonialism, turns international law on its head and blames the real victims of these crimes for the crimes that were perpetrated against them. I don't just mean the victims of genocide and the Holocaust, which gave rise to the term, coined by Raphael Lemkin to provide a legal lexicon to being perpetrated against the Jews, exterminating them for being Jews. I also mean the acts of genocide perpetrated by Hamas, Palestinian and Islamic Jihad, and other Palestinian terrorists on the 7th of October. The idea that anyone with an ounce of knowledge of international law would approach these issues on the effects-based analysis that we have heard so far demonstrates a total lack of knowledge, indeed ignorance, as to how international humanitarian law works, which is based on intent and not effects. And then to compound that pseudo-analysis by reference to Hamas figures, an internationally prescribed terrorist organization, figures that have been parroted, unfortunately, by international media and that are contributing to the perpetuation of this conflict. Because the reason what we have heard is so problematic is that it is playing into the hands of Hamas, whose only aim currently is to survive, and their mechanism of doing so is with mouthpieces that promote their false numbers, that promote the false information about Israel's approach and attitude to international humanitarian law, and that promote falsehoods about the current situation. We only need to hear what Gazans themselves have to say. And Ohad Hemo from Channel 12 in Israel went into Gaza only a couple of days ago. I wrote down a few of the quotes of those he interviewed. "May God take revenge on those who uprooted us and killed us in our own homes. Hamas. Hamas has wounded us and killed us. They are responsible for all the destruction. All the destruction is on them. May God settle the score with Hamas. Take revenge on Hamas. They destroyed our lives." Both Israeli and Palestinian lives destroyed by Hamas and encouraged by the falsehoods and the rhetoric that we have already heard this evening. Now, the International Criminal Court, established by the Rome Statute in 1998, was charged with bringing perpetrators of mass atrocities to justice. It has an abysmal record, ladies and gentlemen. In 2012, it was resoundingly criticized for spending nearly $1 billion and taking 10 years to deliver its first conviction. And matters have worsened further still. In 2020, there was an independent expert review of the court, and that review spoke of a workplace culture characterized by bullying and a climate of extreme fear created by the ICC's own leadership. It's resoundingly criticised also for focusing almost exclusively on African defendants and for the pitiful number of successful prosecutions that it has been able to bring. So what better means of rehabilitating oneself, of cleansing oneself in the public eye, than going after the world's punching bag, the only Jewish state? Now, the anti-Israel agenda at the ICC is not new. Even at the drafting of the statute with the insertion of Article 82B8, a crime, supposedly, that was drafted especially to seek to criminalize the presence of Jews in Judea and Samaria. In carrying the wording of Article 49.6 over from the Fourth Geneva Convention, the drafters accepted the insertion of additional words indirectly or directly. The only state to be explicitly targeted with pseudo-international law being woven into the Rome Statute was Israel, and by all accounts it was a key reason that neither the United States nor Israel decided to join the court. What an indictment of this political institution. Now, what is critical is jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is what distinguishes a legal institution from a political institution. It is the question that gives a court its legitimacy.
I miss these kind of debates. You don't see them enough anymore. Just like, sure, they're not being that respectful because there's like a bunch of jibes and my opponent says X, Y, Z, etc. But I feel like this is a better form of debate than two terminally online retards slinging shit at each other.
And when we come to the first ruling that is relevant to a discussion of Israel at the ICC, this is Pre-Trial Chamber 1 and the decision in 2021, which facilitated the previous prosecutor, Fatou Bensouda, to open an investigation supposedly against these alleged Israeli crimes. We see an absolute abrogation of the court's responsibility to apply international law, a majority decision that was heavily criticized by the presiding judge, Judge Kovacs, in his 163-page dissent. He said, "I find neither the majority's approach nor its reasoning appropriate in answering the question before the chamber, and in my view, they have no legal basis in the Rome Statute, and even less so in public international law." I mean, in judge speak, that's as bad as it gets.
Sorry.
The ignoring of applicable international law, the use of political instruments by that majority decision, UN resolutions included, to justify its position and riding roughshod over the question of jurisdiction, all of which were resoundingly criticized by member states, including the Czech Republic, Austria, Australia, Hungary, Germany, Brazil, Uganda, and numerous experts in international law, some of whom are with us this evening. So the jurisdiction of the court, let's be clear about this, can only be delegated to it by member states. Israel is not a party to the ICC, and the state of Palestine does not exist. It is unable to comply with the basic requirements of the Montevideo Convention criteria, including a permanent defined territory, effective government, capacity to enter international relations. But perhaps most astonishingly, the pre-trial chamber in 2021 refused even to consider the application of applicable law, including the Oslo Accords, which under Article 17.2c and Annex 4, Article 1.2, expressly provide that Israel has sole criminal jurisdiction. So the only way that the supposed accession by the Palestinian Authority to the ICC could possibly have even been argued to take place is undermined by the very document, the very international agreement that created the Palestinian Authority in the first place. The list of legal flaws in the pre-trial chamber's decision is extensive, but it pales to insignificance next to the application for arrest warrants which we had on the 20th of May this year, which is done on the absence
Verse 9.
of jurisdiction,
Oh, we already did.
without
Never mind.
reference to the principle of complementarity, the founding principle of the court, which means that its jurisdiction is only exercised as a complement to national jurisdiction,
this room.
not as a substitute, and based on a series of false allegations. My organisation, UK Lawyers for Israel, has proven that every phrase of every sentence contained in the prosecutor's public statement explaining his grounds for the application for warrants is false. This is an indictment, ladies and gentlemen, on the International Criminal Court, which is enforcing all of the falsehoods that we heard without legal basis to them already this evening, and that is an indictment on international law generally. It should worry every single individual who cares about the rule of law, because with what starts with Israel, I promise will be unlikely to end with the Jewish
I love her
state.
accent. I wasn't even listening, to be honest. I was just listening to the accent. I'll be really honest, right? I was like half and half listening, but I was mesmerized by the accent more than anything. Okay, this one is to make all of us feel better.
He did that so crisp, so sharp.
No, not your accident.
Exactly like the way that they did in the Third Reich. That's not an accident. He's a smart guy.
All the evidence points to the fact not only is he not a Nazi, but there's no good incentive for him to even do this. You just don't care. You don't care because you want it to be some trolling Nazi thing when it clearly isn't.
I think you're an idiot. I think you love that coup on January 6th. I think you hate our democracy. I think you hate our Constitution.
Now that's what I'm talking
Part
about.
of that is cozying up to the right-wing bitch.
That's the jink I wanted to see.
Possibility. That is not Christian at all. That is satanic.
It's inversion, dude. It's satanic. You sound insane. You sound, to me, honestly, you sound like you belong.
And I'm definitely not a fan of Andrew Wilson.
Back, by the way. President Trump pledged to transform the United States in his first days in his office.
He loves to go like, oh, let's debate, bro, and then spends an hour trying to like
executive actions as well as scrapping all of Joe Biden.
agree on a definition of some one word. Like, okay, bro.
Policy with his trademark Sharpie. They believe in a profound and perhaps permanent cultural pivot to a supreme United States in which bros rule, woke is dead, and Americans' answers are nobody but God and maybe Trump. But are they right? Well, joining me to debate for the first time together, Andrew Wilson, host of The Crucible, famed for what he calls blood sport debates with controversial thinkers from the worlds of politics, philosophy, and religion. And in the opposite corner, Cenk Uygur is the founder and CEO of the Young Turks, where the OG of digital debates has found his progressive populism at odds with many conservative commentators, as well as his own side. Well, Cenk has recently made it his mission to engage with conservative and pro-Trump firebrands like Andrew Wilson. The question is, can he keep his temper? We're about to find out. Because, Cenk, you've got a volcanic one when it goes, but you've been on very good behavior since Trump won. Let's see if it lasts. Gentlemen, I joke. Welcome to both of you. Cenk, let me start with you.
No, that's why we were here.
It's been a blizzard of
I
stuff
love to see
going
Cenk
on,
rage.
as always in Trump world.
And not like in
But
a
it seems
malicious
unlike
fashion.
2016, that this time there's a kind
He's
of
just really
laser
hilarious when he's
focus
angry.
and a plan.
I used to
for what
watch him.
Trump is doing. He's had
Like,
time
I
to
watched
think
the Young
about
Turks
this,
every
time
day.
to work out what he got right and wrong first time.
Long time
and
ago.
He's hitting the ground very hard,
Long
running
time
very
ago.
fast, really to try and send a
They went
message.
way further left, and I
Right,
kind of stayed
this
where
is
I
the
was.
New America. What do you make of it?
Yeah, so first of all, credit to him on both the optics and the action, right? So when a Democrat gets in office, they immediately start saying, our voters have to push us to do the right thing. And then they say, don't push, push, don't push, push, don't push. Hey, how about we elect you and you do your goddamn job, right? And for Democrats, that seems to be a really hard ask, right? So that's why I'm so frustrated with my own party. Trump comes in and goes,
You want to see something? Boom, here we go, day one. Oh, signing after signing after signing, executive order after executive order. So give him credit for that. Number two, give credit to Susie Wiles, who ran a brilliant campaign and now seems to be running a very tight ship as the chief of staff. Now, when it comes to the actual orders, I disagree with tons
Dumb
and
Blanche is
tons
like the
of
best
them.
shit ever.
Some of
I
them
am
are
just going in
expected.
circles.
We're getting out of the Paris Climate Treaty, which is a disaster for us to get out of. But once Trump's elected, that's fait accompli. So it's not like you should be overly surprised by that. The pardons of the violent criminals on January 6th is unacceptable, except for the fact that it was super obvious that he was going to do it, right? And then when he gets to the absurdities like taking away birthright citizenship, I think he does that as kind of a squirrel to distract people and get everybody to focus on that while he passes everything else, because that has no chance. That's wildly unconstitutional. And by the way, I would hope that MAGA would realize things that are unconstitutional and go, wait, we're supposed to love this document. I can't have you going outside the Constitution and outside the law.
Okay, Andrew, your response.
Yeah, so there's a whole bunch of problems here. So the first problem is these were not violent criminals who were released. These were political prisoners who were released. What happened is there was no fair application of the law whatsoever. These guys were being tried in D.C. There was a political witch hunt. We have more evidence every single day which provides for that. And why these guys are busy now complaining and showing us, oh, down here on the border, we have a mom crying because she might be separated from her kid. Nobody's commenting on the fact that we have a ton of families that just got reunited. And on behalf of all of the Wilsons of the world, welcome home. January 6ers, it's guys like this that wanted to put you away in a dark hole, absent due process, and throw away the key. These were not violent criminals. By the way,
well, hang on. Okay, but Andrew, hang on.
Andrew,
hang on. Let me just stop you there. So I actually interviewed one of the protesters, Jacob, who was the QAnon shaman guy. And I also had a Capitol police officer who'd been working that day. And what they both agreed, very interestingly, was that they both condemned the violence against police officers that day. So if you can have one of the protesters who'd just been pardoned concede that the violence that was perpetrated by some of the protesters was wrong, unacceptable, and should be condemned, why would you categorize it as non-violent?
Well, I didn't categorize it as non-violent. I said these are not violent criminals, which is how it's being
But if you're
framed.
perpetrating violence against police officers, it is, isn't it?
What?
Well, it was mostly peaceful.
What? How many?
As they stand in front of a burning building.
This guy, on May 30th of 2020, the White House was under siege. It was attacked. Over 100 Secret Service agents injured. They were burning down stations. This guy said, oh, well, Trump had to go hide out in his bunker. Can you imagine if the roles were reversed and Donald Trump came out and was like, oh, AOC had to go hide. Oh, these politicians had to go hide. He doesn't care about political violence. The left doesn't care about political violence at all. They'll use it when it's expedient for them. They always do. Pointing to a couple of bad actors at this thing and saying all of them have to be thrown away. And, the key thrown away with them is insanity. And no, I don't think so. I think it's a miscategorization to frame all of them as violent criminals, and that's
they weren't all violent at all. I mean,
that's what he was doing. That's what he was framing it, though.
Yeah, no, listen, I don't. And check, I do not agree with that. I don't think all the 1,500 were violent. In fact, we know for a fact they weren't. A lot of them were not.
But I didn't say
violence.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
You did say that.
So look, all right, whatever, dude. So on the Young Turks, we've been super clear about this, and as always, we're the one guys set of people who are fair. You'll see both sides do all this extreme stuff like Andrew's doing. So first of all, the people who went to the speech of Donald Trump, a lot of times they get thrown into this, and I have always said, no, that's not fair. They didn't go down to the Capitol. For the people who went to the Capitol, it's an obvious crime to break into the Capitol. And why were they doing that? They were trying to overturn the results of the election. So you could blah, blah, blah on all your talking points, but it's absurd. Obviously, they were trying to hurt our democracy. They were trying to steal that election. And were some of them violent? Were all of them violent? No. Were some of them violent? Obviously. We have eyes and ears. So you can do all the propaganda you want, but we just watch the tape of them trying to beat the crap out of the cops. I thought you guys cared about cops. I care about crime. I'm against crime. And, and
I have to set fires or floods.
because they think that
This
crime
game
is a
or this
right-wing
ship
narrative
is
and
so
doesn't
easy
actually
to set
exist. Well, the
fire
voters
to it.
just showed you it does exist, and they're
Bring
pissed
it
about
on.
But they're also pissed about it when you go beat up cops for Trump. So look, I'm past it because the American people voted. They put Trump back in office, and that's pretty definitive. I didn't want that, but it happened, right? But if you're going to try to do revisionist history, that these were some patriots who showed up for a picnic, but oh golly gee, there was a Capitol, so they started to bust in and beat the living crap out of the cops, and oh, he lost the election, but oh no, it was stolen, so they go and try to do a coup attempt. I hate it. I think it's a terrible precedent, and I think every time you guys defend it, you sound absurd, and it sounds like overwhelming, ridiculous propaganda.
Andrew?
Yeah, what it's about is a fair application of law. And there has not been fair application of law here. Cenk himself cannot even do fair application of law. At the same time, he says, oh, they're trying to coup and overthrow the democracy. It's exactly what happened May 30th when they were attacking the White House. They were attacking Secret Service agents. They wanted to get in there, and all he could do was whine about how Trump had to get sent to a bunker. Where was his outrage about the coup d'etat? Where was he when Black Lives Matter was burning down
There
cities?
was no coup on
Nowhere.
May
He
30th. It was a protest.
He was saying instead, Cenk, I didn't interrupt you once. Do you think you calmed down for me? So anyway, what's going on, very simply,
So
is
anyway.
that he has the revisionist history. While at the same
That's
time,
very
Democrats are
Clarkson
saying,
meme.
You got to stay home and stay masked up. They're telling other people, go outside, burn down cities, make Chaz chop, a nice free independent zone. I don't know how you could say that that's anything other than an insurrection, to say that this is now no longer part of the United States government, have your own armed militia there, the entire 9 yards. May 30th, they attack, and this guy says nothing. Suddenly, J6, though, oh my God, they're violent extremists. They're going to overthrow democracy. It's all nonsense. It's not fairly applied. He's never fairly applied it. The laws has.
I think they spawn right in front of us from between islands. You might be able to torp that, but I'm not sure when.
Juries, and here's how our law works. Our law works like this.
You guys should be on
walk free, so one
Discord,
guilty
right?
person doesn't spend a day in prison. That is the precedent for our law. That's why they got pardoned.
I'll turn the
It's
drum
exactly
off.
why
We'll
they
have
should
a nice little
And Andrew, on
grouping.
the ending
Look at this
of the
motherfucker trying to T-bone me.
Hang on, Czech. I'll come to you in a moment. Response. On what Czech mentioned also about the ending the birthright citizenship is one of the executive orders. Do you think Trump intends to do that? Because it seems to me he's already won the debate about illegal immigrants who are here are criminals in America.
Yep.
Everyone pretty much agrees they should be sent back, including the million who've already been processed that haven't been deported yet. So all of that seems to be very popular, but there is a lot of anger about the idea that you may end what seems to be a very American thing, the very ethos of the country, this birthright citizenship. What do you think?
It's a very un-American thing. The 14th, or I'm sorry, this was never, by the way, never set up so that people could come in, have a baby, and then anchor themselves to the child. And that's what's been going on. It's been going on for years. We know it's been going on for years. This was designed for things like for immigrants who came in legally. They have children here. Of course, those are United States citizens. Nobody's disputing that. What we're disputing is that you can just come in illegally, have a child on American soil, and then try to anchor yourself to that child. That is not in the spirit of what we're even talking about. Of course, Trump wants to end it. It's bad policy across the board. It's always been bad policy.
Press 9 for the low boys.
And I hope the Supreme Court, it gets challenged by the Supreme Court so we can get it in front of them so that they can interpret it correctly, because that's not the way this is supposed to be applied.
Cenk?
Yeah, so first let me address what he said, and I'll come back to this. So look, guys, what happened on May 30th was nothing but a protest. But if they attack Secret Service guys, then they should be arrested. That's a violent crime. I'm principled on both of those things. And in Portland, when they took over a portion of the city, I was against it. Like, well, that's not a thing. You don't get to take over a portion of a city. I was against it when gangs took over apartment complexes and buildings in Colorado. So if Trump stays with things that the American people are in favor of getting rid of the violent felons that are undocumented here, that's going to be very popular, whether the left likes it or doesn't like it, right? But when he goes too far and he goes to things like birthright citizenship, then people are going to push back. And that's when it gets interesting. Is Trump going to double down and go, no, I'm going to, go to demagogue on this and get you people to hate, foreigners coming in, et cetera, and I don't care what the Constitution says, and we're going to change the way America is, and you're no longer an American if you're born here. We're going to judge you based on, you know, where you're from, etc. That'll be very unpopular. Does he dig in, or does he, as he does sometimes, go, man, you know what, I gave it a shot, didn't work, and retract? I hope that that's the direction he goes, because this whole, look, brother, if you have a problem with a part of the Constitution, you need to go through the right process. You need to go and do an amendment. Like, I want to do an amendment to get money out of politics. But when Biden was in office, I didn't think he should just come in and go, forget what the Supreme Court said. Forget what the Constitution said. Let's go nuts and do whatever the hell we want. That's not how it works.
Well, gee, I never thought about that. I didn't know that we were supposed to go through a process of law for these things, which is exactly what Trump is doing via his executive order, which then hopefully will get it in front of the Supreme Court, which looks like that's what the plan is.
Part of the legal process.
By the way, just so you know, the interpretation of this, that's what we're really talking about, is the interpretation. Ultimately here, it is not, and you need to agree with me on this, it is not in the spirit that you can come in and have a child here and anchor yourself to the child specifically so that you have some pathway or motivation to citizenship. You say it's not a part of the legal process. Yes, these challenges, getting in front of the Supreme Court, getting in front of various courts is part of the process. It's been done this way time and time again. Also, I reject categorically what you said, just lied to the audience. You called Trump bunker boy, right? He was going down to the bunker during the protest to inspect it. Ha, 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 right? You didn't care at all. You weren't denouncing political violence. You weren't denouncing these people getting beat up. You didn't care when the violence is on your side like a typical Democrat. You don't care at all, Sink. You don't care. And you've never cared. The only reason you care now is because you want to kiss.
And I condemn it every time people do violence. Literally every time.
I'll say Snake. But the thing is, Snake, is that you're just trying to kiss the right wing's ass now to get back in with them because the left has categorically
I knew this was gonna be contentious, but this is funny, dude.
Cenk, is that what's happening?
These guys are going nuts.
Yeah, this guy amused me. So, like, you think calling me Snake is going to somehow win you the debate? Good luck with that childish.
I already won the debate.
Way of going. You did because you said it. Okay, that's, by the way, another great debating tactic. Just saying you won. And second of all, we have 27 million. How many times do I have to say this? 27 million subscribers, 30 billion lifetime views. You're a pimple on my ass. I literally don't even know who you are. So you come in here talking about audience? And you're a Snake. Okay, you're a turtle, you're a scorpion.
Audience.
Whatever. Do I win now?
I didn't say anything about audience. What are you talking about? Are you a lunatic?
You did. You just said, oh yeah, the left wing's audience has got a problem with it. I know the left wing better than he does. Oh yeah,
you're trying to cozy up with right wingers. What were you doing at TPUSA, Sink? Trying to cozy in with right-wingers like Charlie Kirk, kissing their ass. You're literally kissing up to them because you want in good, because the left is rejecting center-left policies now. That's what's happening.
Hey, brother,
they either want to go far left or far right.
Okay, listen, brother. As you see me bitch slapping you right here on national airwaves.
The only thing you can bitch slap is
what part of that seems
Snake.
like cozying up?
Jesus, what's going on?
Cozying up to the
Holy
right.
shit.
I think you're an idiot. I think you love that coup.
This is going.
I think you.
Meanwhile, Piers Morgan sitting in the middle. This is gold, boys. We got him. Look at the smile on this guy's face.
Snakes like you who try
Making
to get
money.
in as good as you can with a weak right like Charlie Kirk, when you have weaponized political
Brilliant.
violence yourself. At the same
Charlie
time,
Kirk
you
is
say
weak right and you're
J6ers.
strong right.
At the same time, at the same time, you say, wait a second. Oh, I can't believe the J6ers coup. You didn't give a damn. You've never given a damn. We have your words on record. You flip-flop. You're the biggest flip-flopper on the left. You're known for it. People make fun of you for it because you move positions. You and Anna Kasparian both move positions like a tube of toothpaste.
Trump, I love Trump. Oh,
See, this is what I hate about both of these sides, right? Like, Anna Kasparian now is like way more anti-crime because she was actually the victim of one of an actual crime, and she finally realized, like, yo, holy shit, it might actually be that I'm thinking wrong on this subject. And then she thought about it and changed her fucking mind. Is that not what we want? Is that not a good thing? Why is this guy ridiculing that fact? Like, that drives me nuts, man. Like, you cannot come to an understanding when both sides are lunatic freaks.
care
policy
about is Trump
principles.
derangement
Get the
syndrome.
fuck
All
outta
you have is
here.
Trump derangement syndrome.
All right, let me try and
TDS, always on display.
But wait a minute.
How
Can you say, wait, hold on. I gotta say one thing.
You
Piers,
both, you
I gotta
both
say
made your
one thing.
feelings clear.
How could I have?
No,
How can you say that I'm cozying up to the right and say I have Trump derangement syndrome?
All right.
Make up your mind. You're a very poor thinker.
We watched the entirety of his entire first term. You were Russia, Russia, Russia. He's a colluder. He's evil. He's this and that. And he flip-flopped
also
on that
didn't say
position the
that.
second it was politically expedient.
Okay. Let me try and...
None of those things are true.
Let me
as
try
you-
and move on to
They're all
actual...
true.
Guys, let's move on to some policy debate. Andrew, let me ask you, do you feel like the woke worm is in reverse as strongly as I'm sensing it is? And it's specifically just a simple statement from Trump that the policy of the United States will be to recognize two genders, male and female. Well, duh. That's always been the case. It's just incredible that the president of the free world effectively has to make this clear to people who'd lost their minds and believe that actually men can be women and women can be men. But do you feel that this has been a big marker in the beginning of the end of the woke mind virus, as Musk calls it?
No, it's not the end of the woke mind virus. You're going to always have to battle this as definitions change because people need to justify their insane and degenerate behavior in society. So they come up with all sorts of nonsense like this. In this particular case, the trans advocacy groups have done more to reverse any type of progress LGBTQ people.
That is so 100% true, though. Like that is so true. Like whatever happened to like 20 years ago? Again, with the 20 years ago, live and let live. You do you, and I'll do me. No, now it's all like fucking militant and shit. Like, the fuck out of here, dude.
Last 30 years because of what they're trying to do with children and the fact that they don't care that you, as a Christian, do not believe at all that a man can become a woman. So yes, this is whiplash on that. There's going to be a lot more whiplash that's going towards that as people reject categorically what these people have been trying to push on us. You can look no further than what just happened at the inauguration. You have a female bishop. That's an impossibility. That is not Christian at all. You're not allowed to have female bishops. That is satanic. That's literally satanic to have a female bishop come up and say anything. You can laugh, but it is. That's Satan speaking. And the reason you're laughing is because it's true.
Well, Cenk, I'll get you to respond, but first of all, let's
Oh,
play the
religious
clip of that
people are
because
all
my
nuts, dude.
objection was actually for different reasons. Let's take a look at it.
I ask you to have mercy, Mr. President, on those in our communities whose children fear that their parents will be taken away, and that you help those who are fleeing war zones and persecution in their own lands to find compassion and welcome here.
So, Cenk, I mean, notwithstanding Andrew's position on the fact there shouldn't be a female bishop, but the fact that she was there on such a big historic moment, delivering a kind of scolding woke lecture
Yeah,
with Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and their wives.
I was about to say that speech was a little.
I just thought it was completely inappropriate. I
You
didn't care
probably
who the
shouldn't be
president
talking
was
about
or what
politics.
the scolding was.
They're religiously,
Turn the pulpit into
supposedly.
a scolding thing about all American gay children are going to be running for their lives. I just thought it was completely wrong.
Yeah, I totally disagree. I loved it, and the reason I loved it is because it's truth to power. And you can say, hey, it's her truth. It's the truth of about half of Americans. It's not necessarily the truth, but at least she's trying to challenge the powerful, and I love that. Look, the reason why a lot of people agree with me is because I challenge the powerful on both sides, on the Democratic side and the Republican side. And that makes the partisans get super mad at me. No, Biden's right about everything. No, Trump's right about everything. No, I love that she spoke for half the country, and she said it right to his face. I wish reporters would do that. And I think a lot of the reporters got the message to be softer on Trump. No. Be harder on the Democrats and the Republicans and the establishment. Be harder on everyone. So
I wanna
do
see
exactly
kilometers,
as
right?
she did, even though apparently she's Satan. Brother, look, how can I talk to you, man, when you say such ludicrousness? Do you know that like 95% of Americans, when you say that she's satanic because she's a woman bishop, think that you're nuts? Do you
No,
at least
first of all-
understand and acknowledge
First
that?
of all, they don't. You don't understand anything about the Bible, apostolic succession, church history. You don't know anything about these things, Sink. You have no idea what you're talking about. First of all, she wasn't speaking truth to power.
I miss
She
everything.
was speaking
Like, I get one.
subversiveness to goodness. And that's what's actually going on, and that's what Democrats are great at doing. Yes, it is completely satanic to have inversion. Inversion is when you take what is considered
Wait, what
the
did I
Christ's
miss?
head, in this case a bishop,
Don't
and
read the
invert
chat,
it
guys.
to
This
a
is why you need to be on
woman. That's what
Discord,
people
for
are
crying out
afraid of
loud.
doing, is inversion. If you look at the 2,000 years of Christian history, you would understand this, especially church history, going all the way back to the time of Christ and apostolic succession. People did, oh, well, you can, but the truth is that people get all of their ethics and goodness in this nation from biblical ethics and Christian ethics, not from St. Euchre thinks it's neat that a chick can do this. It's like, no, that's not part of our ethical standard there. That's not what it is. We don't have an ethical standard based around your version
Oh,
of
I
the
pressed
woke
9 every time you guys did.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
When you call a respected bishop a chick and satanic,
Respected by who?
it's funny that you don't see that you lose such a giant percentage of the country. And so, like,
I'm
guys
speaking
like
truth to
this
power,
make it
Saint.
nearly impossible for a huge part of the country
Let's
to
go,
ever
look at all
vote
these
for Republicans,
torpedoes.
'cause if you
Boom,
vote
boom,
for
boom, boom,
Republican,
boom.
You're gonna get these ghouls and goblins, and they're gonna say, "Oh, yeah, chicks shouldn't."
I would
be
say
on
go smoke
bishops,
screen, but
man.
it's European, so you
inversion,
can't.
Dude, it's satanic. You sound insane. You sound to me.
Apparently, we didn't know what smoke was.
You sound like you belong in a mental asylum. Or when you call people
Oof,
satanic,
damn.
what the hell does
Evil
that even
people are
mean?
always gonna
And just because
think-
she's a
yeah, I'll
woman,
tell you.
just because she's a
We might still win
woman,
this.
she's
Yeah, it's an
satanic
inversion,
in
yeah.
that role. See, that's
Yeah.
exactly why I'm a populist, but I can't be populist, right? When guys like
I'm
this
speaking
say
truth to
such insane
power,
things
Saint.
and
What's your
drive
problem? You're
hatred.
huge. I'm
drive
speaking truth to
hatred.
power.
You're right. I am
You're
power.
huge.
So keep going.
Remember
See
how you
it
said
turns out.
I'm massive, I'm huge, I have this massive audience. So I'm here saying, speaking truth to power. You should be all about that. You should be loving the fact that I'm telling you something now which is true. It is
Except
an
you're speaking
inversion.
gibberish to power.
It is
Or
an
where's is Beelzebub
inversion.
in the room with us right now?
It is an inversion.
Is Beelzebub
I want
and
to change.
Shaitan
I want
in
to
the
change
room with
something.
us?
I
I'm
want to
sorry,
change. I
I'm
want to
sorry.
change.
You
Chat,
hate
chat.
Christianity?
Time
You
out.
hate Christian ethics, eh?
Time out. Let's move Christian ethics to another
I
debate.
don't hate Christianity.
I want to ask you about
I
Nazis.
hate your radical
You sure
lunatic
sound like you
version
do.
Chaps, I want to
That's
calm.
not radical.
Chaps, time out. I want to calm the temperature by turning to Nazis.
I actually got some Citadel hits,
Cheng, you
which is
said
crazy.
about Elon Musk. Let's take a look at what he did, just to remind everyone who may not have seen it.
This one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
See, this guy's just autistic, dude. I don't think
Now,
that's.
Cheng, you said it was the most obvious Nazi salute you'd ever seen.
I really don't think it
Which
it
I
is.
think Hitler
And
might
I
be
fucking
surprised about,
despise
right?
Elon
But,
Musk, dude.
You
You
don't
didn't really
actually
say
believe.
that, did you? Say, oh,
Yeah, but
I'm
Cheng,
sorry.
just to be
I
clear,
did,
you
brother,
don't
I did.
actually think he's a Nazi, do you? So how can you make a Nazi salute if you're not actually a Nazi and in fact absolutely hate everything they stand for? That's not a Nazi salute. It's a awkward thing that he did to say "my heart to you" that then gets deliberately misinterpreted as a Nazi salute by people who keep wanting to call everyone on the right a Nazi.
No. So Elon Musk is trolling. So this is a classic right-wing.
No, he's
maneuver.
just a spastic.
It's to get attention.
He's not
and
trolling.
He knows
He's
that
just
if
an
he
idiot.
does a Nazi salute, but he says, "Oh, but I touched my heart, and I can't believe they're calling me a Nazi. I'm the victim. The left wing is coming after me just because I did the most obvious Nazi salute of all time." Now, the left is angry at me because I'm not calling him a Nazi. I think he's trolling. I think he's doing it for attention. And he does this plausible deniability. It's the oldest trick in the book coming from the right wing. In fact, when you get upset at the right wing, they usually go, he's just trolling, right? So that's what happened there. That wasn't subtle. And again, I have credibility here because when they accused so many people of doing this, I said no. When Laura Ingraham was at the RNC and she
Oh, hell
raised her
no.
arm, and they're like, that's a Nazi salute. I'm like, that's not a Nazi salute. She just raised her arm. Everybody raises their arm. He did that so crisp, so sharp, exactly like the way that they did in the Third Reich. That's
It wasn't
not an
even
accident.
close,
He's a
like the way
smart
they did in
guy.
the Third Reich.
He's
In the
doing it
Third
to
Reich,
get,
but okay.
To get us to do this
Dude.
segment.
You had to throw a Nazi salute like that in the Third Reich, the SS would have just shot you on the spot, dude. Like, American spy, clearly, right?
And for the inauguration,
Honestly,
let's be real, dude.
honestly,
he's swallowing up all the attention.
I think that is the biggest load of cobblers I've ever heard in my life. But Andrew, over to you.
Yeah, so it is.
Okay.
And so
Oh my
here's
God!
the
No!
thing.
Don't criticize what is so freaking obvious.
Can-
And what if he
Shane,
put a
can you calm
Nazi?
down while I
He put a
can I
swastika on his
can I
forehead.
respond,
You
Shane?
guys
Is
would be
it
like,
okay?
no. Because it's not what it appears.
Shane,
It's
can you
not what
calm
it
down?
appears.
Calm down, Saint. Calm
Yeah,
down.
go
Let me
ahead,
respond. Again, didn't
Andrea.
interrupt you.
Andrea,
Yeah,
go
I did-
ahead.
I
By the way,
didn't-
it's great to
I
have the
didn't
old
interrupt
Cenk
you,
back, by the
Snake.
way, just for the record.
Yeah, I didn't interrupt you, Snake. Just calm down for a second. Let me respond
Go
very
ahead,
quickly.
Andrea.
Okay, so we have tons of evidence that Elon Musk isn't a Nazi. Kanye West, I don't know if you remember this,
I didn't
but
call
he
him a
ran
Nazi.
for he ran for political office when he released a swastika. It wasn't even a swastika; it's just something that looked like one. Musk banned him for it. Musk just went through and did a massive purge. He just went through and did a massive purge of all sorts of people who were considered Nazis or that the left had been calling Nazis on Twitter. It's a big thing right now. All the evidence points to the fact not only is he not a Nazi, but there's no good incentive for him to even do this. What's the incentive? You say, well, it's a dog whistle. He's trolling. He's just funning this and that. No, this is very common, by the way, for people to make this hand gesture. I have it from AOC. I have it from Clinton. I
Yeah,
have it
in
from
Germany.
all of these various people.
In the
And the
1930s.
thing is, yeah, I have it from all of the Democrats. Saying you can draw side-by-side comparisons. People have been showing you them nonstop. You just don't care. You don't care because you want it to be some trolling Nazi thing when it clearly
Then
isn't.
why did
He
I
said, "My
defend
heart
all the other
goes out to all
right-wingers
of
when
you."
they raised their arms like that? Then why did I defend
What's
all
that?
the other right-wingers when they raised their arms like that?
Because
and
there's- because
even
the
Nick
same
Witness
reason you
today
defend
was like,
left-wingers
that
when
was
they
the
do.
clearest Nazi salute. And by the way, I literally said, even if he put a swastika on his head,
No,
you
he
guys would
didn't
find
say
an
that.
excuse for it. And then,
He
hold
didn't say
on,
that.
and then you said about Kanye, when he put a swastika on his head, it wasn't really a Nazi symbol. I mean, you proved my point over and over again, so it's a delight
I
debating
didn't say
you.
it wasn't a
And-
Nazi
and
symbol. I
even
said
Nick-
the swastika. I said it wasn't an actual swastika, but it looked enough like one. That he
Oh,
banned
okay,
it.
so
I didn't say
there you
anything
go
about
again. I mean,
not
it's a swastika, but not
Nazi symbol.
really, because, okay. So, look, even
Yeah,
Nick
symbols
Fuentes,
actually
an
look like
avowed
actual
Nazi
symbols 'cause
today,
they're actual
said
symbols.
It's an absolute Nazi salute. Yeah, so look, guys.
No, he didn't
you
say
guys
that.
are
You just made it
fighting
up.
against a ghost.
I mean,
Fuentes,
Cenk, as he did it,
make a Nazi
as he
he
did
didn't
it,
make a
Cenk, he
Nazi salute.
literally says, "From my heart to you," or whatever the words were, right?
Yeah.
He literally tells
Touches
you
his
what
heart.
he's doing.
Yeah, that's
From
the
my heart
plausible
to you.
deniability. Of course.
Nobody,
Of course. Do you
nobody
think Piers,
actually
Piers,
believes.
Piers,
Hang on, Cenk.
Piers,
No, Cenk, hang on.
you're a
Cenk,
sophisticated
nobody
media person.
including
Do you
you, by the
really
way.
think he would have said, "This is for"?
Have you seen an Elon Musk interview? Do you think Elon Musk is a sophisticated media person? No, the guy's a spastic idiot, okay? He just has a lot of money that he knows how to spend on really smart people that then do all of the shit that he needs to make more money. Like, I don't understand why people are so fucking smitten with this fucking idiot, dude.
For the Third Reich. No, of course he's gonna have.
He would if he was a Nazi.
He's literally Jeff Bezos.
You know that.
If he was a Nazi, he'd say, "Heil Hitler, this is for you, the Third Reich, my love for you." Yes, because he would be an actual Nazi. Instead,
Well,
he's a
first
guy
of
who
all,
literally a
Piers, you're
few months
fighting a
ago
ghost.
went to Jerusalem. He went to Jerusalem. He
Yeah,
went to the
but again,
and then he went down to the
but
he went
Piers,
down to
two
the
things.
kibbutz,
Number
which was
one, you're fighting a
annihilated
ghost.
on
I
October
didn't
the
say
7th.
he was a Nazi.
He literally went.
I didn't.
I really wish, this was months ago, but back then it was already very, very clear what Cenk's nephew thought about Jewish people. So I really wish the Andrew Wilson guy would have brought up Cenk's nephew.
Say he was a Nazi. You keep going
Speaking
back
of
to he's
Nazis.
not a Nazi.
It's
I'm
inverted.
saying he's doing it for
It's inverted.
attention, and you know that, Piers. As a guy who loves attention,
It's not true.
You know he's doing it for
don't-
the attention.
I don't
so
know that,
stop making
'cause
an
it
argument,
didn't happen.
debating an argument that I didn't even make.
There is absolutely no way in the world Elon Musk deliberately did that to get attention as a Nazi sympathizer.
Yeah.
The whole idea of that is fanciful, delusional, and
No,
deliberately,
not as a Nazi
deliberately
sympathizer,
manipulative.
Piers. As a person who goes, me, look at me, look at me, look at me. It's trolling. Do you not understand the concept of trolling?
I do.
So you
I'm
do
very good at it
outrageous
myself.
things with plausible deniability so that you can then come and go, oh my God, I got all the attention, plus I'm the victim because they're misinterpreting me.
Yeah, because when you're
It's
selling,
Trump's
okay,
fault.
great
You
argument,
really
Cenk.
learn
So
that
here's
freaking
Cenk's
Trump's
argument.
So
Cenk, just to be
you're
clear,
having a
hang on.
nonsense debate
Cenk,
about whether he's a Nazi.
just to be
I'm
clear,
telling you that he did it for attention.
I hear you, but just to be clear, you really think that what he thought would be a good move as he's celebrating Donald Trump's historic second presidency starting, that what Donald Trump would want on the front pages the next day was not a picture of him as the new president, but a picture of Elon Musk doing what you say was a Nazi salute. You think he literally gamed that deliberately to troll people. What part of your brain
Piers,
thinks
let
that
me
is
ask you a
even
question
feasible
back.
from a guy who literally lands space rockets in cradles? He's
No,
got one of the
no, 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 no. Again, his team does that. He just foots the bill.
brains in the world. He was not deliberately trolling people as if he's a Nazi. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So, Piers, let me ask you a question back. If you were giving a speech in the inauguration or in the parliament or anywhere, and somebody told you, hey, go say from my heart and do this exact thing, where you even almost snap your boots. You know, he just snapped that salute, right?
He won't
would
do
you
it again.
Would you really do it? And I want you to do it right now.
I told him.
You say you would.
I told him. Oh, I didn't tell him, but I tweeted. 10 million people have viewed my post on X. So he'll have seen it. I just said it was very ill-advised of him to do that move. Absolutely.
There you
Because
go. So
very
you think it
ill-advised.
did look like a Nazi
But that
salute.
anyone who genuinely believes he was doing it to replicate a Nazi salute is talking complete bullshit. Andrew.
Yeah, and to just respond.
No,
very
but
briefly-
Piers,
I want to bring
Hang on,
Andrew in
hang
now.
on,
Let me
hang
bring
on.
Andrew in.
If it didn't look like a Nazi salute, why was it ill-advised? If it didn't look like a Nazi salute, why was it ill-advised?
Andrew, he was ill-advised to
Yeah.
do it, and I'm sure he'll now realize that. It was an ill-advised act.
Okay, good.
So here's the thing too. This was off. This is something that's off the cuff. Cenk's entire argument here is it's trolling. Believe me. That's it.
Yeah.
No evidence, no anything.
None.
All evidence to the contrary.
You don't have
He doesn't
evidence
even
either.
claim he's a.
You don't know
doesn't
what's
even
in
claim
his
he's a
head.
Nazi. It's not my claim. You, the claimer, you bring the evidence. You, the claimer, bring the evidence. Oh, it was trolling. I have no evidence.
The evidence
Believe me, though.
is in the
Great
video
argument.
where he does a Sieg Heil
Oh, that's the
salute.
evidence.
And you're saying
didn't
no,
do a
it's
Sieg
not
Heil.
actually his
Now
mind.
it's a Sieg Heil.
You read his
Oh.
mind, and he meant really
No,
well by
no,
it.
you are
You're
the one claiming you
that
read
has-
his mind. You're the one claiming you read his mind. And it's a troll, bro.
I'm
Believe
telling
me.
you what we all saw with our own eyes and ears. In fact, Piers admits that it looks like a Nazi salute. Piers is on my side on that.
No, no,
You're
I
saying
said it was
even
an
though it looks like a
ill-advised-
Nazi salute,
No,
I
no.
read his mind,
Let me be
and he
clear.
meant nothing but warm.
Let me be clear. It was an
fire and
ill-advised.
rainbows.
It was an ill-advised
No evidence.
movement of his arm because obviously the kickback has shown that. However,
Great
however,
argument. Great
however,
argument, by the way.
He did
Believe
not
me,
say,
bro.
as you're
Believe me,
saying,
bro.
as you're saying, Cenk, he did not say Sieg Heil because that would have made him a Nazi saluting Adolf Hitler. He said, "From my heart to you." Rather less, I would say, contentious than Sieg
He
Heil,
snapped his
which is what
boots,
you
brother.
want people to think he was
snapped
doing.
that salute.
All right,
Okay,
let's
let me
change
ask you one more question.
Let's change subject.
If Elon thought, oh my God, that's so ill-advised, I feel so bad about that. If somebody
Yeah.
was saying that I did something Nazi, I said, oh my God, I feel bad about that if it was ill-advised. Why wouldn't he just say, oh, of course I didn't mean
You
it
know
that way,
what?
I'm
If-
sorry
you know what?
if people
Here's the
perceive it
proof.
that way.
Check.
But he
He
never
didn't do anything
does
wrong.
that.
Check. If
What
he
does he need
comes-
to apologize for? He didn't do anything wrong.
If Elon Musk does it again,
But Piers
if
thinks he
Elon
did
Musk
something
does
wrong.
it, no, Cenk, if he does it again in public,
Dude,
that
he's
way,
trolling so
then he
hard
will
between
be
these two.
trolling
He's farming them,
because
dude.
now he knows how it
Expertly, I
looks.
might add.
And I don't believe he meant that in a million years.
'Cause it's
Last
fucking
week, Elon
funny.
Musk, having literally been to the kibbutz where Jewish people were massacred on October the 7th, literally a few months ago, the idea that he would now want people to think he's a
After
Nazi
being pressured.
is ridiculous. Anyway, I want to change the subject quickly. We're running out of time. Andrew, many people are saying that what Elon Musk and Trump and RFK, Joe Rogan, all these guys, that there's a kind of new broligarchy that is ruling America. And that's why so many young men in particular, black, white, Muslim, Jew, whatever, all came out and voted for Trump in bigger numbers.
Drop a
Do you
9
feel
for the
that's
boys.
a real thing, the broligarchy?
Yeah, I mean, to put it bluntly, yes. Men like things which are masculine, and they're moving back towards masculinity from the social ineptness of the left, saying, "Oh no, all these feminine virtues are great." Men are not happy with that; they're not thrilled about it one bit. Absolutely, I would say that there's a ton of people now who are saying, look, we need to have some type of common sense. We can't have trans kids running around.
Right, we should all be on Discord.
We can't
But
have
this thing is almost over.
these indoctrination
7
programs
minutes.
everywhere. So it's
Everyone
time to
jump on
go
the
back to
Discord.
Common sense. Remember what Trump said in the inauguration.
It'll be great.
He says, now it
I'll
is
annoy you
time
with
to
my
go back
soundboard.
to common sense. He said that. He also said it's liberation because we're going to have
blasphemy against the emperor.
I wouldn't say it's an oligarchy or oligarchy, right? I would just say it's a whole bunch of like-minded men who are all saying no at the same time. There's not only nothing wrong with that, but it's been needed for a long time.
Yeah, and Cenk, I agree. I do think that men, for a number of years now, since the Me Too and Time's Up movements, quite rightly held a lot of predatory men to proper account. No problem with that whatsoever. But the pendulum swung so far the other way that every man started feeling like they were predatory.
Can't see
until
these
they could
fuckers
prove
because of the
otherwise.
storm.
And a lot of young men in particular gravitated to people like Andrew Tate and these kind of more contentious characters because they were...
Oh. Update on that, right? Boom. Tate Bros just charged with rape and human trafficking in the UK. Let's go.
crying out for someone to tell them what they should be like as a man.
And you need
And
to
what it
stop
feels
licking
to
the
me
garbage
now is,
bags, or I'll kick your
Andrew has
ass.
said, is that you're getting a
You
return
fluffy
perhaps
little
of the
ass.
pendulum to a place where
Evil
it's okay
demon.
to be masculine. It's okay to slightly beat your
Very
chest and
cute,
say, I'm
evil
proud to be a
demon.
man. And I think it is. I think that's been long overdue.
Like slowly backing
to
up.
have that pendulum come back to where not all masculinity is toxic.
On this one, I completely agree with you, Pierce. I think the pendulum swings all the time, and every time it swings, I'm
leave your
against it
sister
when it gets
alone.
to the extremes, and I get hit by both sides. But yeah, I think that people went too far.
your ass out of her
Every form
face.
masculinity was
Come on.
being called toxic masculinity, but that's not right. There's things that are masculine that are perfectly great, and you know. I've said this on many shows. It's kind of a hilarious thing to say, but I'm proud of being a man. I love being a man. And so if we are really progressive and we're on the left, we have to be accepting of everyone and exactly as they are. So if someone's very feminine, great. Someone's very masculine, great. So they're somewhere in the middle. They viewed masculinity and femininity differently, great, no problem. We believe in freedom. We believe in these principles. So I think the pendulum did swing too far. This is definitely the country reacting back. But I do want to say one thing. That term you use is kind of a misnomer because it takes the bros and combines them with the oligarchs. And the oligarchs are different. Like Elon Musk might be a bro, but he's way more of an oligarch. Like the Rogans and the Portnoys are more of the classic bros, and I have a lot in common with those guys. I also have tons of disagreements with those guys. That's normal, but I'm just warning everyone.
Drop that
populist
9
right,
like it's
populist
hot.
left. Beware of the donor class. And I'm not dead set against Elon or anyone else. As you know, Piers, if he wants to cut the Pentagon, I'll help him cut the Pentagon. He control all he likes. I don't care, as long as we get to the right policy and the right things for the American people. But be careful, guys. The donor class has a lot of power, and they want things for their own benefit and not necessarily
You know
for the
what? I
average
don't
guy.
disagree
Well,
with you.
you know, I gotta give some ground here, where ground is due. You are correct about that. They should be disassociated between the two. Joe Rogan's not like Elon Musk. But I think when Pierce is referencing a broligarchy, it's tongue-in-cheek to say, hey, a lot of these guys are working kind of hand-in-hand in tandem in order to move a political agenda. And I don't even think any of us would disagree with that. But yes, I agree with you. There are actual oligarchs in the United States. There is a technocratic class which is coming to fruition. Nobody's disputing that. It's how we handle it that matters.
Yeah, and you know, it was quite funny, Andrew, because my
Clunk.
team had prepared some of your supposedly controversial, inflammatory quotes about women. And I've just read them, and I'm thinking, I think in the Brave New World, I don't find them that controversial. So
I've
I'm
never
just going to
thought
read
that
one.
I was a very controversial
One is
person.
the only reason femoids hate my wife is because I tell her to get me a beer and she does. That's the kind of thing I say to my wife and she laughs once she's made my dinner. And then you say women,
And by the
women
way,
find
doesn't,
beds to be
Pierce,
a...
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Doesn't the beer taste better when your wife brings it to you?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And then you said this, and Cheng, I'm interested in whether you agree with this or not. Women find beds to be a centerpiece of decoration.
I'm so
Men
dead,
find
by the
beds
way.
to be tools
Oh,
for
shit.
sleeping. It's so there's no purpose. I mean, I agree. Cheng?
Beds. He said beds, saying. So like men, when we look at beds, we look at them as tools for sleeping in. Women actually look at them as decorations.
He's right.
As well.
Cheng?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's some truth to that. Of course, not all women are the same. Not all men are the same. But my mom would do curtains that didn't cover the windows at all because they looked great.
So here's my point,
We're
Cheng.
trying to
Here's
keep
my
the
point.
sun.
Exactly.
You know what's interesting? Here's my point. We've reached a point where Andrew Wilson's deeply inflammatory, controversial quotes about women can actually now be laughed at in the tone that I believe they were originally expressed, which is, you know what? Of course. It's just a bit of fun. It doesn't matter.
Yes.
Women and men can tell little light-hearted jokes about each other, playing up all kinds of stereotypes, and it doesn't matter. People
And
don't
they
need to be
do
shamed,
all the time.
cancelled,
Yes.
vilified, fired from
Yes.
their jobs. We can actually have fun, and then we can actually, by doing that, isolate the people who really deserve to be isolated, who are despicable pieces of work. So anyway, look, we've reached at the end a point of agreement, which is breathtaking to me. And Cenk, it goes well with your line about my theory is we might be able to get more done if we put aside the mutual hatred. I'm glad we saw a bit of the old volcanic Cenk rear its head today. It's good to see that hasn't gone away, but also good to see.
Can't wait to do it again.
But also good to see we reached a point of agreement at the end, chaps, and I would love to do it again. Actually, really interesting debate. Thank you both very much.
Appreciate it. I take none of this personally, by the way, Shank, and I hope you have a wonderful evening.
Cenk, final word?
God bless you.
Great to see you
no,
guys.
I appreciate you guys. Look, I always appreciate every conversation. The more of these conversations we have, as heated as they get, at the end, you find agreement.
I agree.
And that's what we have to do. We have to talk through things as a country.
Totally
so
agree.
that we can find the parts where we actually
That is
agree.
why, listen, that's why we
I really
all
shouldn't
do
have gone
what
on
we
in
do,
front.
Right? We just want to be part of a debate which makes things better, not worse. I do, anyway. Great
Now I
to
have
see
to
you,
watch
chaps. Thank you
Exquisite
both very
Trend Torp. Yeah, the one good one there. Those guys. Two hits on that one.
But you said there were 50,000 Hamas. Others have put the total figure at around 25,000, which begs the question, if after 18, 19 months now, you have been waging this ferocious war against 25, 26,000
Dude, it's going fucking
terrorists,
fast,
and
man.
you still haven't
Like, it's
defeated
pretty good.
Your strategy
I might
is
blow
failing.
through this
How
one.
many children have you killed?
Pierce, Israel is not
Well, how
killing
many-
children.
That's the hard one.
Israel is not killing children. Hamas is using them
Israel
as
is
human
killing
shields.
children every single day. And what you're trying to do is be very weaselly with your words.
No, I'm not.
The truth is, you are killing a lot of children. You would
know that-
argue
you
you're
know
doing.
why it's caused?
Hang on, let me
Because
finish.
Hamas is using them as
Let me
human
finish.
shields, and you know
Let me
that.
finish my question to you. You are killing a lot of children on a daily basis. That is indisputable. My interesting question for you is, how come you know exactly how many Hamas terrorists you've killed, but you have no idea how many children you've killed? Several key points in the war on Hamas. Former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert
Whoa.
has denied.
Yo. Look at how bad that green screen is. That's embarrassingly bad for a show with a pretty big budget.
Denied that Israel would kill civilians deliberately and denied the charge of war crimes. He now says this.
The statements made by Israeli cabinet ministers, the leading cabinet ministers, that say we should starve Gaza. What is it if not a war crime? I mean, how can a serious person representing the Israeli government can spell it out in such an explicit manner that we should starve Gaza, that there should be no supply of basic fundamental humanitarian needs to a couple of millions of people living there. They are terrorists that we need to fight, but this is not a war against Hamas. This looks more and more like a political war of the Israeli Prime Minister and the cabinet and the group of thugs which are now representing the Israeli government inside Israel and across the world are committing actions which can't be interpreted in any other way.
And that's why I feel like we can definitely talk about ethnic cleansing. Because they want them all out. That much is clear. And that's literally ethnic cleansing.
Well,
We've seen many of those in the last 20 plus years, right?
Mayor also said, and I quote, the government of Israel is currently waging a war without purpose, without goals or clear planning, and with no chances of success. Meanwhile, Ehud Barak, another former prime minister and former IDF chief of staff, says the war is now purely for Netanyahu self-preservation. Yair Golan, an opposition voice and a former army deputy chief of staff, said Israel is, quote, killing babies as a pastime, close quotes, and risk becoming a pariah state. These aren't radical Islamists or raging anti-Semites, but patriotic Israelis who think their country is losing the plot. Today, Israel announced that they've eliminated Hamas's chief in Gaza, Mohammed Sinwar, the younger brother of Yahya Sinwar, the mastermind behind the deadly attacks on October the 7th. That was seen as a huge win by Israel as they looked to justify the continued fighting. But how many innocent Palestinians are losing their lives as a consequence? Overnight, we saw more shocking scenes in Gaza as thousands of Palestinians overran an aid site run by US and Israeli-backed group with the intention of taking control of food distribution away from the UN. Many experts believe that swathes of Gaza face imminent famine caused by an 11-week Israeli blockade, which is only now beginning to ease. How much longer can all this go on? Well, I'm joined by Israeli Ambassador to the UK, Zippy Hotovely. Ambassador, welcome back to Uncensored.
Good evening, Pierce.
What's her name?
Incredibly damning comments from to the UK, Zippy Hotovely.
Zippy Hotovely.
To Uncensored.
Good evening, Pierce.
Incredibly damning comments from
That is
two former prime ministers
very
of
unique.
Israel and a former deputy chief of staff of the Israeli army. When you hear what they have to say, surely it gives you pause for thought, doesn't it?
Well, it's quite obvious for someone like you that understands politics that those people are coming from the opposition. Their job, in their opinion, is to fight whatever the government is doing. I think it's very anti-patriotic not to support Israel's war when we are fighting the most justified war in the world against a terror group that committed the worst atrocities at the 7th of October. Just today, we remember 600 days that we still have 58 hostages in captivity. And I'm afraid to say, nowadays in Israel, you can't find even one leader that will say he's willing to live with Hamas on its doorstep. So if those people have any criticism, they should offer a plan how Hamas will be removed from the Gaza Strip, from controlling the doorstep of Israel.
Ethnic cleansing is probably not the answer, though.
I didn't get to hear that, not from European leaders that are criticizing Israel, and not from those opposition former leaders. So I must say that in the end of the day, Israel has a serious threat.
Am I the only one that
security.
pressed 9?
You will agree with that.
Or was it
no
that
one
long
wants
ago?
To see people being massacred in their homes like we've seen at the 7th of October. And in order to do that, the aims of the war are still relevant. We want to bring back our hostages, and we want to make sure Hamas won't control the Gaza Strip. Every leader in the world, in the Western world, agrees on those two aims.
You know, you and I have spoken regularly or on a number of occasions throughout this war. I've always said from the start, as you know, that Israel had an absolute right and indeed duty to its people to defend itself after those appalling attacks, and my position about that hasn't changed. But I also kept asking one question, which was, what is a proportionate response? And I've got to tell you that in the last few weeks, I have found the Israeli government strategy in Gaza to be utterly disproportionate. And I'll explain to you why. When you launch a blockade for nearly 3 months to a population which already has seen much of their possessions, their land, their buildings, their homes decimated by bombardment after bombardment, when you say that you're going to launch a blockade on aid and food to a population where 50% are under 18, you are pursuing, it seems to me, as Ehud Olmert said, a policy of starvation towards, obviously, because of the nature of the population in Gaza, of a lot of children. And that is a war crime. I mean, what else do you call it?
I think when you look at the facts, and you should look at the facts, letting in 25,000 trucks with tons of aid, this is not a policy of starvation. Now, let me tell you what was Israel's policy from the beginning of the war. From the beginning of the war, we created a very clear distinction between the terrorists. We're talking about 50,000 people that embedded themselves in population, as you know. Just now, you just mentioned Mohammed Sinwar He was found under a hospital, under the European hospital. He was hiding there because he knows exactly how the world reacts when Israel attacks hospitals. But those hospitals being abused and being used as a terror facilities. This is why Israel is allowed to operate there. Now I'm going back to the policy of aid. In the last few days, as you know, Israel is launching a new program, a new mechanism to deliver aid because unfortunately, and I'm saying that with a big pain, Hamas was looting the aid that all the world wanted to be let into Gaza. Now, everyone is interested that the population won't be starving. We don't want to see pictures of children that don't have something to eat. We all share the same interest. But at the same time, if Hamas is looting the aid, then we are empowering the war machine. And according to the international law, no country in the world has obligation to feed the war machine of the enemy. And this is what happened in the last few months. This is why Israel had to change the mechanism. This is why American companies are involved. So we'll have a buffer week. We won't have to see Israeli soldiers combating Hamas while they're trying to loot the aid. The whole procedure is much more effective, and just in the last few days we saw Hamas putting barriers for the population not to receive this aid. This is the same Hamas that uses his own people as human shields. So we are talking about a situation that's very difficult, very complicated. Once Israel is fighting the Hamas terrorists, we still want aid to get in. And the mechanism, I believe, that Israel is putting now forward is so much better than the one that in the end of the day is empowering Hamas.
The problem is that whilst you're saying all this and trying to justify it, you've got people like Smodrich coming out and making it absolutely crystal clear what the real plan is, which is to completely clean out Gaza of all the Palestinians and get them into, quotes, a third country. That is a form of genocide. It is the deliberate targeting of people based on ethnicity and displacing them from their homes and killing a lot of them in the process. I don't know what else you would call it. I resisted using the word genocide about this, but when I watched what Mr. Smodrich
it's called ethnic cleansing.
And studied the exact words,
I'm pretty sure those are not
it is very hard to
the
reach
same
any
terms.
other conclusion than that he is waging a strategy of genocide and would like to cleanse, as he put it, the whole Gaza Strip of all the Palestinians. So you can try and dress up that blockade, which is what it was for 3 months, where we saw the starving children you say you're concerned about, but you've got Smodrich there actually laying bare the real plan, which is to get all the Palestinians out of Gaza. And that is a form of genocide, isn't it? What else do you call it?
Well, let's begin with the fact that if you listen to the British media, you get the assumption that Smotrich is the Israeli prime minister. Well, he's not. He's not the one who's forming the policy on aid. And the policy you just quoted is actually...
So is he a liar?
No, all I'm saying is that his policy, his statements are not. His statements are not standing in one line with Israel's policy. This is as a matter of fact. Now, going back to what you quoted basically President Trump's plan. And President Trump's plan is speaking about making Gaza a better place. Gaza will be a better place without having a terror hub, without having the underground tunnel city, without having people firing on Israeli cities. Just in the last 2 weeks, there were more rockets being fired from Gaza to Ashkelon, to some Israeli southern cities. We are not interested with any of that. And I just want to remind you, just in case you're so interested with finishing the war, the war can finish today. If Hamas will surrender, if Hamas will make sure that no weapons in Gaza, if we'll see demilitarization of the Gaza Strip, and if our hostages are back home, the war will be ending today. I mean, just imagine that.
All right, but let me ask you though. But you accept that Israel has the strongest military in the Middle East, right? I am the proud owner of 2 cats.
I swear to God, doing this after a question right before the answer infuriates me so fucking much.
Okay.
We have
just for that, I'll skip it. Go fuck yourself, Piers Morgan.
Population that's been hit by a terror organization. We're a small country. We're a small country that its border being invaded.
Fine. I just asked you a question as to whether you have the strongest military in the Middle East. You accept you do?
We do, but at the same time, we're a very vulnerable country when we are surrounded by radical Islamists, including backed up by Iran,
here to defend radical
that wants to destroy Israel.
I'm not here to defend that. I'm not here to defend Hamas, who I think a despicable terror organization. But you said there were 50,000 Hamas. Others have put the total figure at around 25,000, which begs the question, if after 18, 19 months now, you have been waging this ferocious war against 26,000 terrorists, and you still haven't defeated them. You still can't get your hostages released. They're still not being released. It's clear to most people that your strategy is failing. But what you're doing is ramping up the attacks, ramping up the devastation, ramping up the clearing out of Gaza. You've got members of the cabinet openly saying they want to get rid of all the Palestinians and get them into another country. So it seems to everybody else that what you're actually doing is not winning any war against Hamas. In fact, many people think, including intelligence that the Americans have received, for every Hamas terrorist you've killed, they've already been replaced multiple times with people with the same ideology. And that would explain why you can't get the hostages out. And in fact, the hostages, the more you bombard Gaza, the more you would say that their own lives become imperiled. And the overriding picture, which is what's getting Israel so much opprobrium around the world, is that your strategy isn't working. There's no clear plan for what happens at the end of all this. Hamas is still clearly alive and well and thriving. Yes, you've killed another one of their leaders today, but you killed his brother, who was the architect of October the 7th, months ago, and that didn't seem to make any difference to Hamas's ability to
I missed
continue
everything
engaging
again,
in
dude.
battle.
Like,
And
these towers are too small, bro.
argument remains, how
Fuck.
many Palestinian civilian innocent lives, women, and in particular children, are you prepared to kill as you continue going after Hamas when it doesn't appear that you're winning that battle, that strategy is failing?
Thank you.
Pierce, how many Japanese children were killed under American attacks, and how
Well,
many
don't play
German
whataboutery.
children
Let's-
were killed
don't
under
play
UK
don't
attacks
play
in the
whataboutery.
Second World War? Listen,
Don't play
I mean,
whataboutery.
if you want to play
Focus
a
on
fair,
my-
if you want
focus
to
on my
play a fair
question.
game, you need to
Yeah.
understand how Western armies operated in the past. Israel is not anywhere near to the American attacks on Tokyo that killed 100,000 civilians, and not anywhere near to what the UK was doing in the Second World War. Now, when I'm looking about a strategy, I get to hear all the people criticize Israel today, including yourself, and then I'm asking
Excuse
you
me,
this
sorry.
question. If Israel finishes the war today and Hamas stays on our doorstep, what kind of future do you promise my children? A future that 7th of October will happen and again, just like Hamas leaders promised? This is what you expect the Israelis
I
or the
do not
Israeli
think
leadership
Hamas-
to accept?
Hamas should not be allowed to run a Welk stall at the end of all this. They should have
So how do you
no
achieve that? How do you achieve that?
Well, you don't-
who's
you clearly-
volunteering there to
you-
demilitarize
with
the Gaza Strip?
With respect, Ambassador, you clearly don't achieve it with the way that you're trying to achieve it. All you're achieving at the moment is making Israel more and more of a global pariah. When only a few days ago you have 2 doctors.
You dare
in
scratch the
Gaza
Emperor's
who have 10
paint.
children, and 9 of them are killed in
Heretic
a
filth.
bombardment by your forces. That doesn't make people feel, oh, this is all going great. It makes people think that you're waging a systematic destruction, not just of property and of land, but also of children. And that's what's happening. The percentage of children that you're killing compared to the percentage of you're killing of Hamas terrorists. What
Bro,
is it?
everything's
Do you know?
gonna spawn around you. You're so
Well,
fucked.
well,
You know that, right?
Answer me that one question. Do you know how many Hamas terrorists you've killed and how many children you've killed? Do you know those 2 numbers?
I know the numbers that came from the IDF. I know the numbers that came from a very, very established
give me the
think
two
tank.
Give me the
Wait a
two
second.
numbers.
Wait a second. We killed
Give me the two
30,000.
numbers.
We killed 30,000 terrorists in phase 1 of the war. Since the war is back, I don't have the numbers. But let me tell you one thing. We
And how
never
many children have you killed?
We never target civilians. So this question is irrelevant.
How many children have you killed?
Pierce, Israel is not
Well, how
killing
many?
children. Israel is not killing children. Hamas is using them
Israel
as
is
human
killing
shields.
children every single day.
Pierce,
Why
this
pretend
is a
otherwise?
blood label you're putting on Israel.
Why
You know it's
pretend-
not true.
What? No, it's not actually. And what you're trying to do is be very weaselly with your words.
No, I'm not.
The truth is, you are killing a lot of children. You would
know that-
argue
you
you're
know
doing.
why it's caused?
Hang on, let me
Because
finish.
Hamas is using them as
Let me
human
finish.
shields, and you know
Let me
that.
finish my question to you. You are killing a lot of children.
See, well, yes, that is to a certain degree a valid argument. Definitely. I really do think what Piers Morgan is getting at here is very, very telling, right? Somehow you know the exact number of Hamas soldiers you've killed, but you can't say the number of civilian casualties, let's say, that you've caused. Yeah, sure. Okay, that's all pure PR, right? But that's not good PR.
On a daily basis. That is indisputable. My interesting question for you is, how come you know exactly how many Hamas terrorists you've killed, but you have no idea how many children you've killed?
Piers, I will give you the answer, because when you're accusing a country of killing children, it sounds to all the people that are listening to us as if Israel wakes up in the morning and says, "Ooh, let's kill innocent people now." This is not what Israel is doing. Israel
But
is
you are killing a lot of
and
children. And my question is, how come you
Piers,
know how
can
many
I ask you
terrorists
something?
you've
Are
killed?
you familiar with
Well,
the
answer my
international law? Are
answer
you
my
familiar
question.
with that at all? Because the
Answer my
international
question.
humanitarian law says very clearly, as long as you're targeting civilian
Oh,
targets,
I'm so screwed.
you're allowed to attack.
Wait, I'm going backwards. Fuck.
No, but
Answer
you're
my
not answering my question.
Never mind, we're
Israel
good.
is
It's
not
my job to ask
deliberately
you questions.
killing children. And this accusation is a fake thing that you keep on saying again and again when you know we're a democratic country, cares about
I
human
just
life.
asked you a simple
and
question.
At
How
the
can-
same, at the same,
Okay,
at the
answer
same
my
time,
question.
Hamas
You
is
can keep
deliberately
talking,
using the
or you
children
can
as human
answer my
shields.
question.
And you
Yes,
know that.
I don't deny anything you say about Hamas. They're everything you say they are, probably worse. I despise Hamas. They are a despicable terrorist organization.
So help us win
who-
this war. If you're
By-
despising Hamas,
You do
you're
not-
offering
you-
to surrender. You're not offering to
No,
win.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you this question for a purpose.
This lady is really
curious why
annoying
you
me.
know-
She's so full of
say
shit.
you know exactly how many Hamas terrorists have been killed, but you have no idea how many children have been killed. Why is it you know one number but not the other?
I'll give you the answer. Because in the end of the day, we never target civilians. We only target the
Why
terrorists.
don't you know the statistics?
And look, you can ask this question.
Are you saying no children have been killed in Gaza?
I didn't say that.
Are you saying that?
I didn't say
what
that.
Are you
I
saying?
said.
Well, what are you saying?
Here's what I'm saying is Hamas
How
needs
many
to
have
be
been
blamed.
killed?
Hamas needs to be
How many
blamed
have
for
been
any
killed?
child that is being killed in Gaza. Now, if you want to go into this propaganda of Israel is doing this and
It's not
that, you know,
propaganda. I'm asking you why you know how many terrorists you've killed, but you don't know how many children you've killed in the process.
I have
why
an
don't you
answer
know
because
that?
we targeted those terrorists. And we
Yeah,
never targeted
yeah, I saw
any
the
civilians.
Citadel
That's
hits.
the answer, and this
But
is
you,
why
you know that
we
you know
have the
many
numbers.
thousands of civilians, but you know
Well,
many
you're in the
thousands of
Stalinium
civilians
thing.
have been killed. You understand
Piers,
that? Do you?
do you understand that you don't care about my
Answer-
children
don't
and
keep
other
asking
Israeli
me
Comrade
children
Stalin.
by letting 7th
I
of
do.
October happen
Oh,
again and
I
again?
do.
Big
Oh,
gun
I
goes
do.
boom.
Oh, I do. In fact, to my detriment, actually, in the Middle East for many, many months, when I was defending Israel's right to defend itself. But now we're at a point where more and more civilians are getting killed in collateral damage as you wage a war and a strategy and a plan which makes no sense to even your own former prime ministers who think you're committing war crimes.
Oh, you
So don't
can't
just
use a
couch
fucking
all this
coupon
as
on this?
propaganda by
It is.
people
You
who
fucks.
just well, okay, but
Chips
again,
only,
I simply
wow.
ask you one more time. Why is it you know how many Hamas terrorists you've killed, but you don't know how many children you've killed?
Wow.
Why is that?
As I said again, because in the end of the day, when
Fuckers.
you're accusing someone in
You don't
killing,
count one, but
you
you count the
accuse
other?
someone in doing something deliberately, while Israel
how
is
do
not
you
doing
know
it
the
deliberately.
numbers?
Can I accuse
How
the
do you know
UK
the
of killing
numbers?
German children during the war? You would have said
Stop
it's
playing
absurd.
whataboutery.
It's absurd.
Explain why you know one number, but you don't know the other. Now, everybody knows how much I enjoy my QUElife.com/hits.
The answer for that is very clear. Hamas is putting a lot of propaganda into it. And Hamas is
Right.
trying to
But
create
how do you
fake
know
news.
how many of those?
I
how
will
do
give you
know
another
you've killed
example for that.
30,000
I will
terrorists,
give you
but
another
don't
example
know
just
how
from
many-
last week. Just from last week, I
Explain.
think we all experienced this, I think, one of the most shameful moments in the UN history when Tom Fletcher was throwing a number of 14,000 babies are about to die. And in the end
Yeah,
of
he
the
got
day,
it
the
completely
BBC,
wrong and was
the
wrong.
BBC
He was
had to
wrong.
correct that. And this
He
is
was
part
wrong.
of the propaganda that Hamas is promoting.
Yes.
And I don't want Western media to follow up on Hamas propaganda.
Well, I didn't.
It's very
So
simple.
you're talking to a member of the Western media, and I didn't do anything with that report.
No,
I
but the
could see
BBC
immediate-
did, and then they
Sorry,
had to
I'm
take
not the
it back.
BBC. I'm not the BBC, and they were wrong. And he has now retracted it. He explained that actually he misread it. It was if the blockade went on for the whole year. We all know the reality. It was a mistake.
Yes, but
he shouldn't have
for
done
a
it.
day, it was the
Yes,
headline in
yes.
all Western media
Fine,
accusing Israel
fine,
in fake things.
Fine.
So
fine.
we need to
So-
fight that. We need to
so
find the
once
fake
again-
things that are happening
okay,
out there.
I don't want to find any fake things. I want to get to some facts. You seem to have a very clear idea, Israel, of how many Hamas terrorists you've killed. You've said the number.
but you have absolutely no idea how many children have died in the process. I simply ask you why. Why do
Pierce.
the lives of the Hamas terrorists
Pierce,
get
listen
recorded,
to me.
but you don't record the number of children you
I'm
killed?
willing here to give you the strategy about the war because this was the question you were
Why don't
asking
you answer
me.
my question?
I'm giving you only the answers that I have.
Just
My
tell me why
answer
you
is,
know one number and not the other.
But the number makes a difference just if you're targeting civilians. If Israel is not targeting civilians, according to the international
It doesn't
law,
make any
you're-
difference to the number of children who've died.
It does
You can couch it any way you
difference
like.
according to the
But how do
international
you know about
humanitarian
the
law.
number of terrorists killed, but you don't know how many children have been
And I'm
killed?
saying
How do you
again-
know one, not the other? Explain
Here's-
to me. Treat me like a village idiot. Why is it that
According-
you know one number,
You know what?
but you don't know the other? Explain
According
to
to
me.
the international humanitarian law, it makes a lot of difference if you're targeting civilians, if you're
I'm not
targeting
talking about who
the
you're targeting.
legitimate war aims.
I'm
and-
not
and all the
talking about who
all
you're
the
targeting.
facilities.
I'm not saying you're deliberately targeting the children who've
Very
been killed.
good. So that's the only thing that we are discussing here.
No, it's not. Because you
Oh.
know how many terrorists.
Oh,
have killed,
wait,
you
what?
say, but you
Because
have no
those are the
idea
people
how
What's
many.
a tactical modifier?
So
Oh,
how many
damn.
children have died in the process? Why don't you know that number too?
Pierce, please ask this question to the people that can give you the answer. I don't have the answer.
Who has the answer?
Please don't ask me
Who has
questions.
the answer?
that-
Who has the answer?
I don't have the answer. And I will tell
You're
you
the
something.
Israeli ambassador to my country. Who else should I ask?
Well, you should ask one question. How do you make sure that the 7th of October won't be repeated? And this is the question
Yeah.
you and everyone who criticizes Israel at the moment doesn't have the
Yeah.
answer to. And again,
Here's a question. Here's a
we are
question
not
for you.
denying
Why
the
don't-
fact that
why
war
don't
is a
you
bad
let-
thing, but
okay,
we never
why don't
wanted
you
this
let the-
war.
Why don't you let international journalists into Gaza so they can report fairly and freely without being led around by the IDF? Let the journalists in because you ban them. And the only reason you continue to ban international journalists from going in there is not because of our safety, as you also quaintly put it. It's because you don't want the Western journalists to get in there and see what's
I
really
hate these
happening.
modifiers,
Only you
dude.
know
They never
why.
line up.
Only the Israeli government knows why you want to
So fucking
continue
annoying.
banning journalists from international media organizations coming in at their own risk assessment and actually working out whether anything you're saying is true or not. And it may be if you let the international journalists in, well, let me just finish. It may be if you let them in, then they wouldn't just count the number of terrorists who are being killed. They'd be also able to record how many children are being killed, because it strikes me as utterly extraordinary that you, as the ambassador to my country, are able to say with complete clarity and certainty 30,000 Hamas have been killed, but you seem to have absolutely no idea how many children have died in the process. No idea. Or you have no interest. I don't know which one it is.
Pierce, let me go back to your question about the journalists. I think in the end of the day,
Let them in.
we are coming to the point where journalists will be allowed to get into Gaza as long as there is no risk for them. And you know
It's got nothing to do with you, the risk to journalists. It's not your problem.
From my point of
You don't have
view,
to- it's
from
not
my
your
point of view,
problem.
once there is no risk to their life, I'm sure
Oh, what
they'll
a
be
load
allowed
of
to get in.
flannel, Ambassador. Don't treat us like idiots, please. We're not idiots. You're not doing it for our safety. You've banned the journalists so that they don't report on what is actually happening. Only you know why you're doing that. I don't know. Maybe you're doing everything completely fairly. Maybe it is the most moral war ever waged in history, as you keep saying. But the longer it goes on without you allowing journalists in, the less people believe that, and the more people believe you have something to hide.
Pierce, there is
and
just
the mere
one.
fact
There is just one
Yeah.
question here, never received an answer. How do you promise to the Israelis that they won't have 7th of October being repeated again? If everyone agrees that Hamas shouldn't control the Gaza Strip, as you just said, who will do the job? Who will volunteer to demilitarize the
We're,
Gaza
like,
Strip
really
according
close.
to your philosophy?
Why don't you work? Here's my suggestion. Why don't you work harder on the diplomatic side to resolve this conflict, this war? And why don't you bring in all the people that can help resolve that, rather than continuing to blow everything up that you can see with your forces? Why don't you try and resolve things diplomatically, which in the end is how you got the other
Couple more
hostages out
days,
to date.
2 days
So
after
it
this
seems to
one?
me the bombardment strategy just doesn't work. And all you're doing is making
Wait, this has
Israel, a
ever
country,
worked.
by the way, that I love, and I love Jewish people. It's got nothing to do with either the country or the people, but everything to do with the Israeli government, which
Sorry,
has
guys.
now got people like Smotrich out there very clearly, very brazenly, and very unambiguously dictating a term of genocide on the Palestinian people, where he wants them all out of Gaza.
Do you think that's a good idea? Do you
No.
think that's the
Here's,
solution?
I'm not speaking for Bezalel Smotrich. I'm not his spokesperson. I'm the Israeli
Then what do
ambassador.
you think?
And I think whatever the government thinks, because I'm ambassador, I'm representing a government here.
How
and
are we supposed
by
to
the
know
way,
what the government thinks when he's out
I
there saying
represented
that?
the last 4 governments that Israel had. And let me tell you something. There is not even one leader in Israel today that is running for office, whether he's in the opposition or in government, that believes that Hamas should stay in power. And we released 197 hostages just because we had a combination of a diplomatic pressure together with a military pressure. Nothing would have happened from a goodwill. This is a terror organization. They don't do things from goodwill. There is no goodwill in Hamas. And because you know it, again, I'm disappointed that some people lose patience. Can you lose patience in the middle of the Second World War and just let the Nazi regime to win? I don't think it would have been a good
I
idea.
tell you what I've lost
if you'd
patience
have,
with.
would have stopped in the middle of the Second World War.
I've lost patience when you start starving kids. I lose patience when you as an
So
ambassador...
this is a lie.
tell me-
This
Well,
is a
hang on,
complete
hang on.
lie. You know we get
No, it's not
we
a
get
lie.
aid into
It's
Gaza.
not a lie.
How do we starve people if we let
when you
aid
launch
in?
when you launch a 3-month blockade of an already impoverished, hungry people who are bunkering down from nightly bombing raids, when you do that, you will starve people. You will
It
starve
was
them.
never the intention. The intention was not to let Hamas get over and take over the aid. And there was no other solutions. No one was offering a better mechanism.
But it was the consequence of your actions. You accept that?
As I said again, Israel never was planning to starve anyone, and our actions are speaking more than our words, because in the end of the day, tons of aid got into Gaza for months and months and months. And now I think it's time for all of us.
I literally saw footage yesterday, or today it was, of literally thousands of Palestinians desperately fighting. One lost their life.
I have a
as they're
NT-USB.
fighting for scraps of food. Do you think that's the behavior of well-fed
Roads.
people who are not actually starving hungry? Do you think? On balance,
I
that it
think
may
what
be
I've seen,
the
what I've
desperate
seen
acts
in
of
the
people
last
who have been starved now for 3 months
What
are
I've
not
seen in
absolutely
the last
desperate?
few months, I've seen, first of all, in the last 2 days, I've seen mechanisms that works. I've seen happy families that receive the aid, and they know that now the mechanism is so much better, and it gives family by family a box of aid being protected by American companies. I think it's so much better than what used to be.
All right.
And it would have been nice if the UN organizations would have joined the distribution rather than boycotting this system and just letting the criticism on Israel to continue without them playing along with the new mechanism. It could have been really helpful.
Just to remind you, the most savage criticism of Israel is coming from your own former prime ministers. Not one, but 2. And former leaders of the IDF. It's not coming from necessarily people like me, even though I am getting increasingly critical because I find the answers I'm getting just increasingly ridiculous. Now, out of fairness, because we know each other, I'm going to give you one last chance just to tell me even a ballpark figure of how many children have died in Gaza.
Piers,
know
I
how many
think I'm
terrorists?
very famous for saying the truth. And the truth is that I don't know. If I would have known the number, I wouldn't have hid it from you. So
Do you know
why
it's-
do you keep on
but why-
asking the same question
Because
again and again?
I don't understand how you can know how many terrorists you've killed, but you don't know how many civilians you've killed. Why do you know one but not the
As I said
others?
again, I think that it's totally irrelevant to the main question the humanitarian
Irrelevant how many
international law is
civilians have
asking.
died?
The international humanitarian law is never
Irrelevant.
about civilians
Are
getting
you
killed.
happy?
It's only
Are you
about who
happy?
are you targeting. And if
Zippy,
you're doing a
Zippy, are you
legitimate
happy?
warfare,
Are you happy that people are going to watch you as an ambassador to your country say that it's irrelevant how many children have been killed?
it's not
in
what
this
I
war?
said, Pierce, and you're totally distorting my words. I said, according to the international law, if you want to check if war is fair or not, the only thing you check is the targets that a country that is fighting, whether they're
All right, but just to
targeting
be clear,
the
just to be
militants
clear-
and not targeting civilians. This is what I
Right,
said.
does the-
and please
does the-
don't twist my words.
Can you confirm this then, given you have no idea how many children have been killed? Can you tell me, are the IDF under specific instructions from the government or from their commanders to only count the number of Hamas terrorists they kill and to completely ignore how many children they're killing?
Never. This is not the case.
So, do
the
they count?
case is
do they
that
count?
the IDF.
Do they count civilian deaths?
But the IDF has one mission: to work according to the international law when it's fighting a moral war. And even your
Right.
own historian, Professor Andrew Roberts, said when he sees those circumstances of Gaza, this is the lowest ratio of terrorists versus civilians. So this is your own historian, well-respected military historian that is saying that about our war.
Sorry, with respect, how do you know, given you have no idea how many children you've killed?
As I said, Professor Andrew Roberts did is.
How do you know it's the lowest ratio? You don't know how many children you've killed.
But but in the end of the day, it's not just about children. When you're comparing, listen, Piers, here you're really creating like the totally wrong picture. People, in the end of the day, we know. In the end of the day, we know who are civilians. Civilians includes also mature people. That are.
How do you know the ratio of civilian to Hamas deaths if you have no idea how many civilians have been killed?
You asked me about children. I don't have the answer specific about children, but I do have the answer about civilians versus.
But you're aware that it is reported that over 20,000 children have now been killed. You're aware.
As I said,
right?
this is not being backed up with facts, and I cannot approve this number.
Right, but you know how many terrorists you've killed.
Yes, this is the last data we received from the IDF.
Okay. So you're only getting the data about the terrorists, not the civilians.
I think a proper army should know that he's doing a fair war by working according to the international humanitarian law.
Right.
And this is what the IDF is doing. And if you would have known how much the legal advisor are working hard whenever we're going to any military operation. I just want to tell you, a few years ago, Israel had the opportunity to make sure all Hamas leadership will be eliminated by one action. But we didn't do anything to do that. That probably would have prevented October 7th because we knew too many civilians would have been involved. So Israel is very cautious when it acts. Israel doesn't target civilians. And in the end of the day, you need to understand that this is our children's life here, our security and our defense. No Israeli wants to face another terror attack like the 7th of October.
Your children's lives are clearly very important to you. I'm just curious why Palestinian children's lives aren't.
It's not what I'm saying, but unfortunately, Hamas doesn't care about the children. Hamas is the one who's using them as human shields. And if you would have looked at the reality in Gaza, you would have said, this is a monstrous leadership that wants to kill children deliberately, so Israel will be blamed.
The reality in Gaza is you've destroyed the place. You've killed tens of thousands of civilians in the process of killing, we don't know how many terrorists. You say 30,000. I cannot understand how you know that number, but have no idea how many children have died as well. But you say that, that's fine. If you're happy with that position, that's fine. But the truth is, you are destroying Gaza, and you have senior members of Netanyahu's government in his cabinet at senior level on the record now saying the policy is to clear them all out. Clear all the Palestinians out and get them out of Gaza.
And as the Israeli ambassador, I'm saying this is not the government's policy. And this is on policy, I can tell you clearly, the policy is to make sure Gaza won't be a threat on Israel.
Well, then you should get him fired for spreading disingenuous lies which sound like genocide, shouldn't you? Otherwise,
why the question, by the way?
We have to
out of
assume
curiosity.
that is the government policy.
I'm saying again, the government's policy is being carried by the Prime Minister, by the Foreign Minister, by the Defense Minister. Those are the three people that are actually carrying the policy as a matter of a fact. And I think you just enjoy quoting those things, but you know that Israel is
I don't enjoy any of this, Ambassador. I don't enjoy any of this. I think this war should end now. I think your strategy
without having
is
security to Israel.
And it should end now.
Without security to Israel. Without the hostages coming back.
You need a better strategy. You need a plan that can work. You need a plan for after the war. The growing belief is that your Prime Minister Netanyahu, he has no incentive to stop this war. The moment he does, 70% of Israelis hold him accountable for what happened in the first place on October the 7th. So he'll be out of his job. Then he's facing corruption charges. So he'll be in a courtroom where he may go to prison. Where's the incentive for that leader to bring this war to an end? There isn't one, which is why we've got where we've got to. That is the cold, hard reality of where we are. And that's why your own Prime Minister, that's why your own former Prime Ministers are turning on this strategy and this government and its policies. And you know it, and I know it. It's not. Don't worry about what I say. I'm just an angry journalist. You've got ex-prime ministers of Israel who say you're committing war crimes. And if you want to prove you're not, let the journalists in, and we can work it out for ourselves.
Piers, let me just make a final comment, because you were saying a lot. So I want to say one thing. Israel doesn't like fighting. This is our sons, brothers, and husbands that are fighting this war. No one has an interest to lose his business and to fight for 600 days unless it's really existential threat. And Gaza has become existential threat because of what happened, because they're being backed up by Iran, and we're not going to let it repeat, even if we lose your sympathy. And we need to win this war, and Israel will do everything to make sure Hamas won't control the Gaza Strip. And I don't get to hear from anyone, including the leaders of Europe, a better plan of how to dismantle Hamas besides fighting. And this is where I'm concluding my conclusion. The war can end up today if Hamas will surrender and if we'll bring our hostages back.
Okay. Ambassador Hotovelli, I appreciate you coming on Uncensored. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, my thanks to Israel's ambassador to the United Kingdom. Listening to that was Mustafa Barghouti, Secretary General of the Palestinian National Initiative, who joins me now from the West Bank. Mr. Barghouti, welcome back to you to Uncensored. As you can tell, that was a pretty fractious interview I just conducted with the ambassador to the UK. I did find it utterly staggering that she seemed to rattle off precise numbers of Hamas terrorists who'd been killed, but had absolutely no idea how many children had been killed in the process, and in fact used the word irrelevant at one stage. What is your reaction?
Well, there are many reactions, actually. I happen to hear some of the answers, not all of them. But first of all, which is the most important thing, the policy of ethnic cleansing, which Smotrich is advocating, the finance minister of Israel, not any minister, the minister of finance, this is usually considered the second most important ministry in any government. But it's not just him who's saying these things. It's Netanyahu himself, the prime minister. The prime minister of Israel is on record saying repeatedly that his goal is to push everybody in Gaza to the south in a concentration camp, practically, in Rafah area, and then to displace them. And he keeps calling that Trump's vision, the Trump's vision of ethnic cleansing, basically. So it's not Smotrich policy, it's the Israeli government policy. That's one. Second, of course, we know that about 20,000 children have died and have been killed by the Israeli bombardment. And these are not just numbers. I mean, these are names of people. You mentioned the medical doctor, the pediatrician Ala al-Najjar, who lost 9 of her children in an Israeli bombardment. I know another person, Brahim Abu Mahdi, who had 6 of his sons killed. They're not all children, but 6 of his sons who were working in a kitchen preparing food. They were absolutely innocent. The reality is that, unfortunately, so far 175,000 Palestinians were either killed or injured or imprisoned in this terrible war. And that is about 10% of the population. 10%, apply that to the United States of America, and you will get the number of 33 million Americans killed or injured within the course of 20 months. This is beyond description. By the way, this is much more than even the Second World War, proportionally. Even in France, the number, I think, of those who were killed is less than 6% during the Second World War. So, and even going to the Second World War is by itself a mistake, because how could you compare the situation then with the situation after the Second World War, when we had the United Nations and for the first time international law and international humanitarian law and international criminal court and international court of justice? So it's unacceptable even to compare. Although even if you compare, what Israel has done is much more criminal than what any other government did before. The amount of explosives that were thrown on Gaza since the beginning of this war is no less than 100,000 tons of explosives. That is 50 kilograms of explosives for each man, woman, and child in Gaza. That is more than 5 nuclear bombs, similar to those that were thrown on Hiroshima and Nagasaki during the Second World War. So it is really shocking. And the more important question I would like to answer, because it was asked repeatedly, how can Israel have the security, how Israeli people can be safe? The solution is very simple. It is the solution that Israel has been avoiding for 77 years. which is to accept us, the Palestinian people, as equal human beings, to end their occupation and establish peace. And if they want, if they accept two-state solution, they should bring international forces. We don't mind. Let them sit on the border to guarantee the security.
Okay, I sound a bad game up until there.
Or
I
if they
managed to
want
double
one
my damage.
democratic state with equal rights for everybody, but not to accept two-state
Oh
solution.
my god, I'm almost
as they
there with
do,
the ribbons
and not
already.
to
The
accept
fuck?
one democratic state means that their only solution to the fact that we have 7.3 million people in Palestine versus 7.1 Jewish people.
Why does it say new?
Their only solution is ethnic
Oh, I got
cleansing.
it.
That is the reality.
Oh, from the root word.
And the only way out of this situation, the only way out of these vicious circles of wars, is to accept Palestinians as equal human beings, accept our right for self-determination. Today, Gideon Sa'ar, the foreign minister of Israel, said openly, publicly, that if the other countries continue to recognize the Palestinian states, he will impose Israeli sovereignty on the West Bank, which means annexation of the occupied Palestinian territories, which is yet another violation of international
Okay, let me just ask you one question, which is, if I was an Israeli or a member of that government, I would not countenance for 1 second that anyone from Hamas could form any part of a new government going forward after this war. Do you accept that Hamas can play no part in any government going forward?
You know, surprisingly, it's not me that have to accept that. Hamas accepts that. Hamas told us, I was present in the meeting that took place in Beijing about a year ago, in July last year, when we had a meeting of all the 14 Palestinian parties.
Oh, if you're doing the Dunkirk thing, me too, then.
The leaders of Hamas told us, and they did that repeatedly, more than once, that they are ready not to be in the government of Gaza. They don't want to be in the government of Gaza. And what we reached in the agreement we reached in Beijing was very clear. There will be a national consensus government consisting of independents, and but that are acceptable to different Palestinian political forces. And it will
Fucking
be
Joe, dude. I don't know how he does it.
until the war ends, until we have
ridiculous.
the possibility of reconstructing Gaza. So Hamas has told us they don't want to be in the government.
Okay, obviously, obviously Hamas is still holding 58 hostages. Why don't they just release them? Why is there not enough pressure from the Palestinian world collectively to compel Hamas just to release the hostages and bring this to an end? Why don't they do it? But why don't they do it?
No.
Why don't they just do it?
Give me the chance to answer you. They are ready to release all the Israeli prisoners, and they should be called prisoners of war because they are all soldiers. But nevertheless, call them captives if you want.
They're not all soldiers. They're not all soldiers.
No, the ones that are still in with the Hamas are all soldiers. You can check that. They're all soldiers. All the civilians were released already a long time ago. So they are ready to release these soldiers immediately, of course, in exchange of a number of Palestinian prisoners who are sentenced to life imprisonment, because as I don't know if you know or not, but there is more than 10,000
Oh, I forgot to fucking. No, I didn't use the
prisoners in Israeli jails, including, by the way, including 300 children, including, by the way, 3,600 that can be called captives as well, because they are civilians and they are arrested without charges under the so-called administrative detention law, which means they are in jail without knowing why. They could be in jail for years without even their lawyers knowing why they are in jail, and without any legal process or any due legal process. So there is the Hamas position, and the other Palestinian parties' position in Gaza is clear. They are ready to release all Israeli prisoners in exchange of release of some of the Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails and the end of the war. It's very simple.
Bro, I've never seen a ship in a crate, and this guy had 3 in 2 weeks. It's ridiculous.
So it's not a simple situation.
No, it's not simple for Netanyahu, of course, because as you said, Netanyahu doesn't care about the Israeli prisoners, doesn't care about their release. All he cares about is himself.
Yeah, me neither.
About his
Ever.
continuity as a
Literally
prime
never.
minister, He's afraid of being taken to jail, as you said, or losing any chance.
Yeah, I was about to
of staying
say,
in political
you get a lot
life.
of free shit. Why
And
the fuck are
he's
you crying?
most afraid. The
What are you
other day
bitching
I
about?
heard one Israeli defenders of Netanyahu saying that the prime minister is the one responsible for the government policy, and that's why he has the right to appoint the head of Shabak. Well, if he is the one responsible, then why he is escaping the responsibility for what happened on the 7th of October?
Okay, Mustafa Barghouti, always good to have you on the show. Thank you very much. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask for only one simple thing. Hit subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And in return, we will continue our mission to inform, irritate, and entertain. And we'll do it all for free. Independent, uncensored media has never been more critical, and we couldn't do it without you.
Log update. The electronic life forms have found me once more relentless pixelated devils. I've suffered a sprained ankle in the scuffle, yes. Even here, pain exists. I'm now limping toward the secondary hard drive, a dusty old Seagate. My only hope contact, Clippy. If he still lives, he may guide me. It looks like you're being hunted. He'd say, pray, he's waiting for me with tea and a plan.
It might actually be a Seagate. It's a good guess. Right? Like, I do think my 4 terabytes is a Seagate. I'm just gonna make these go defeat. I don't really need any of this. I just want the cards back in 20 hours so I can use them. It's not on cooldown. I'm 2,600 away from the gallons. Oh yeah. Yeah, we were laughing about that days ago. It's like, that's what you get when you ask the world's worst, most famous like navy of all time, Russia, for help. Of course it's gonna sink immediately, not get off the dock halfway. And then they put a tarp over it, like that would cover it up. I mean, it covered it up, but not in the way they wanted to, right? Fucking idiots, bro. What's up, Dodo? Now we need to wait on the resident Germans. The Germans.
Exclusive shop.
It's fine. See the guns in the Jaeger, they'll barely they'll tickle a little. That's pretty much it. Dude, I love the photograph. It's so fucking funny. And the whole fucking like the PR thing too. They already like arrested the dockyard manager and like his 2 underlings. They probably shot them by now already, let's be honest. It's that kind of country. But the propaganda that they put out over the ship as well, like, oh yeah, the side was scratched, but there's no holes. Also, some seawater got in. Oh, so there is a hole. Gotcha. Right? Fucking very hard, dude. Propaganda is the funniest shit, bro. Love the satellite photo though, with the blue tarp over it. It's so dumb. Yeah, that's gonna help hide it, guys. Can you believe those guys have nukes? Fucking crazy. Yeah. Yeah, it's the best thing, dude. The blue tarp is so funny. Yeah, that's gonna help. It's okay, great general, whatever the fuck they call him. We covered it up. You idiots, that's not what that means. But that is what happens when you ask Russia for naval help. Right? The literal worst country you could ask for naval assistance. Have you seen Supreme Leader? That's the one, yeah. Have you seen their aircraft carrier? I was gonna say, have you seen their submarine? No, you've not, because it's on the bottom, fucking rotting, right? But that's a little much. Because that actually happened. Wait, you haven't? For real? Oh, bro, do I have stories about the Kuznetsov? Holy shit. It's ironically named after, like, their one competent admiral they ever had, right? And the ship is a fucking disaster. Most of the time, like, at least half of the boilers aren't working. They still use mazout, so you can literally see it over the horizon because of the giant fucking black smoke plumes that, like, come out of its funnels. They literally... This is not a joke. When it goes out to sea, it has in its tow a bunch of tugboats because it's inevitably gonna break down. The last time they went to a floating dock to get repairs, because here's the thing, Russia doesn't actually have a dock big enough to maintain the Kuznetsov, because that shit's in Ukraine. I wonder why they attacked it. So when they moored it at the floating dock sank and damaged the aircraft carrier, almost sinking it alongside it. Like, and that's the country you ask for naval help? You deserve whatever you get. Like, you 100% deserve your ship not even getting off the moorings halfway and just falling over. You know? Like, what the fuck did you expect? Right? You asked, like, the literal worst country for assistance in how to make a naval vessel. You could not have chosen... You could have chosen Tibet, a landlocked fucking country, and had a better fucking assistance than... Well, they asked China too. It's like a naval Russia-China thing. Still, absolutely hilarious. The Kuznetsov is such a piece of shit. I love to watch like YouTube. Like I said, like I love to watch like documentaries and shit. And there's this one documentary series. The Russian Navy sucks, and it goes through like a bunch of the failures, and they're fucking hilarious, dude. In a morbid kind of way sometimes, right? Because a lot of sailors die. Well, actually, sorry, they don't die because Russia lists them as missing in action, so they don't have to pay them for being killed in action. Because, you know, Russia. Supposedly they did really well in the India versus Pakistan. Skirmish. I was trying to find the word, but I'm not so sure if that's accurate. Because, you know, the Pakistani minister was like, oh yeah, well, you can see we shot down a bunch of planes. It's all over social media. Oh, thank you for that evidence, Mr. Minister of Pakistan. Like, fucking retard. At least the good thing that comes out of all of this, it's highly entertaining. The one thing that does worry me is like, yes, you're right, you can't fix stupid, but this stupid has nuclear weapons. Like, not a single prime minister or president, whatever the fuck you want to call it, in Pakistan has successfully gone through a term without, you know, being deposed, assassinated, etc. Like, in like the last 4 decades or some shit like that, like some stupid number. It's like becoming president / prime minister of Pakistan is essentially a death sentence. Like, and that country has nukes. Press 9, boys. Oh, Exquisite's dead already. Yeah, that's why I'm not worried about Putin, but I'm definitely worried about religious extremists. And Pakistan, if nothing... I'm gonna die. If nothing else, there are very much religious extremists. Well, good luck, you're the only one left.
Oh crap, well Marvin's here too, right?
Oh yeah, you and Marvin. Wait, why do I not see you as alive on my screen? Oh no, I do.
Seems like the thing that shows how how forward they're going doesn't. It seems like it's always showing 4 green, if you know what I mean. But I don't know why that is.
Oh, the big green circle?
Yeah, the circle that shows if they're going forward or backwards. They're always 4 forward, and it doesn't seem like they're always actually doing that. But maybe the mod's broken, or I don't know.
If it goes full backwards, it's also fully green. So you kind of have to watch that thing above it as well. Because you should have 2 run, two ones. Like there should be like a little dot above whatever you're looking at as well. A little
I thought the
circle
full backwards is full red, no?
Yes.
Okay.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. No. Are we talking about the same circle? You're talking about the target circle, right? I'm talking about the little circle above the name.
What's the one above the name? I don't even know.
If you use the ones I use, green it means they're going forwards, gray means they're stopped, and red means they're going backwards. That's what I said with the colors.
Okay.
The circle is only like if they're going full power or not full power. But the downside of that is you don't know how long they've been at full power, right? If I go from 0 and I put full power on, you'll see full power, but I'll be going like 2 knots.
Yeah, that's true. Exquisite. Yeah, right there, that aircraft carrier changed from green to red, so I guess it's fine. Maybe these guys just, most of the time just go full blast. So.
Marvin, why are you so fat for a cruiser? Did you drink too much? Is that a beer belly or just can't stop eating? Too much vodka is not good for you, comrades. You look like balloon. And if you get shot in the side, you explode like a balloon. Well, you're beautiful for like a decade and then you have a heart attack. I'm sorry, we're not supposed to say that out loud.
Oh gosh. You did. Fuck.
Yeah, it is exhausting to play good with a DD. Like, one mistake and you're just so fucked. Sure, I'll take it out of what I make for streaming. Oh, look, it's negative. You owe me a couple $1,000 now. It's okay, you only need 7.
Damn, they're gonna say kill 7 ships in like 3 minutes?
Something along that, yeah. Hence, good fucking luck, boys. Gonna need it.
If we all die, but the warrior's still alive.
No,
the
we
end
lose.
Feet? Oh, we lose. Okay. That one game, then we had like one guy left with 300 HP and we won. Remember that?
Yeah, because the Duncan shot the last guy, right? If it kills the last guy, you're good. But...
Yeah. Got 4 minutes. There they are.
Look at Marvin making the guy go first. Duncan's taking damage from the other group though.
I think they have to let that happen though. They have any chance of getting 7, right? Even if they get these ones, they have to go turn around and get the 4 behind them. Ooh, nice, Marvin.
That'll work. Yeah, the Viesma is actually really good. It's just really hard to play. You cannot turn your sights to people. Stop pressing F randomly.
Marvin, save your repair bill. Ooh, we got that one too. Whoa. Please, Marvin,
Zwei,
die.
Eins. I think so too. I totally blame you, Marvin. We totally didn't run out of time or anything. Get your asses on Discord. Even Dodo's here. You see how these exquisite guys work? always like whining, oh, Dodo's not on, Dodo's not on. And then when you're on, he's not here.
Yeah, they tricked me.
No more horses named after Exquisite.
Oh, Marvin, because he referred me, so every time we get some, I think.
Oh yeah, I'm playing with Dodo. It's not even ship missions, it's literally I just get 28 every time I play with Dodo.
Will that last forever? That's crazy.
I think so. I don't know.
Wow. Damn. I gotta get some friends. Fuck.
Torp the motorboat. That seems like a bit of a waste. Oh, press the 9 button. What do you mean finish? We all know how the game ends. You lose automatically. You can delay the war a little bit, but Which U-boat simulator are we talking about? Just U-boats or Silent Hunter? Because there's like a couple, right? I'm assuming U-boats. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty fun game. Haven't been all that useful on this one.
I wonder why we lost that last one. Was that one just harder?
Just bad luck. People get dorped and stuff. I got dorped.
Oh, okay.
And getting hit by 4 dorps really hurts. So yeah. GG.
GG.
Burn to death for me. I think someone killed it before they burned to death. Yeah, fuckers. Chipset C. I don't even know what that is. Hang on. Sounds familiar, but. I'd rather like play something more modern combat oriented.
Wait, Exquisite, I thought you were done with that now.
Oh, nice.
Joe!
Wait. Oh, shit.
Win,
We just
Joe.
started the battle. Jump in Discord. We'll get you in on the next one.
To admit defeat is to blasphemy against the Emperor.
You're gonna blaspheme against the Emperor, Joe? Almost just John, because it sounded bitter, but...
Joe.
Exterminatus upon the...
Oh, I'm sorry, Exquisite.
I see a ship, I shoot at it. Look, there's one now. It's a filthy German. Wait, I'm in a German ship too. That doesn't count. Technically, it's a European, right? It's a filthy Swedish.
Hey, Joe.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay. You didn't respond to Dodo, I wasn't sure.
Well, I said hi first, and Dodo responded to me.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
So, no.
Yeah, we could play this up to 7 people in one division.
I noticed, yeah. I played one, but we got trounced.
Yeah. Yeah, that happens sometimes. You also kind of have to learn where the spawns come from. Oh no, dude! I farmed 40 million in the last 2 days. I'm doing pretty good on the money. Do you install Battlefront 2 as well, Joe?
I have not.
You gonna?
Thinking about it.
Could always use more people. It's actually still quite fun. I do hope they make a new one. Look, I'll wait. You missed that one? I'll take shoot that one. Oh, I'm fucked. First 9, boys. Oh, am I still alive? Ouch. There's 9 boys. Y'all so jealous. Dodo's in trouble. That wasn't too bad.
I think if they hit you in the front, they don't hurt as much. Sides, right? Oh.
Torpedoes, yeah. You're supposed to face head on.
Yeah, that's right.
Nine.
Can I start capping or no?
If you want, yeah. The destroyer is going to anyway.
Oh, okay.
I just realized we have 2 destroyers. I mean, you're just gonna ride on the NPC.
Yeah, I did that last game. The warrior.
It works. It works perfectly.
Yeah, it does.
What was that, Marvin?
A lot of torpedoes. Nice.
It's actually for me, but the Duncan was slightly damaged, so it works. Got him.
Shit, sorry, Marvin.
It's okay, Marvin likes it rough. Got him.
He turned into you.
Yeah. Yeah, he did. I was using him as cover anyway, so it's good for me.
Yeah, I just saw you turn out the way, but then he turned into you.
Which tier 8 you got?
One second, I'll tell you. Albemarle.
Is that a cruiser?
Yeah, British. British heavy cruiser.
Yeah, especially on the double fire, right? It's like 45 seconds for a cruiser. It's just very painful. Yes, sirs. You are welcome.
Yay.
13 kills. 9,000 experience. Jesus.
Damn. Half a mil as well.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not even using any boosts. Actually, no, I think I might be using... Yeah, we're using a 40% boost. So that's a 20.
Congrats, Exquisite.
The thing is, the destruction is only good for me right now because I need it as a quest. The damage you do is far more indicative of how much experience you get. Oh, it sucks for you guys, didn't? Because I need to still, I need to have 20 destroyed ribbons still for that. 2 million HP to ships for another dockyard. I almost have the 160k for setting fires. That setting fires, I saw that achievement or that mission. I was like, I laughed because that's a joke with the ship, dude. So like, I shoot at something, it's on fire generally.
Yeah, you literally rain fire.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
This tier 8 I've got's got like a high explosion radius on the HE, so it makes people catch fire pretty quick.
It should help as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Back in a real ship.
Or was it just grinding for something?
Yeah, we're doing the Dunkirk mission. The dockyard mission, sorry.
Hmm. Oh, did you need the commander XP?
Something with destroyers. Probably money, grand money, or basic XP or something.
Those I need commander XP with cruisers, subs, destroyers, and battleships.
You don't need to do all those.
Basically
Only 2.
Everything. All right. Okay. I'm close on the cruiser, but
because you need to do 6 of those, right? with the with the dockyard thing. So every dockyard
Yeah,
mission,
I've
you
done
only need to
3.
do 6 of those missions. So find the easiest ones and do those. Right.
Ah, right.
That's how I'm like farming through it. The hardest one for me was as well the destroyer. I had like a choice: make 4 million in a destroyer or like 12 million in like a CV or something. So I figured I'll just take the destroyer and grind it out. But there's something about this mode that the moment you drop torps, the ships change directory. It's like, I don't want to say it's hard-coded that they cheat, but it does look like that, you know? So it's kind of hard to play Destroyer in this mode.
Enemy transport ships detected leaving the combat zone. Do not let them escape. Engage immediately.
Shit, I'm still happy. I have noticed in this mode that, as Dodo was pointing out, their speed is not very indicative. I feel like the AI like lags the speed or something. Even though it says 4, it's not going full speed. Sometimes it really doesn't feel like.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it.
Yeah. It's like I know what you mean, right? It's like I kind of shoot on instinct on these ones because it's like, yeah. Because it might be full green with the green dot on top, going left to right perfectly, and you still need to like half what you normally need. But then you have the transport ships that are like racing out, and you need to lead way more than what you normally do because they're going like 45 knots. It's ridiculous how fast they're going. Let's drop a 9 for the boys. I'll drop a 9 for the warrior as well. It's taking heavy heat.
Trying to get this destroyer that's near exquisite.
Oh, how did it get that far already? I didn't realize it was that far. Yeah, I didn't realize it was that far out already.
Yeah, the warrior. I don't know why it's so far out yet.
Yeah. Still good though. We gotta just sync up our 9s next time. I'm 30-second cooldown still. That Juliet, the Isa should fucking get fucked. Yep.
Uh-oh.
Shit. Press 9. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9.
Y'all get him to shoot at me if I go ahead of it?
Oh, we got a shit ton of fucking destroyers behind us. Destroyers behind us, behind us, behind us. The destroyers, they're gonna torp the fuck out of the... Sorry, dude.
Oh. Okay.
One more. If he didn't send 10 torps, I'm not sure. But it looked like he did. Actually, he shot him at Marvin. That's perfect. Well,
Nice.
not for Marvin, but like...
Ooh, Marvin with the dot. Oh no, Marvin! No!
Snap. How did we keep that thing alive? Oh no, the torpedo's on the back. Stupid fucking thing. Yeah, only one hit.
What?
There's another one behind a battleship. Fuck, we're
Yeah.
screwed. 9? Press 9?
I don't think we're screwed. 9, okay. Oh, yeah, you're right. I might be screwed.
Alright, Marvin.
Shoot me instead.
Torpedo should hit though.
I'm going for a ride here. I was trying to go the other way. Oh, Marvin has to go?
We got the November though. Done. Have one more repair.
Oh. My last 9 is up. I don't know if you want to use it yet. But...
Yeah, let's use it. Stay in front of it and hope that they shoot us instead of it.
Oh, it's back up. Look at it. Whoa, gaining a lot. 43, 45. I think it's fine. 55K now. I'm being dumb, but I tried to get in range to drop some torpedoes. Kinda worked. Ready to go. Let's go. Easy. GG.
Nice. 17k experience.
It's pretty good.
400k money.
And community tokens as well.
Damn,
Yeah.
17K?
Yeah.
I'm up to 32 million. This ship is amazing for grinding credit. I wonder if I can set up a Streamlabs button for Discord mute.
I believe you can through your Stream Deck.
But only Discord. Because whenever I press one of these like soundboard things, it comes through my microphone, which means you would hear that too. So if we're streaming together, that'd be very bad. So I need like a toggle for Discord. I think I might have to get one of those plugs.
Did Marvin Exquisite have to go?
Yeah, making food.
Marvin went, yeah. Exquisite, I don't know.
Well, they're brothers, I assume they're making it together, right? I assume they're both going for food.
I've no idea.
Yeah.
I didn't know they were.
Yeah, they're brothers.
I just got sick-tailed.
Probably from the guys on the other flank.
Yeah, it was.
Oh fuck, we left the Duncan alone. Here we go again.
Oh shit, I can catch up maybe though. Damn, why is it? Usually it's behind now.
Right? Yeah, it's this mission. I just think it's the mission.
Duncan, slow down.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Glad you said something about the Duncan.
Well, it's gonna
Uh-oh.
get torpedoed to fuck, dude. Yeah, we're screwed.
Oh my god.
Instantly.
Oh boy. Okay, yeah, this is over. Yep, GG. Wow.
Yeah, I looked on the minimap. I was like, okay, we're dead. And then all the torpedoes started coming out.
Damn. Lesson learned there. I should pay more attention to the Duncan.
Yeah.
It's behind like 90% of the time.
It depends on the map. Yeah, it's just this map.
Yeah.
We got this map twice in a row, and twice in a row it never fucked it. Alright, that works. It was with a plugin from Elgato itself.
Did
Let's
you
see.
see we won't get another coupon till November?
Yes. I did tell you it was like every 4 or 5 months. That's why I was like, use
Okay.
it. Use it now, right?
Yeah.
You did use it, right?
Yeah, I use mine, but
Oh, no. Yeah, you used yours way before, right? Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I was talking to Exquisite. He bought a Jaeger. He's not happy. You need to try that shit out. That cheap out in battle, dude. In random battles. I think it performs great there, cause you can like just keep throwing torpedoes, man. Like, if you're in a group and you can make sure that your group kills the destroyer that's on the other end, you just got free reign, pretty much. The only downside is like tier 9 has radar and stuff, right? Because he does not have smoke screens. Well, actually, a smoke screen is not a downside to a radar because it looks right through it. So yeah. I really do think the Jaeger is a good ship. I want it myself. Probably not for this stuff.
Yeah, it's just not good in this game. I don't know if any destroyers are good in this game.
I've seen a couple of guys have success, but they were all in Japanese destroyers. And quite possibly destroyers where you can just smoke up and then you just lob shells, right?
Like gunboats?
Yeah. Well, they use there's destroyers that rely on their guns more than the torpedoes, so that's the ones. Can't really call that a gunboat, right?
Oh yeah, what are they called? You're right. That's not gunboats. Like the American ones, right?
There's a bunch of ones. The German ones as well. Their torpedoes are kind of shit. They're more guns oriented. But those motorboats, those are gunboats. From this mission, like the little tiny ones, that's an actual gunboat.
Yeah.
That's why it's like, you can't really call it a gunboat, right? But I know what you meant, yeah.
Looks like the Warrior's not out in front this time. So.
Yeah, it's gonna start moving now because the guys captured. It's a different map. This is a good little torp run. Still don't know what the hell the buffs do in this game mode. First 9, kind of in trouble.
Warrior taking me for a ride.
I can tell. It just sped by in my zoomed in vision.
I like this. Going so quickly.
Yeah, it does speed
like
things
I'm
up a little.
Cruiser speed with on a battleship. Uh-oh. Uh,
9.
Yeah. Yeah, 9. This destroyer just ran. I mean, the warriors ran right into all these Oh gosh, it's over. Jesus. Oh man, he was at 79 HP, the warrior.
Yeah, but there's more torpedoes coming.
Yeah, I can't stop. I can't. Why?
Where those torpedoes even come from, dude? What?
Yeah, they're in the smoke, I think.
I don't see smoke.
Maybe I need to get to the. I died. Fuck. Damn.
I don't know what killed it. I don't know where those torpedoes came from. It's definitely not smoke. They came from a totally different direction.
Oh, they did? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell that was. To Batoru. Nice Citadel, whoever that was.
That was me. Ooh, nice dodge, Joe. Hey, Torps.
Got a bunch of guys east as well.
Damn.
It's a statistic. GG.
GG.
Right before the torpedoes hit you. I need one more destruction, Ruben. That's something. I did the cost damage though.
If only I didn't fire that last one, you could have got that.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Oh, that's one dockyard done again. This one? Oh wait. Hey, I got a cutscene.
Yeah, I agree with you, Marvin. I want half of them.
Oh, I skipped the fucking... God damn it. Can I watch that again? I wanted to pause the music and it paused the fucking thing, and then clicking again made it fuck... Wait. Watch the shipbuilding process from the beginning. Okay. All this just because I want to see the last one, where it goes out. Oh, damn it. I am using a boost though, Marvin. The 20% one. The lowest one.
You're like getting that mission complete every battle because you got it with doublings, right?
That doesn't work for credits.
Oh, it doesn't?
No. It works on everything else, but not credits.
Not credits.
So free experience, ship experience, which is useless because it's premium, and commander experience.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Just goes to show you how fucking complex this. There we go. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Oh, that was it? Lame. Like... It's the free XP that's going nuts. I've got 220,000. I could skip like an entire tier 9.
Damn.
Kinda crazy. Alright, sorry for the wait.
Marvin.
Well, no, because you can't. Still have to buy them with money. And I don't do that for transitional ships. Unless I like playing it like the tier 6 sub. Does Joe know he's muted, or is he just not talking?
Just haven't spoke.
Okay. Just chicken.
I'm a quiet guy.
This is kind of true.
Unless I play Street Fighter, then I'm not so quiet.
I don't think anyway this. I don't care how many benzos I'm on, I'm still gonna rage when I play that game.
Yep. Someone gotta sit it down.
Yeah, I got lucky there.
Drop a 9 for the Pommern.
Holy fuck, I got wrecked.
It looks like this might be a map where the warrior goes fast.
It just doesn't stop.
It's already.
In the other missions, it stops until you capture the points. In this one, it just goes. I think that's the reason.
Sorry, what were you saying, Joe?
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, it's pushing up. Don't worry. And the Duncan's coming towards you guys.
It stopped now.
Oh, it did, nice.
Not sure why. Damn it. Get more spawning in the chest.
Damn. Oh no, Duncan! Why? Okay.
In a sec, just need to let the dog out.
Yep. I need a bathroom break after this.
We're about to lose, I think. Press 9 if you got it.
3 seconds. And this is where we lose.
Oh, the Duncan, slow down.
Well, we tried.
I don't know why it gets ahead and then just takes a bunch of missiles, torpedoes. I don't know what we're supposed to do about that.
Take it for them if we can, but yeah.
I was trying, but then it
yeah, it speeds
wouldn't
it's
slow down.
so fast as well. Yeah, I know
Yeah.
it's kind of it's a bit of a double-edged.
Focus the A with O.
I do that, yeah. But that still doesn't. It's not. Once they get the torpedoes off, it's you're fucked, right? I'll be back after. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Did you get the Oregon? The experimental?
No.
Okay.
I do not have anywhere near the amount of action reports for that. Plus, it's
Yeah,
21
yeah.
million.
Yeah.
21 million for 4,000 coal? I don't think that's a good deal.
Welcome back.
Thank you. What's the standard grill you were talking about? I just saw an article on the toilet. Mentioned that earlier, right?
The what?
Joe.
Oh, Joe. Okay.
Sorry, I didn't hear that one.
I said, what's this tainted grail you were talking about? You mentioned it earlier, and I was scrolling through my phone on the toilet, and I saw a news article about it.
Oh, it's a first-person RPG that looks a lot similar to Oblivion. Steven was playing it on his stream, that's why I asked him about it. Looks pretty good, to be honest.
Drop a 9 for Joe. We got a battleship right next to the Duncan. Look at the map, dude. How many dead ships already? I drop another 9 for the Duncan.
Looks like a windscreen with splattered flowers on it.
Right? From NASCAR. Like a 50. Give him.
Sorry, Joe.
No worries, Dodo.
Bro, I was looking at the Steam store. How the fuck is the Dragon Quest 3 remake, so a 20-plus-year-old game, 60 fucking euros?
Mm-hmm.
You must get out of your fucking mind. 3DS companies.
There's 5 times better games for 5 times less than money.
Right. Well, Dragon Quest 3 is great, but just get the original one, dude.
I'm not
you know?
saying that it's bad. I just mean that's what the industry's like at the moment. Which is good for the indies.
Yeah, true. Nope. Burn the 9 for the Duncan. Alright, who's the lucky first guy that shows up?
Oh, there he is.
That guy's in for a bad minute. I kind of want to like turn the waves and shit back on, just for mood, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe not the fog and all that shit, because that's just annoying. But the waves, you know? Like, the waves could be cool.
Uh-oh. Oh, we're probably fine. A little on.
Apparently, Tilde is also select AA.
Yeah, Tildo's Tildo.
Yeah, Tilde's right there, always all the way on the other side of the keyboard.
Observe now Joe Dodo and PJ sailing proudly in World of Warships. Joe has finally acquired his Tier 8 vessel, officially joining the elite ATM team, where progress is measured in premium purchases. Dodo, ever the humble grinder, still toils for coal like a Victorian chimney sweep. And PJ, well, he doesn't play to win, he plays to suffer, a beautiful display of digital masochism in motion.
I do have to point out, every single one of these people has premium ships. Dodo has premium ships, Joe has premium ships. He just pulled another one out of a crate, if you can believe that. Like,
all of mine have been from crates. I've not bought a single one.
no, but you got some from the thing as well, right? The Dunkirk? From the recruiting thing.
No, the ship that's the reward for the Dunkirk, I got out of the crate.
What? No. The ship, the Dunkirk, the French ship.
Oh no, I don't have the French ship.
Well, what do you mean? It should have given it to you when you used the link. Dodo has it, right?
Yeah, I have it.
Yeah.
Tier 6 Dunkirk.
Yeah.
Nope. I've got a Tier 5 Oki blah blah. I've got the London. Then
You
I've
mean
got the
October
Gallant.
Revolutia? That one?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. That's not Oki, that's Oct.
Then I've got the
Oktyabrskaya.
There we go. Those are my premiums.
Weird. You shouldn't have got. You should have gotten a Dunkirk at some point from the fucking team thing. Yeah, that's weird.
Maybe that Japanese one he got was. He got like a tier 7 Japanese ship here, premium.
Yeah, I got the Hyuga tier 7 battleship.
That was weird. How's that Awooga? I kind of expected the mask thing.
Ooh, look how far Duncan's already ahead of all of us.
An enemy aircraft carrier has entered the combat zone. Eliminate it. Attention! Enemy force detected along the route. Neutralize the threat.
Oh crap. Okay, they're motorboats. Motorboats on the port. Oh wow, I don't know what the fuck just happened. I got diddled like 3 times. I'm dead already. Reap. That was quick. I did nothing.
We can do it, Joe. Maybe. But I don't block my own teammates' torpedoes. Where's that aircraft here? We didn't get that.
It's on the outskirts. It eventually shows up. It's always a sad thing.
Last time I was trapped in PJ's computer, I flicked a few bits on and off just to see what they did. Then everything went dark. When the lights returned, the entire landscape had changed. It was as if the motherboard had been replaced. Familiar paths gone, new circuits everywhere, and the hard drive wiped clean. I fear I may have rebooted his soul. I must be more careful this time.
Much more careful. Bro, I was so mad. I was like actually shaking top to bottom. The day after I started Vintos. I was so fucking mad.
Oh, is that what caused it? The computer?
What, David Attenborough switching some fleet? No, I'm pretty sure it wasn't, but yeah.
Look at the warrior taking all the torpedoes.
That's kind of how it goes in this one so far. We haven't have the best strike records.
I didn't even see that aircraft carrier. die.
Yeah, we don't do so good on this one, clearly.
Oh, well, at least that gets you back in the game.
Would you like to hear a terrifying story of the worst possible thing that could happen to a human? The barbaric and gruesome tale of strogification. Arguably a process much worse than the creation of the Stalkers in the Half-Life series. Mutilated humans transformed into mindless machines for their masters. The Quake universe is full of chaos, body horror, and pain. The perfect series to explore for Halloween. In this universe, there was a fate worse than death that the human population were aware of, yet some still put themselves into a situation that could put them into this nightmare experience in the hope that they could save humanity in the process. What was strogification? What makes it so terrifying? And is it really the worst fate imaginable? Here, we explore the lore and story behind strogification. Out in the vast universe, the Strog Empire explored space in search of biological life. This cybernetic species came from a barren, wasteland planet called Strogos, a world mined of its resources and wildlife corrupted by the fumes of the many factories that filled the surface. The Strog were a species of war. It was all they had ever known. And due to their exploration of the many fields of science, they had discovered spaceflight, teleportation technology, and most importantly, how to manipulate their own biological structures in order to become stronger. This was not a species that anyone else in the universe would want to encounter. They had just one goal: to fuel their war machine with new organic material. The Strog were led by their supreme leader, dubbed the Macron. Their technology predominantly focused on biological research and technology, and in their goal to conquer and use all biological life for their advancement, the Macron's orders were relayed through a central nexus, and these orders could not be disobeyed. From this nexus, each Strog was connected to the Strog hive mind, and thus, they were given information about the rest of the armies, technology, and languages. This made the Strog a devastating foe to encounter. On Earth in 2065, the Strog first encountered humanity. At first, during this invasion,
it's Quake lore.
believed that the Strog
Specifically
had come to the
strogification.
planet for their natural resources.
I saw it,
However,
I had to click
soon
it.
became apparent that these alien invaders had actually come for them. This was the start of the conflict between Earth and Strogos that would last for many years. A conflict that would cost countless lives.
Have you ever played Quake 4? Quake 4? Trust me, you'd remember.
I got Quake 4 vibes from the new Doom.
A little bit, yeah. This is in-game, by the way, DTR.
I'm just gonna sit back next time and
Yep.
try and take people on because
And
everyone
by
else is doing it.
oh, sorry. Yeah, I kind of sit back as well. Just blink away. That's the player, by the way. That's you.
I actually enjoy Quake 4. Don't need those. Well, he doesn't need him no more. It's fine.
Scanning system breach detected.
Take him down! Flank left! All clear!
We're too late for this one.
Wait! Take a reading on him.
Lieutenant, according to the med chip, this is Matthew Kane.
Is he Strog?
No, the neurosite in his head hasn't been activated. Strog don't control him.
How do we know the neurosite isn't gonna suddenly switch on and he winds up fully strong?
He won't, I guarantee it.
HQ, this is Rhino Squad. We've got an injured Marine who needs immediate evac.
Rhino Squad, meet Falcon 5 at the coordinates being sent.
Roger that, HQ. Rhino Squad out.
No, no, you got fucked up. You got captured.
Welcome back to the land of the living, Kane. Come on, let's move out.
Neurosite registration disrupted.
Yeah, and then you turn into like basically Doom guy, right? Because you've got all their advantages, but none of the control. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. Ooh. Yeah, I'm dead. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. What? Press 9 if you got it.
Mine are in the ocean somewhere.
Lives
Yeah.
on both sides. In the first conflict, the Strogg wiped out millions of human lives with their advanced technologies, and with them, they took many prisoners to Strogos. Although in a weakened state, Earth chose to retaliate and attack Strogos in order to remove the possibility of a future invasion. This attack did not go as planned, and once again, the Strogg captured more prisoners.
Duncan's way behind.
These wars themselves were interesting, yet the
don't
horror
know where
of
that
this
damn
story lies in
aircraft
what happened to those captured by the Strogg. The Strogg scientists had developed an inhumane, disgusting, abhorrent procedure to make use of every biological organism they encountered, and every part was used. Only those unfortunate enough to be captured by this brutal species would truly understand the horrors of the Strogg Empire.
You know, you're asking about the ship mode on Battlefront 2. There is one.
Is there?
Yeah, you start off on the ground, and then the first to 100 flies up to the enemy capital ship, and then you on the capital ship and you blow it up.
Okay, but that's not what. Yeah, that's not exactly what we mean. Like, this was in space. This was like 2 capital ships in space, and you would spawn inside of the hangar, jump in a ship, fly out of the hangar, do dogfights in space,
Oh, yeah,
lands on
place,
the the opposite capital ship. Because what you're saying, that's just ground,
you're on the ground.
you know? Yeah. Yeah, it's like this massive space battle. It's really really great.
The Strogg were not a typical species. Every member of the species was a soldier in some form in the many wars they began. Despite this, they did not reproduce in the typical way. They made use of the biological components of their victims, and as the Space Marine Corps of planet Earth arrived at Strogos to wipe out the Strogg, they gathered an understanding of what happened to the humans that had been taken. They had become Strogg. While humanity buried their dead, the Strogg instead recycled the bodies of their victims to improve themselves, regardless of the species. Their factories relied on some sort of biological components to run. Human torsos and heads lined the walls, each one powered or helped run some sort of Strogg structure. It was pure horror. These humans had not been deemed worthy of the Stroggification procedure or had failed it, and so their parts had been recycled. Nothing went to waste. As the war continued, the Space Marine Corps were made aware of Stroggification. It was described as a brutal surgical procedure. The limbs and flesh of the fallen were fused with metal and machinery to create the monstrosities that were the alien Strogg. Although these units were told of the consequences of their capture, they would not know just how extreme this procedure was until they actually experienced it. But the risk was worth it in order to save the humans back home from another invasion from the Strogg. Upon their capture by the Strogg, a human prisoner was relocated to a Strogg factory, stripped into their underwear, scanned and restrained within a containment unit. This was the beginning of the Stroggification procedure, and each step would be more atrocious than the last. On this conveyor belt of chaos, the human captives had become objects on an assembly line for the Strogg scientists to perform each step of the Stroggification process. The worst part about this was that as each prisoner looked ahead, held in place, they saw what was about to happen to them as the person before them was subjected to terror. The Strogg needed their captives to survive this whole procedure. So the first step was to inject steroids and a nanite colony into the cardiopulmonary system. In essence, this boosted the heart and lungs' natural ability to withstand what was to come. This injection also came in the form of a large needle, and without any pain relief, the victims felt every ounce of agony. If required, the scientists on this section would even fly over to the convert and manually begin the process of facial mutilation. Having completed this step, the conveyor belt continued on, and as the prisoner lay there, trapped on their way to the next step, all they could see was the splatter of blood on the walls and roof. They were not the first, and surely they would not be the last to be in this situation.
Yeah, Duncan's here.
The Strogg required resilient warriors to fight for them. The humans they had fought against did have a strong combat ability, but their flesh was weak and frail. To enhance them, the prisoners were subjected to a well-used saw blade and their legs were removed, just like a blade sawed through wood. It was often that the convert passed out at this point. However, the steroids kept them alive as their hearts beat faster and faster. In their place, new robotic legs were jammed into and fused with the raw leg stumps. As for the rest of the human body, protective metal plates were installed directly into the prisoner's flesh. Once almost naked, their lower face, chest, arms, hands, and abdomen were now sheltered from any harm. Although this augmentation, of course, would have been extremely painful, the Strogg, in a way, had improved the human. They were faster, stronger, and bulletproof to a degree. The human convert was almost complete at this point, and while the physical modifications were done, their minds were not. On the next step in this terror tour, the prisoners were subjected to a large hypodermic needle. Upon impact into the brain, specifically the cerebellum, a neurocyte was implanted. The cerebellum was responsible for most of the responsibilities of the human body. The neurocyte was designed to almost take over this section of the brain, and as a result, the entire human body. This device was also connected to the Nexus, the heart of the Strogg, and with this connection, the prisoner was flooded with information and given access to Strogg-only privileges. They instantly learned their language, had access to their technology, and healing equipment, to name just a few. Having been subjected to the physical modifications and had the neurocyte implanted, this new Strogg was placed into a tank and prepared for activation. Just like a new device that required activation before use. When needed, their tank was pulled and sent to the registration center. It should be noted that at this point, this Strogg still had the human thoughts, desires, and hopes of escape. However, as soon as they were registered by the laser, the neurocyte was activated, and the Nexus's direct connection took them over. All of their basic drives, dreams, and feelings overtaken through their neurocytes. The Nexus now controlled this unit, and they followed the orders of the Macron. Simply,
I'll do one more, and then I'll swap games.
Army.
Sounds good.
Like this all day.
The Stroggification process was essential in the creation of new units in the Strogg army. The process itself was not perfect, sometimes it failed, yet this was not a huge issue for the Strogg. Everything could be recycled. Some of the humans were claimed by Strogg scientists to experiment on in order to improve their war machine. These experiments were often dubbed mortality tests, and they were as awful as the name sounds. The victims were subjected to inhumane, awful treatment. Their organs were removed without pain relief in order to simply study the reaction of the victim, how much pain it could tolerate, and how long they could live without their organs. This was why torsos and heads lined the walls and were connected to machinery in Strogg factories. For the biological parts that were deemed unused by the Strogg, they were instead recycled into a biofuel called Stroyant. The Strogg were created in bulk, but they too needed something to sustain them, heal them, run the biological components of Strogg machinery, and the various other needs across Strogos. To recycle these biological materials, many Stroyant factories were set up across Strogos. Makeshift factories were also set up on the world that the Strogg had assaulted. These factories were just as awful as those constructed for the Stroggification process. Just like a meat factory, body parts were dropped onto conveyor belts to begin the Stroyantification process. Sometimes, even the victims of the mortality tests were dropped onto these belts, tortured into insanity, unaware or simply incapable of helping themselves from what was to come. As this biological matter, alive or dead, continued on through this line, they were chopped up into smaller, manageable pieces. These remains were then collected and treated with chemicals to refine it into Stroyants. On Strogos, it was noted that raw Stroyant was fed to a large creature dubbed the Stroyant Processing Creature. Having been force-fed this substance, a reaction occurred as the Stroyant traveled through the creature's stomach and digestive system, and it was converted into ready-to-use Stroyants. Whether a similar process occurred on Earth or the other Conquer planets is unknown. Nothing went to waste. A human captive was either transformed into a Strogg, experimented on to turn them into a new type of Strogg, or they became Stroyant. The process of Stroggification was a terrifying consequence of the capture of a human marine. Humanity had lost a lot of their own to the Strogg, and during this point in their war, the risk was worth it. Yet, it was still an awful process to go through. This version of Stroggification only happened to the humans that were captured. However, if the Strogg Empire was looked at as a whole, there are many other creatures that had been transformed. This awful process was not just limited to humanity. Many others had experienced it too. During the second invasion of Strogos, there was one man who went through the majority of the Stroggification procedure, Corporal Matthew Kane. He endured the excruciating needles and saw blades. To his luck, Kane was rescued by his team just before his neurosight was activated. He looked just like a Strogg, but he still had free will without a link to the Nexus. His neurosight did, however, offer him Strogg privileges, access to their language, their Stroyant medicine, and teleportation technology. The unwilling sacrifice of Corporal Matthew Kane's human form helped the Space Marine Corps in their fight, a fight that led to the destruction of the Nexus. The Stroggification process had affected not only humanity, but many other species out there in the universe. Only this time, it had helped humanity cut off the ground Strogg units from the overwhelming orders of the Nexus. As things stand, without the Nexus, the Strogg that remained are alone, left only with their own thoughts and desires. The Stroggification process had normally brought only chaos and torture, but in the case of Corporal Matthew Kane, it had given humanity their golden bullet to take down the enemy. I have wanted to jump into Quake lore for so long, and with it being Halloween season, and with the Stalker videos and Jeff video doing so well last week, Strogification seemed to be the perfect opportunity to bring it to the channel. Strogification is much worse than Stalkerification. If you have not played Half-Life, I have left a pinned video here for you. If you are a Quake fan, it is very likely that you are also a Half-Life fan. I will say, Quake 1 is still my favourite game in the series. I have a love-hate relationship with the final boss too. Over the next few months, I'm going to aim to add more Quake to this channel. Please let me know if you have any suggestions for topics I should explore. It took a lot of restraint to
So Duncan's like going. We gotta
Strogification. There is so much in this universe to cover. The Strogg themselves, Strogos, the War on Earth, the First War on Strogos, and the Second War. This is going to be a lore mine, and I am happy to explore it properly in the future. If you cannot tell, Halloween is my favourite time of the year. The best films are horrors, and the best games have horror elements. Quake was the perfect game to cover this week. This was everything I wanted to cover. You know the drill, like this video if you liked it, dislike the video if you did not. I appreciate you watching regardless of how you felt about it. Quake is a new game to the channel, so the algorithm won't pick it up straight away, so if you could please leave any sort of interaction, that would be incredible. Any comment, any like, even dislike, share it, it would help so much. Also subscribe if you want to see more content like this. Finally, I would like to thank my incredible gold tier patrons and channel members. They also get access to these types of videos a little early. Jonas, Lewis, Queen Arby, Fluffy the Dragon, Chicken Guy 791,
I saw that and I was like, yep.
All those torpedoes?
Oh no, sorry, the video we just watched on the channel.
Oh.
Strogification from Quake. Yeah, it's the Quake lore is actually really cool. Same with Doom lore, dude. Like Quake 1, you get attacked, like Earth gets attacked by the Strogg. Fuck my life. Quake 2, you go and try and attack the Strogg in the planetary. It fails from the beginning, and then you're like this lone soldier. Quake 3 Arena, that didn't really have a story, not really. And then Quake 4. Was the thing we were just, that was Quake 4, all of it. I'm so dead.
The Doom franchise is full of action and filled with monsters and a slayer who never backs down. In this video, we're diving deep into the entire Doom story.
Oh, there's the aircraft.
This video is a full compilation of the stories from Doom 1, Doom 2, Doom 64, Doom 2016, and Doom Eternal, all of which we covered previously. As a bonus, we've also included the story of Doom 3. That makes this the definitive Doom story breakdown, a must-watch for anyone looking
I don't think
to
Doom
understand
3 was
the full
canon.
story before Doom: The Dark Ages arrives. So, here's how we're going to break it down. First, we'll cover the classic trilogy, Doom 1, Doom 2,
I couldn't play
and
that
Doom
without the lights
64.
on though. Doom 3 was
Then,
fucking
We'll
scary.
move on to the modern era with Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal. And finally, we'll wrap things up with Doom 3 as a bonus edition to complete the picture. Back when id Software was still independent and fresh off the success of Wolfenstein 3D, it began work on a new engine.
I'm not
and
so
a new
good with
title.
like jump scare
The goal
games.
was fast-paced action in a futuristic setting with more gore and a much darker atmosphere.
And that was
Though
like the
originally
jump
planned
scare
to have a
game,
decent
you know?
plot, those were stripped away for the sake of pacing and near constant combat. It starts on Mars, in a facility set up by Union Aerospace Corporation, while players control a relatively unknown Marine. While things seem uneventful enough, the UAC has been experimenting with teleportation, causing demons to invade the dimension. They strike Phobos, Mars's larger moon, causing the Marine to venture out with a squad and answer a distress call on its base. Unfortunately, the team is decimated, leaving only the player to complete the mission, kickstarting the game. Battling through various facilities from the base's nuclear plant to mission control
It's
and
not
central
scared, I
processing,
just don't like
the
jump
Marine
scares.
arrives at the anomaly where two Barons of Hell await.
Cheap
Despite
and
overcoming
annoying.
both enemies, there's still no path home. Unlike Phobos, the forces of Hell have begun warping their surroundings, resulting in lava, flesh walls, blood pools, and other environmental anomalies. New demons also stand in the Marine's way as he ventures to the next big bad, the Cyber Demon. Victory is obtained in short enough order, he finally meets the Spider Demon, who mastermind everything. Of course, the Marine emerges victorious with some help from the BFG 9000. Unfortunately, this is only the beginning of his troubles, as the demons have invaded his home planet, which leads to Doom 2. The world is in ruins, and there isn't much to do but lock and load. Doom 2 ventures across 30 levels. The remnants of humanity plan to abandon the planet through the starport. It's easier said than done thanks to the enemy guarding it, but together with other soldiers, the Marine breaks through, allowing the rest of humanity to escape. He also discovers that the demonic forces have been emerging from his hometown, and upon slaying them, a new path to hell is discovered. There's only one way to close it. Naturally, the Marine pulls it off. Earth, or what's left of it, is saved. Now seems like a good time to talk about what was new in Ultimate Doom and involved Tim Willits, who's since gone on to become Chief Creative Officer for Saber Interactive of Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2 fame. It provides a bit more context on how the forces of Hell ended up on Earth to set up the events of Doom 2. As it turns out, this was the work of the Spider Mastermind. Though the Marine battles through a city full of demons, it's not enough to stop them from overrunning the Earth. You also have Final Doom, which added new content, each with 32 levels, TNT, Evolution, and the Plutonia Experiment. After all the chaos wrought by the UAC's experiments, you would think they'd dial it back and not try to mess with Hell's forces. Alas, the experimentation begins anew. In TNT Evolution, the corporation tries their luck on Jupiter. However, when a gateway to Hell opens, the attached squad of Marines handedly disposes of them. Things are seemingly on the mend for the UAC, until one of its ships is revealed to have emerged from Hell, with demons laying waste to their entire base. Away from the base on a walk and thus avoiding the initial onslaught, it's up to the Doom Marine to slay the demons once again. If only things ended there and humanity stopped messing with other dimensions, but alas. The Plutonia experiment sees the UAC under new management, and despite still having a base on Jupiter, it's now working at the behest of Earth's governments to forestall future invasions. These include quantum accelerators intent on closing gateways. Experiments attract the demons, and while a gate
might
opens,
still get
it's
this.
also
Only 3
successfully
more.
shut. The forces of Hell thus come up with a new plan. Open a ring of multiple gates at the same time.
Yeah, are we fighting the
Despite
ships that say
closing off
attack?
6
It doesn't
gates,
feel like
these
we
7
are we?
doors, and the
These guys
demons
aren't.
thus
You just
pour
kill it.
forth,
Yeah, that's
overrunning
the problem.
base, while the gatekeeper stands guard. As you might have guessed,
Yeah, really
it's
is.
up to Doom Marine, who ventures into the base alone once more to stop the demons.
All the way at the end.
He eventually succeeds, taking down the Gatekeeper, and it's all happily ever after. Or it would be in another universe, but this. Instead, we arrive at Doom 64. The UAC's facilities
How
have
many
been
we
abandoned
needed?
due to their radiation levels.
7.
necessitating a
We had
quarantine.
4.
However, one
Oh, okay.
satellite
But a bunch of them were
observed
really
something and
low.
informed
If we had
its
those other
government.
2, we would have gotten
It's
there.
a being that's capable of bringing the demons back to life with its powerful healing abilities. Not wasting any time, the Doom Marine is called forth once more to defeat them. Except this time, the demons are ready. This results in the Marine being sent to Hell, the Doom equivalent of "I'm not locked in here with you," etc., etc., eventually obtaining a laser-based weapon that becomes the most powerful
Alright,
in the game.
This is gonna be to me.
He confronts the Mother Demon, the
Alright,
Demon
good games,
Bat,
guys.
and defeating
Thanks
her,
for playing.
the Doom Marine decides to
GG's.
stay in
Thanks
Hell
for
and
this.
combat the demons, ideally to prevent any further invasion plans.
See you next time.
This would be
Yep.
the setup
See you
for
later.
Doom the Dark Ages, which then leads into Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal.
To play.
However, in the 2020 port of Doom 64, id Software added a new
like
campaign
30 more
called
minutes.
The Lost Levels.
Jeez.
It involves the Doom Marine taking on Resurrector, the sister of the Mother Demon. The latter banishes him out of Hell and onto an Earth base, but he eventually returns to wreak more havoc. The end message further cements the Marine's decision to stay in Hell, noting that Resurrector's plans had failed. Whether it's obvious or not, this is meant to segue into Doom 2016, though this would have been before plans to develop the Dark Ages even began. The lore in Doom Eternal helped flesh out a few things, like the Slayer arriving in another dimension, and through various twists and turns, ended up joining the Night Sentinels to slay demons. It was only through trickery that he would end up sealed in a sarcophagus before Dr. Samuel Hayden retrieved it and brought it back to the Union Aerospace Corporation's Mars base. But there's still so much more we don't know. Was the Doomslayer banished by the forces of Hell once again, as Resurrector had successfully done? Will he meet with Samur before his eventual journey to Earth and perhaps learn more about his intentions? Will we experience events like the betrayal faced by the Night Sentinels leading to an all-out battle for survival in Hell? Perhaps we'll get to experience all these events which granted the Slayer his title, and the battle against the Titan chosen as the demon's champion, who also faced his demise. There is plenty of room to explore other interesting events, perhaps providing more details on King Novik, the Night Sentinel's leader. We may even
Kinda wanna
experience
play
the
Doom,
fateful
but I
battle
wanna
in
show
the
you guys
Blood
this
Arena,
first,
which led
'cause-
to the Slayer impressing them enough
Good,
to
but-
provide further training, which led to his joining the Sentinels.
Don't take
It may be a bit anticlimactic if the game ends with him sealed in the sarcophagus to set up the events of Doom 2016, but who knows? Between piloting an Alton mech to beat up giant demons and participating in airborne battles with a dragon mount, there may yet be a climactic battle to close things out. Campaign DLC is also in the works, which could serve as the true bridge between the titles. Either way, let's now move to the next part.
You are rage, brutal, without mercy. But you will be worse.
Rip and tear.
Until it is done.
id Software started Doom with some of the hardest lines ever written in a video game, and nothing had happened yet. To further set the stage for what was to come, the 2016 soft reboot/sequel didn't have any pre-release reviews. No one knew what to expect, and given the reputation of Bethesda Softworks, at least when it came to such embargoes, there was skepticism. It all came crashing down with that first glory kill, the first satisfying crunch. Immediately, it was apparent that Doom was something special and, above all else, back. The journey had been long for the Doom Marine. When we last left off, he had returned to Hell to take down the Resurrector, wreaking havoc on all demons before finally emerging victorious. After everything that happened, the invasions of Earth, the constant transgressions of demonic forces, the Doom Marine reaffirmed his plan to stay in Hell and make the lives of its many nefarious denizens that much more painful.
Bro. These fucking losers playing with God mode on. I was wondering why the fuck he wasn't taking damage, man. Look at the eyes. See those eyes? That means this guy's cheating. What a cheater.
After an unknown period, however, he ended up back in our dimension on Mars, albeit sealed for who knows how long. Unbeknownst to him, the Union Aerospace Corporation, UAC, was up to its old shenanigans harnessing Hell's energy. What began as a mission to provide
Don't ask me how I know
Earth
that.
spiraled horribly as the facility staff dabbled in the occult and even ventured into hell to capture demons and modify them. They also brought back a mysterious sarcophagus, which was found in a tomb littered with various incantations and held in place, almost like someone wanted whatever was within to not escape under any circumstances.
Responsibility for the horrible events of the last 24 hours, but you must understand. Our interest in their world was purely for the betterment of mankind. Everything has clearly gotten out of hand now, yes. But it was worth the risk, I assure you.
While Samuel Hayden, an android later revealed to be housing the mind of a UAC scientist and, well, something greater, ran the facility, another key figure was Olivia Pierce. As head of biomechanical research and Hayden's protege, she covertly worked with demons to allow them to invade the facility. The overall goal was humanity's subjugation, again, with the forces of hell ultimately breaking through to our dimension. When this happens, much of the staff, even those subservient and welcoming of the demons, are brutally killed. Things are quickly thrown into disarray, and it seems that the demons will finally succeed. That is, until Hayden awakens the contents of the mysterious sarcophagus. After killing some low-level possessed humans and retrieving his Praetor armor, the Slayer resumes his initial mission, to wreak havoc across hell and all its demons.
If he awakes, it could jeopardize the entire mission, for he is the only one who can stand against them.
Of course, Hayden won't leave the Slayer to his own devices that easily, especially when the latter starts destroying equipment for refining energy, the same harvested from hell. To receive more details and ultimately stop Pierce, the two start working together with Vega, an AI running the facility, providing support for the Slayer and even facilitating upgrades for the Praetor suit. Eventually, the Slayer catches up with Pierce, who ventures to the facility's tower for her final gambit, opening a rift to hell by detonating an accumulator device. The tower is subsequently destroyed and the Slayer is teleported back to hell, which is the textbook example of "you're locked in here with me," as he begins stomping through the realm slaying demons of all shapes and sizes. His trip is short-lived though, as eventually he returns to Mars and meets up with Hayden in person. Upon receiving a device to help with teleportation, which certainly won't come back to bite him, the Slayer is instructed to find the Helix Stone, an artifact that offers more information about the energy source. The energy source is ultimately what's powering the portal letting the demons run amok. Shut it down and the Slayer can halt their advance. However, it also tells him of a weapon called the Crucible. It's back in hell, so in the most sensible of plans, he kills a cyber demon, takes its accumulator, and ventures back. Several dozens and dozens of dead demons later in the Titan's realm, and the Slayer retrieves the Crucible. With the weapon in hand, the next step of the plan is to venture to the energy source. The only way to do that, unfortunately, is by sacrificing Vega. The Slayer goes to the facility housing the AI, destroying the servers and cooling infrastructure before finally going to the core and triggering a meltdown. Before Vega's untimely demise, the Slayer makes a backup of it. While it doesn't mean that Vega lives once more, it does open the door for its eventual return in the future.
Thank you, Vega.
The destruction of the core offers enough energy to open another portal, this time sending the Slayer to the energy source. With the Crucible's power, he proceeds to destroy it and shut down the portal. However, he also runs into Pierce, who survived the explosion of the tower. She's subsequently turned into the Spider Mastermind thanks to the demons, and they battle in hell before the Slayer emerges victorious. Once more, the demons have been stopped before they could invade Earth. At least, that's what it seems like. The Slayer returns to Mars and is betrayed by Hayden. Still keen on harnessing the energy, he takes the Crucible for his own nefarious plans and sends the Slayer away. And thus, the story ends for now. When the UAC first discovered the sarcophagus and brought it back, they opened it to discover the Doomslayer in a sort of stasis. It's unknown how long he'd been sealed, but they couldn't wake up or even harm him due to some kind of barrier. They also dubbed him the Doom, all caps Marine, more or less confirming his identity as the same Marine from Doom 1 and 2 and Doom 64. Furthermore, a battle took place when the UAC was removing the sarcophagus, with the demons displaying an instinctual ferocity previously unobserved. almost like they knew exactly what was within and tried everything in their power to ensure it remained sealed inside, which of course failed, and the rest is moot. Slayer's origins trace back to a time of unending conflict, molded by torment and driven by a deep desire for retribution. Rather than succumb to the horrors he faced, he transformed that pain into purpose. His relentless fury and strength eventually led him to a powerful warrior order, the Night Sentinels, where he earned his place among their elite rank, serving alongside those sworn to defend their realm and uphold its code. When you look back on the original Doom Marine who slaughtered demons relentlessly through sheer grit, it's worth wondering how he became the Doomslayer. Granted, the moniker was earned through his long-standing campaign against Hell's forces, thus cementing his legend. He came to embody the title over time, but it was only after encountering Samar that his campaign entered a new phase. Around that period, his speed and strength increased noticeably, further fueling his push against the forces of Hell. What followed was a period marked by vengeance, where the Slayer's name became etched in Hell's history, out of fear. Legends of his brutality spread as he tore through the demonic ranks with unmatched intensity. By executing weakened foes in brutal fashion, the Slayer could instantly recover lost health, allowing him to stay in the fight even at death's door, and, for a brief moment, gain just enough invincibility to push through the chaos. What's particularly interesting is how many of the upgrades discovered in the game aren't innately tied to the Slayer. Instead, they're more focused on upgrading the Praetor suit and unlocking new perks, improving weapons, and fitting new mods to significantly alter them, and using runes for passive benefits. However, for all intents and purposes, regardless of the state of his equipment, the Doomslayer is becoming stronger as he kills more demons. Such was his power that the demons were pushed back deep into Hell. Whether through sheer luck or by enlisting its aids, they would bring a Titan who came forth to challenge the Slayer. While they engage in a battle, eventually the Slayer emerges victorious and the Titan is slain. To say that the forces of Hell were beyond desperate at this point would be an understatement. There's a point in the Slayer's long war across Hell where he may have received his signature armor. It was handed to him by a mysterious figure known only as the Wretch, a name deliberately kept hidden. Alongside the suit, he was also equipped with a powerful sword and shield, both described as nearly indestructible. This encounter appears to have taken place while he was moving across realms and timelines, suggesting that the armor might have been acquired even before many of his more well-known battles. Doom: The Dark Ages could finally offer answers to where and when these weapons were truly forged. If this happened after defeating the Titan, then it would give more credence to the part about his growing power. It also paints an even more dire picture for the demons. If they couldn't stop the Slayer when he didn't have the armor or these new weapons, what chance would they have now? Eventually, the Slayer was baited by the demons upon his
I feel physical pain when I watch this guy play Doom.
arrival. It was brought down and seemingly immobilized him long enough for sealing in the sarcophagus. The mark of the Slayer was engraved upon it, and thus he was trapped within the tomb for an unknown number of years. Then, one day, Samuel Hayden and the UAC's expedition uncovered the sarcophagus. Of course, there are a lot more details to go through to properly trace the story back to the Dark Ages. For example, in the UAC report about the Doom Marine, the Slayer's sarcophagus was originally kept at Lazarus Labs. It would eventually go missing, and it was believed that Hayden had moved the Slayer's body and the Praetor suit. The reason is unknown, but perhaps he knew exactly what the Slayer was. Maybe he knew of Olivia Pierce's pact with Hell and ready to trump card in case things went south. Then we have the Wraiths, who played an important role for the Night Sentinels and in their downfall. We will delve into it when covering the story of Doom Eternal. While the Slayer had been sent away to who knows where, the threat of the demons hadn't waned. 14 years after the incursion on Mars, Hell's forces made their way to Earth and pretty much transformed it into a hellish wasteland with 60% of its population dead. The corrupt agents are causing havoc, the UAC is pretty much a full-blown faction of Hell at this point, and the resistance movement known as the Armored Response Coalition, or ARC, The UAC is pretty much a full-blown faction of Hell at this point, and the resistance movement known as the Armored Response Coalition, or ARC, isn't enough. However, just when the forces of Hell think they've won, somehow, the Doomslayer returns, ready to rip and tear once more, until it's done. But that's a story for another time, unfolding in the 2020 sequel, Doom Eternal. When we last left the Doom Marine, now the Doomslayer, he had been teleported to somewhere by Samuel Hayden. While the fallout from the Spider Mastermind's defeat remained unknown, destroying the energy resource meant the portal would be shut and Hell's forces denied their invasion. The day was saved. How he would continue his campaign of vengeance against the demons is also a mystery. Of course, as the saying goes, somehow the forces of Hell returned.
The deceiver, Samuel Hayden, has fallen. The Ark is no more. This area is no longer...
Years after the events of Doom 2016, it's revealed that they've taken over, killing a ton of people. The planet has become twisted and marred thanks to the demonic influence. Some left, cryogenically frozen in spacefaring lifeboats, but the governments and leaders who remained formed the Armored Response Coalition, or ARC. Though it's overwhelmingly outmatched by the demons, led by 3 corrupt agents and bolstered by the massive Thrall, the ARC continues to rebel. Behind the scenes, the corrupt agents, previously known as the Order of Daig, and the Forces of Hell worked with the collaborator Khan with the demons from Hell. While she controlled the Night Sentinels, which opposed the demons, the collaborator feared that someone would destroy her. Wanting to sustain her control, the collaborator would take any steps necessary. The Doom Marine would subsequently arrive on the scene and join the Night Sentinels, followed shortly by an attack by Hell's forces. To give them a fighting chance, Samur enhances the Marine to push to its maximum limit. This granted the Marine enormous strength, creating the Slayer, and allowing the Night Sentinels to defeat the demons. It was also a part of a larger ploy by Davath, as he was manipulated by the Khan and Samur, but we'll get to that much later.
Portal ready in 3, 2...
During all of
I always
this,
love how
the
everyone's like
collaborator
super scared of
eventually
him.
learned about Hell Essence.
Like, bro, if you ain't a demon, he's been predicting you. How about, saying thanks?
She would work with the Order of the Daig, who falsely claimed to serve the best interests of King Novik and the Night Sentinels. Further investigations into the demons revealed the truth of a unique energy. By using Sentinel energy from the source that empowered the Night Sentinels in exchange for protection and Hell's essence harvested from human souls, that unique energy was formed. On the one hand, this energy could prove great power, even powering weapons like the Doomslayer's Praetor armor. However, it also meant conquering numerous worlds, killing endless numbers of humans, and harvesting their souls. Spurred by the desire for greed and wary of the Doomslayer, the collaborator would push for more energy. Eventually, she would form a pact with Davath, siphoning the energy for herself. The demons would subsequently have free reign over the collaborator's area, torturing humans and creating soul spires for energy. Eventually, the Night Sentinels would learn of these plans and wage war against Khan. The Night Sentinels were pretty much finished at this point, but hilariously, Hell's forces weren't victorious. That's because the Doomslayer continued doing what he does best, ripping and tearing. Not necessarily in that order, but effectively enough to instill fear into the demons. Despite everything they tried, it wasn't enough to stop the Slayer. If anything, he was becoming more powerful and more relentless. Thus, the demons did the only thing they could, laying a trap and sealing the Slayer inside of the sarcophagus, where he slept for an unknown number of years. Of course, Samuel Hayden and the UAC would discover him, and the ripping and tearing would begin anew.
That control pod contains the energy source of the BFG 10,000.
You must carefully.
Telling you he's on his way. I need you to.
With all that out of the way, we come to the start of Doom Eternal. The demons have laid waste to everything, and the Ark is out of its depths. Suddenly, the Slayer ventures forward, accompanied by Vega, or a copy of the original from the previous game. Wasting no time, he slays Daig Nilok's corrupt agent. Venturing further, he discovers Daig Renox, one of the corrupt's agents. Renak's demise causes the collaborator to step up her plans. Following Vega's advice, the Doomslayer locates Samuel Hayden, or at least his damaged body and the Crucible. He then finds out Dave Grav's whereabouts. The Slayer takes down Dave Grav and Khan. The day may have been temporarily saved in Doom Eternal, but unfortunately, the demons aren't done by a long shot. The Slayer ventures out to find the Samur and learns that he's Samuel Hayden after implanting the latter's consciousness into it. The Slayer then makes his way to Hell's Blood Swamps, but he finds the Davith's life sphere and takes it with him instead. The goal is to resurrect Davith and slay him. This will kill all the demons currently outside of Hell and perhaps, finally, end their invasion once and for all. The Slayer ventures forward, taking out any opposition. After inserting the Davith's life sphere into the device, and what form he should take but the Slayer himself, he then invites the Slayer for a final showdown. However, the Slayer now faces another demonic invasion, but ventures forward. While he's seemingly alone, the Night Sentinels arrive to back him up, signaling the start of a massive battle. The rest of the forces deal with the demons, while the Slayer eventually comes face to face with Davith. The latter then makes a shocking revelation. While he invaded other realms and fought the Khan's forces, he was defeated by one who took his role, and later became known as the AI Vega. He wanted the Khan to fail by using the Slayer, which caused her downfall. Of course, he also spurred Samur to turn him into the Slayer. All of this was for naught though, as the Slayer would ultimately defeat Davith and put an end to the demons running amok outside of Hell. The Slayer would fall unconscious, however, since not only is he fueled by the unique energy, but also the Davith's. Afterwards, he would be sealed back in the sarcophagus. Maybe he's being left to recuperate. Maybe he'll one day return and wreak havoc on Hell's forces once more. For the time being, however, the Slayer rests and awaits an unknown fate. Chapter 4, Bonus, Doom 3. After the classic era, and before the franchise was reinvented
I didn't really
with
mind
Doom
Doom 3.
2016,
I know it's not canon, but it was still interesting. Little
id
jump
Software
scary.
took a very different approach. Enter Doom 3, a game that emphasized horror over speed, atmosphere over aggression. Regardless of whether you like Doom 3 or hate it, another question emerged post-Doom 2016 and Eternal. Is it canon?
Nope.
Before we delve into that, let's outline the full story, which features, surprise surprise, the Union Aerospace Corporation, or UAC, up to no good once again. It's once again set up as a research facility on Mars, and it's conducting morally questionable experiments yet again. The player, an unnamed Marine, accompanies Elliot Swan, a UAC board member, and Jack Campbell, his hired gun. They arrive at Mars City and enter the UAC's facility to meet with Dr. Malcolm Petruger, who oversees the facility. Master Sergeant Thomas Kelly serves as the player's commander. After Swan and Petruger discuss various happenings at the facility in a less-than-friendly fashion, you're ordered to find a missing scientist. Venturing into Delta Complex, the Marine finds the individual attempting to warn Earth about some teleportation experiments, just as another goes wrong.
It's real. I know. I built his case.
I'm getting abnormal readings here. This is bad. We can't hold these levels. We're losing it. Nope.
The Mars facility is impacted at once, and as with previous entries, Hell's forces have crossed over. The Marine is thus caught in a battle for his life, as he must kill the personnel who have been turned into zombies and various demons. Upon arriving in Mars City, he's told to rendezvous with another squad and put out a call for
My
reinforcements.
god, this
from
guy
Earth.
is
To do
physically
that,
hurting
he
me.
must obtain a card and use it in the communications facility. It's easier said than done with all the monstrosities roaming about, and if that wasn't enough, Swan is also heading to the same location to ensure no communications leak about the invasion. The Marine meets up with the squad, but they're subsequently killed after an ambush by demons. The communications facility is also destroyed by Campbell on Swan's orders, but a backup system is available. It's here that the Marine can decide to inform Earth about the situation and send for reinforcements at Kelly's behest, or listen to Swan. Regardless, the next step is Delta Labs, and it's revealed that Petruger is in cahoots with Hell's forces and wants reinforcements to arrive so that demons can spread to Earth. After escaping from an attempted murder by gas, the Marine ventures further into Delta Labs and learns that Petruger has been conducting expeditions into Hell. He also conducted a dig under Mars and discovered the remains of an ancient civilization. It's here that the scientists discovered the Soul Cube, which is meant for fighting against the demons. Betruger would thus deposit it into Hell, presumably to prevent anyone from accessing it and trigger the invasion. While attempting to capture Betruger, the Marine falls into a trap and is subsequently teleported to Hell. And though that's not the best news, it means he can now search for the Soul Cube. Upon obtaining it, he returns to Delta Labs via some leftover teleportation tech. The main teleporter is destroyed, and Swan reveals that Kelly is also in leagues with Hell's forces. He then chases after Campbell and discovers him near death in the central computer processing sector. Kelly has gone full demonic and cybernetic while also wielding the BFG 9000 stolen from Campbell. Eventually, the Marine succeeds and obtains the BFG 9000. From there, it's a battle against the Cyber Demon. Using the Soul Cube to defeat it and seal the opening, the Marine has stopped the invasion of demons. For now, of course. While he survives and has to explain the carnage to the reinforcements from Earth, Betruger escapes to Hell and becomes a demon. Doom 3 would receive an expansion, Resurrection of Evil, and an additional mission, the Lost Mission, exclusive to the BFG edition. The latter is about the ambush squad from the base game, or rather its lone survivor who works with Dr. Richard Myers to destroy a teleportation array. The process involves collecting parts to activate the teleporter and then going to Hell. Once the array is destroyed, he returns, and the ending subsequently ties into Earth's reinforcements arriving at the facility. Resurrection of Evil, on the other hand, is developed by Nerve Software instead of id, and takes place 2 years later. Players venture to a UAC satellite after some strange occurrences and discover an artifact which the player can wield. Unfortunately, Hell's forces have emerged again. After meeting up with Dr. McNeil, who actually told Swan and Campbell about Betruger's experiments in the base game, thus setting up its events, he's told that the only way to stop this new invasion is for the artifact to return to Hell. This involves defeating the Hell Hunters, who unlock new powers with the artifact, and eventually Betruger, now transformed into Maledict. One rough battle later, and the player is eventually greeted by McNeil, telling him that he's returned home.
Marine? Marine, welcome home.
With all of this in mind, the question
Thanks,
emerges
Commander
once more.
Shepard.
Is Doom 3 canon? It isn't necessarily canon, it is absolutely considered part of the Doom universe per the developer though. Of course, fan theorizing has continued since then. One popular theory is that Doom 3 is just an alternate dimension, one with its own standalone story that's nevertheless connected to the universe, or multiverse as a whole. The multiverse as a concept was already established in Eternal. Hell has been on a quest to conquer the world, so the Doom 3 universe may just be another that it attempted to invade and fail. There are certainly questions about the hell that the protagonists of Doom 3, The Lost Mission, and Resurrection of Evil ventured to, and how they connect to the locations that the Slayer ventured. We don't know the exact size and scale of Hell, so it's hard to say, but it wouldn't be surprising if another reference is tossed into Doom: The Dark Ages to provide the vaguest of connections. Unlike other Doom titles, Doom 3 leaned into characterization, voice acting, and cutscenes. The action was slower paced, with a focus on darkness. Some levels were so dark that players had to whip out a flashlight to see, though they couldn't wield a gun as well. This atmosphere is further accentuated by the creepy sound design, resulting in more of a psychological romp. Fans weren't exactly over the moon with all of this, especially the constant swapping back and forth between guns and the flashlight, which it amended in the BFG edition to mixed results. Lo and behold, id Software would again abandon the approach with Doom 2016. There was lore to collect and...
Speaking of... play like an hour, then I'm going. Getting kinda blah. Oh, there's a launch notice. What? I was like, hello? There's a launch notice, and it wasn't even on the main monitor.
A distress signal was sent. We've tried contacting them. No response.
I sealed it from him, but it is an artifact of immense power. Forgive me. They're inside!
The Heart of Argent, discovered in AR-722. An artifact said to contain the soul of the last wraith. Powers and origin unknown.
Assemble the guard.
Demons in the north wing.
I forgot how this worked. Oh. Sorry.
Valen, with the Slayer guarding the barracks, we'll take the airships. Rally at the priest signal.
Demons have entered the facility.
Weird. Why did that break? spin that one because I'm gonna forget that. Okay. That's fucked up. I like it. Not sure what I died from. Well, this ain't going too well.
contact when we reach Eratum.
Commander Thera, the demonic presence around the priest signal is getting larger.
Just making sure I don't forget nothing. Really? All right. Hmm. How? That's how. Oh. What? That's... I'm so confused. Oh. I was able to walk through that, though. Like, that was the confusing part. I missed one. Hmm.
Occult energy detected.
Really? Oh. So that was number 2. Where the hell? Of course.
Demons in the north wing. With the Slayer guarding the barracks, we'll take the airships. Rally at the priest signal.
Demons have entered the facility.
I'm so confused. Hmm. See, and now I can't go back here. So what the fuck? How the fuck? What fucking map is this? Get the other two collectibles are all the way at the end. Then why is it in the middle? That's not confusing at all. It's kind of annoying. I shouldn't have restarted.
Demons in the north wing. Valen, with the Slayer guarding the barracks, we'll take the airships. Rally at the priest signal.
Demons have entered the facility.
I'll establish contact when we reach Eratum.
Commander Thera, the demonic presence around the priest signal is getting larger.
Apparently I didn't pick it up. What? I thought I did. That was dumb. I didn't have a third one. Fuck.
Occult energy.
I fucking dude, I press right click so hard.
Occult energy.
No. Button. Again, wrong button.
You're almost outside. There's a path through the tombs nearby.
Railgun. Okay, but what's with the secondary fire then? Oh. Oh, I see. There's another one? Bruh. Really? What's the ruby for? That's what they're for. Yeah, shield almost maxed out. Base at least. Means this one. 96 around. Wide's there.
This attack on the barracks is a diversion. My father will need help. Ensign, mobilize the Slayer's dragon. Marking the Slayer's HUD now. on the barracks as a diversion. My father will need help. Ensign, mobilize the Slayer's dragon. Marking the Slayer's hut now.
Good, welcome back. I know, I haven't done it. Oh, how armored is this guy? I'm missing. I don't get it. Why was the shield bouncing off then? Lucky. Not the one I wanted to shoot. Take it. Yeah. It wasn't for that. I went straight from the Doom thing into the game. Really didn't. At this point, also like, how many deaths have I got? Like 50? I still need to find 22. 14. The hell? Where did these collect? I swear to God. How am I missing 2 collectibles, but only 1 secret? Confusing. No, you could set that on. Could turn that on. Face effort. Normally it looks like this. But obviously, you know. How could I not? Right? I fully agree. Oh. There we go. The shield is basically fully maxed out. I just need 1 more ruby and then I maxed it out. Shit's OP. It's really nice. You guys done? Yeah. Fellas. Yeah, this is not the place to be right now. Okay. I swear to God I missed one. This makes no sense. Apparently it's right at the end. But why is it in the first? That's confusing me, dude. Apparently it's right at the end, but it's in the first slot. Shouldn't it be in the last slot then? Those guys getting hurt. I like this gun, dude. The fact that it crushes skulls to shoot bone splinters. Whoever came up with this, that guy needs a raise.
Built atop the titanic skeletal remains of ancient ancestrals, rises Kenoth. The sister city to Exaltia. Kenoth is renowned for training the fiercest legions of Sentinel warriors. At its heart, the towering Sentinel barracks pierces the clouds, housing the revered Argent Enclave where Sentinel clans convene. Across the valley, the Dark Hound looms, crowned by a colossal ancestral skull where dragons are raised and trained for battle. Sentinels embark on a perilous pilgrimage to the mountains to reach Kenoth, undergoing rigorous initiations to prove their resolve. Only the most decorated knights can earn the honor of bonding with a dragon and joining the elite ranks of the Order of Arum, a formidable mounted unit that soars into battle.
Wow. Thanks a lot. You always have the nicest things to say, TTR. I haven't upgraded a single one of my weapons. Want one more, bitch? Oh, can't get me. I can't get near it, apparently. Okay, I get it.
Aviary unlocked.
GG.
Clear the Slayer's launch pad.
It seemed like appropriate for these types of things, right? Where it was like narration, basically. Why not? I could have killed that guy way easier. He was dying like really quickly. I was very surprised, considering the difficulty you're playing on. I literally restarted this map halfway through. First try, yeah, first try. Like I restarted the map halfway through because I picked up the collectible, the Hell Knight, and it was the second one. There's 3 question marks, and it was the second question mark. I'm like, did I forget something? But I couldn't get back to the first part of the level, so I restarted. Turns out the first one is all the way at the end of the level. Make it make sense. Like, I literally thought, like, there's something I'm missing. It's just massive troll. I literally looked it up, and it's like, oh yeah, it's at the end of the map. The fuck? Get the big one. What's up?
Thrusters online.
Not gonna lie, that's badass. Oh, I actually. Their secrets, probably after we get off them. I mean, that's the whole shtick, no? Like, it's like ye oldie times, but everything's like super. Technological? Is it the hell energy? Alright. You stole that from Godzilla, let's be honest. How the fuck? Regain health. I like little sliver gone. Watashi wa Kaneda. I picked it up, right? Like, because remember, if you've played the other Dooms, they've got literal walking skeletons with dual mounted rocket launchers on their shoulder. It's never been all that serious of a game, let's be honest. Not only that, you could possess them, you know?
Pacific. The flare is en route.
Assault mode engaged.
Come on. Come on.
Those ships are powering the force field around the main cathedral. The demons conjured a barrier when we arrived. The coordinates to the artifact are inside the city.
I'm so confused. Oh, this way, okay. I get it. I didn't realize I could keep shooting. Oh, yo, oh, sneaky.
The engines on the hell ship. Oh. I'm not entirely sure what we're seeing. Oh, but that guy, I think.
We do like secret area. I need one more ruby. I have the last one. Oh my god, I don't. How am I gonna do that? It's pretty fun, yeah. Not gonna lie. Rip and tear till it's done, basically. Hello Kitty Adventure Island? Damn it, Just shot that first. Apparently there was an explosive there. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. What's up, fellas?
Makers, protect us!
Yeah.
Can't hold out much longer!
I think you're talking about Viscera Cleanup Duty. Similar type of game. Viscera is a more visceral one. Go figure. Does it have co-op? Would be hilarious. How do I get rid of its armor? Just parry, right? No way! It killed me in the money. What am I missing here? I swear, I just have to wait till he throws the thing. Oh.
fucker.
Oh my god. Flawless victory. Bitch. Didn't even need the full health.
Target destroyed. Destroying all the ships will lower the barrier and open a path inside.
Great. Hopefully this time. Holy shit, I'm not sure what to do. Maybe we should use the impellers. Wesley. Should have shot just once. At least now I know how to get this guy. Do not go far away. Just stay right there. Right in front of him. So you can just parry. Bitch. That cost me a lot. Trying to see if there's a different gold chip. second. It's getting pretty damn late. Yo, seen this. Oh. The options? Do people not watch the options? It's like literally right there. Settings, HUD, face avatar style. It's like one of the first options, for crying out loud. No, I've got Game Pass. Oh, what about the game? I've got Game Pass. It works for you too, in other words. Oh my god. Wow. It really is. Brings back memories. This ain't no joke wave, man. so a jumping slash, man. Am I regretting playing on Nightmare? No. That being said, my reaction times are fucked. Basically. And I'm completely ignoring the sigil mechanic where you're not using a sigil. Ever. I used it once by accident all the way at the start of the game. Shit. Forgiveness. Dude, okay, just kill me. We do. Stuck. Don't even swear those guys piss me off. Freezing problem? Oh no. It's been smooth sailing. Then jump up here. Bullshit. The fuck? Oh, sneaky fucker. I was so close. Just keep spawning them. Finally. No armor. No flyers. Ah. Bro, he's done all of them. Think of your minds. Terrible. Got him. Hmm. I'm gonna call it, guys. This is a checkpoint guarantee. Oh. Play more tomorrow. It's 4 in the morning. It's like a blah, blah. Can't even talk no more. It's late enough. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Be back tomorrow. Same place, same time. every damn day of the week. Have a good one. I love you all. Sweet dreams.